Chapter 4594. Shouted Yi Ling Tianshou. He couldn't accept it. His father was a powerful celestial Zun of the Heavenly Palace. He had a high status in the Heavenly Palace. He could do whatever he wanted. Besides, he had also obtained great fortune. He had obtained a large amount of Ice Fire Star silver in this continent. That much Ice Fire Star silver could be exchanged for an immeasurable amount of wealth. His future was bright. He didn't want to die. Now, he only hoped that Lu Ming would be captured so that he could obtain the antidote from Lu Ming. Indeed, he thought that it was a deadly poison and that Lu Ming should have the antidote. Master Tianshou, what should we do? Master Tianshou is dying. The heavenly human tribe cultivators, who only had the strength of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer, were extremely anxious. You come here. I have something for you to do, said Yi Ling Tianshou hoarsely. Master Tianshou, please tell us what to do. The heavenly human tribe cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer approached Yi Ling Tianshou. When the heavenly human tribe cultivators got close to Yi Ling Tianshou, Yi Ling Tianshou suddenly attacked. He raised his 2 hands, and 2 waves of terrifying strength pressed down on the heavenly human tribe cultivators like a millstone. Even though Yi Ling Tianshou was being tortured by the black fog, he was still much stronger than the heavenly human tribe cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. Under the pressure of this power, the bodies of the heavenly human tribe members began to explode and turn into a bloody mess. Swallow them, shouted Yi Ling Tianshou. His body suddenly swelled up, and he turned into a giant. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the flesh and blood. At that moment, Yi Ling Tianshou looked like a demon. He wanted to use the flesh and blood to resist the black fog's corrosion. As expected, after absorbing the flesh and blood, his body became a little fuller because the black fog seemed to have found a new target. He's crazy. He's crazy. Yi Ling Tianshou is crazy. Run. The remaining heavenly human tribe cultivators shouted in fear and ran away. There were more than 200 heavenly human tribe cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. Yi Ling Tianshou had only killed 100 of them. You won't be able to escape. It's your honor to sacrifice yourself for me. Die, shouted Yi Ling Tianshou, and he attacked the heavenly human tribe cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. The heavenly human tribe cultivators' miserable cries. Yi Ling Tianshou had finally killed all the heavenly human tribe cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer and swallowed their flesh and blood. Yi Ling Tianshou roared in his heart. At this moment, his gaze was looking forward. In front of him, there were 2 figures who were looking at him in horror. These 2 people were the fish that had escaped the net from Lu Ming and Xianxia. They were both 3rd-tier divine master experts. The 2 of them fled back to the ancestral mountain. Initially, they wanted to ask Yi Ling Tianshou to kill Lu Ming. However, they did not expect to see Yi Ling Tianshou killing other members of the heavenly human race as soon as they returned. The 2 of them were so scared that they stopped in their tracks, not daring to approach. Yi Ling Tianshou's eyes were bloodshot. The 2 heavenly human tribe cultivators paled. One of them said, Lord Tianshou, there's something wrong with your body. We should keep our distance. The 2 heavenly human tribe cultivators retreated a bit, keeping their distance from Yi Ling Tianshou. Yi Ling Tianshou's eyes flashed with a vicious light, but he didn't attack the 2 heavenly human tribe cultivators. 9th Great Supreme God Layer cultivators couldn't compare to a 3rd Great Supreme God Layer cultivator. In his current state, he might not be able to catch up to them. Why are you back? Where's Lu Ming? Did you take him down? Hurry and bring him here, Yi Ling Tianshou asked. This was what he was most concerned about. As long as he could take down Lu Ming, he would be able to get the antidote from Lu Ming. Lord Tianshou, that Lu Ming and that metallic life form are too strong and cunning. We failed. The others are dead. Only the 2 of us are left. A heavenly human tribe cultivator of the 3rd Great Supreme God Layer said. What? Yi Ling Tianshou trembled like a bolt from the blue. More than a dozen heavenly human tribe cultivators were dead. Only the 2 of them were left. Most importantly, it didn't matter if they were dead, but if they couldn't capture Lu Ming, where would he get the antidote? Damn it! Damn it! Trash! A bunch of trash! Yiling Tian Shou roared furiously. He was about to go crazy. He was going crazy. Although he had just devoured the flesh of more than 200 heavenly human tribe cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer, they were only 9th Great Supreme God Layer cultivators. Even a few dozen of them couldn't compare to a heavenly human tribe cultivator. He couldn't hold on for much longer. His aura started to weaken again, and his body, which had been a little fuller, started to shrivel up again. This scene was extremely horrifying. The two heavenly human tribe cultivators couldn't help but retreat a little more. Where's Lu Ming? Take me to him. Take me to him. Yiling Tian Shou roared hysterically. In that direction, the two heavenly human tribe cultivators didn't dare to leave Yiling Tian Shou behind. Yiling Tian Shou's status was no small matter. If they dared to leave him behind, it would be fine if Yiling Tian Shou died, but if he was still alive, their fates would be miserable. Let's go. Yiling Tian Shou roared and rushed in that direction. The two heavenly human tribe cultivators followed from a distance. They didn't fly very far before they ran into Lu Ming. Yiling Tian Shou is still alive. Lu Ming was surprised to see Yiling Tian Shou. He had wanted to return to the ancestral mountain to see if Yiling Tian Shou was still alive. He hadn't expected to run into Yiling Tian Shou on the way. Lu Ming, hand over the antidote, quick! Yiling Tian Shou roared. Antidote? I've hidden it somewhere not far from here. Lu Ming started to lie to stall for time. The longer he delayed, the better it would be for him. I hid it. Come with me to get it. Yiling Tian Shou roared. Okay, come with me, but keep a distance from me. Otherwise, don't even think about getting the antidote. Lu Ming said as he retreated. As long as he led Yiling Tian Shou around twice, Yiling Tian Shou would be dead for sure. Kid, are you trying to trick me? Are you trying to stall for time? The antidote must be on you. Hand it over or die. Yiling Tian Shou roared. He was smart and wouldn't be fooled so easily. As he roared, he tried to force Lu Ming to leave. I said, come with me, and I'll give you the antidote. Lu Ming sped up and retreated. He naturally wouldn't tell Yiling Tian Shou that there was no antidote. If he did, he would cut off Yiling Tian Shou's hope. Without hope, he was afraid that Yiling Tian Shou would go all out. For an expert like Yiling Tian Shou, who had an extraordinary background, once he went all out, who knew what would happen? Lu Ming wasn't sure either. But as long as there was hope for the antidote, Yiling Tian Shou wouldn't go all out. Chapter 4595. As long as I take you down, let's see if you hand it over or not. Yiling Tian Shou roared. He was very decisive and charged towards Lu Ming at an extremely shocking speed. As long as he took down Lu Ming, he would be able to take the initiative. Even if Lu Ming really hid the antidote somewhere, he could force Lu Ming to lead the way. If Lu Ming hid the antidote on him, that would be even better. At this moment, as it concerned his life, Yiling Tian Shou attacked with all his strength. The violent heavenly punishment force and heavenly extermination force surged towards Lu Ming like a tide. Heaven-piercing, Lu Ming waved the war god spear, forming dozens of spear shadows that pierced forward. At the same time, Xianxia also turned into a halberd and slashed forward. Rumble. The power of both sides collided in the void, erupting into bursts of rumbling. Following that, Lu Ming and Xianxia's figures drifted back, but that was all. They were not injured. Yiling Tian Shou, it seems that you don't have much strength left. Lu Ming sneered. Damn it. Yiling Tian Shou roared in his heart, his expression extremely ugly. He was corroded too much by the black mist, and his strength was much weaker than when he was at his peak. Moreover, when he attacked, he still had to divert a portion of his strength to resist the black mist. Otherwise, the corrosion would be faster. In this way, the strength he could exert would be even less. The move just now could only push back Lu Ming and Xianxia, but could not injure Lu Ming and Xianxia. I don't believe it, kill. Yiling Tian Shou roared and wanted to use more strength to attack. but his body immediately trembled and his face turned pale. As soon as he used more strength, the strength to resist the black mist was not enough. The black mist corroded even more, causing him to suffer heavy losses. Xianxia, do it. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. Then, with a wave of his hand, the war god's spear flew out like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, Lu Ming used the Great Desolation style. A continent pressed down on Yiling Tianshou. The continent was compressed very small by Lu Ming, and its power was also at its strongest state. At the same time, the halberd formed by Xianxia once again slashed at Yiling Tianshou. The two of them went all out, unleashing their strongest attacks. How could Yiling Tianshou dare to be careless? He could only block. He let out a long howl and unleashed several hundred palm strikes consecutively with the power of heavenly extermination and heavenly punishment in one hand, blocking Lu Ming and Xianxia's attacks. However, every time he attacked, he would consume a large amount of energy. Naturally, the power suppressing the black fog would weaken, and the black fog would take the opportunity to corrode him. After a round of confrontation, Yiling Tianshou became even weaker. Lu Ming had naturally seen through this, which was why he had launched an attack with Xianxia. As long as he attacked, Yiling Tianshou would die even faster. Again, Lu Ming shouted and launched another attack. Yiling Tianshou was furious, but he had no choice but to block. If he didn't block and let the black fog corrode him, he would be directly killed by Lu Ming and Xianxia. After a few rounds of continuous attacks, Yiling Tianshou was very weak. Black fog constantly overflowed from the surface of his body. Black fog also overflowed from his mouth, nose, and eyes. His entire person looked like a zombie. Lu Ming, give me the antidote. Quickly give me the antidote. My father is a celestial venerable of the heavenly palace. If I die, he won't let you off. Yiling Tianshou roared and began to threaten Lu Ming. But Lu Ming was clearly unmoved and continued to attack. Lu Ming, don't kill me. As long as you let me go, I can give you whatever you want. Treasures, divine pills, beautiful women, I can give them all to you. I can even give you ice firestar silver. 100 kilograms, no, 500 kilograms, I can give it all to you. Seeing that his threat failed, Yiling Tianshou tried to bribe Lu Ming again. As long as I kill you, all the treasures on you will be mine. Lu Ming sneered. Bastard, despicable ant, you want to kill me? Dream on. Let me tell you, if I die, this continent will be destroyed. Countless people from the Yin clan will die. They will all be buried with me. Seeing that Lu Ming was unmoved, Yiling Tianshou went crazy and shouted hysterically. Here's the chance. Xianxia, illusion. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia. How could Xianxia not know Lu Ming's intention? It immediately turned into a mirror and shot out a beam of light that enveloped Yiling Tianshou. Yiling Tianshou's eyes immediately became dazed and lifeless. Swoosh! Lu Ming became one with the spear and turned into a beam of spear light that pierced towards Yiling Tianshou's forehead. Just as Lu Ming was about to pierce Yiling Tianshou's eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling light. His body also erupted with a terrifying fluctuation. Not good, retreat. Without hesitation, Lu Ming stopped his body abruptly and then retreated rapidly to the back. Lu Ming, die. Let's die together. Yiling Tianshou roared, and a violent force swept towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, Lu Ming also used this force to retreat faster. He retreated to Xianxia's side and grabbed Xianxia. He used the greater teleportation technique and instantly appeared in the distance. Lu Ming, let's die together. Let's die together. In the distance, Yiling Tianshou roared and rushed towards Lu Ming crazily. Yiling Tianshou really went crazy and went all out. His whole body was on the verge of self-destruction. The power that erupted was close to his peak. However, he didn't really make up his mind to self-destruct just now. He was only on the verge of self-destruction. Although he injured Lu Ming, he didn't leave Lu Ming behind. You can play by yourself. I'm not going to accompany you. Lu Ming had already seen that Yiling Tianshou was about to die. He was too lazy to make a move now. He pulled away from Yiling Tianshou and waited for him to be completely corroded by the black fog. "Don't go. Let's die together. Let's die together." Yiling Tianshou roared and chased after Lu Ming crazily. He already knew that he couldn't survive and was on the verge of self-destruction. His strength had almost reached the limit, but the black fog also took the opportunity to corrode him. His flesh and blood essence was almost exhausted, and his soul was also in a state of collapse. He could die at any time. Now, even if there was an antidote, it might not be useful. He wanted to find Lu Ming and perish together. Unfortunately, Lu Ming would no longer give him the chance to do so. Lu Ming kept retreating, pulling away from Yiling Tianshou. No matter how Yiling Tianshou roared, he couldn't be bothered with him. "What should we do? Lord Tianshou is about to die." In the distance, 2 third-layer divine master experts were watching. They didn't dare to get close. If they got close now, they would either die at the hands of Lu Ming or Yiling Tianshou. They weren't that stupid. What else can we do? Yiling Tianshou is dead for sure. Let's leave quickly. The other person said, "If we leave now, do we return to the Heavenly Palace, or?" The person in front asked. "Returning to the Heavenly Palace is courting death. Everyone else is dead, including Yiling Tianshou. Do you think Yiling Tianshou's father will let us go? Let's leave this place and find a place to hide." The other person said. Then, the 2 of them flashed and left the place. Lu Ming naturally noticed that the 2 of them had left, but they were very far away from him. Now that they had retreated, he couldn't catch up even if he wanted to. He could only let them leave. Chapter 4596. A few minutes later, the aura on Yiling Tianshou's body suddenly weakened rapidly. The violent power all over his body also rapidly dried up and disappeared like a balloon. Bang! In the end, Yiling Tianshou's body fell to the ground and broke into pieces. However, he was not dead yet. His soul had not been completely annihilated. He let out a final roar. "Lu Ming, my father knows that I'm here. If I die, he will find me. Even if you can leave, all the Yin tribe will be buried with me." "Ha ha ha." Yiling Tianshou laughed loudly. Then his soul and his broken body completely exploded with a bang, turning into ashes. Huff! Lu Ming let out a long breath. To be honest, this Yiling Tianshou was really very difficult to deal with. High cultivation and strength was one reason. He was also very smart. Some schemes would not work in front of him and would be seen through. However, the other party was still a step behind and lost to Lu Ming in the end. The main reason was that the other party did not expect Lu Ming to have something like the black fog in his hands. Logically speaking, reaching Yiling Tianshou's level, plus having 2 kinds of supreme heavenly power holding down the fort, there was no poison in the primitive universe that could scare him. Therefore, he did not guard against this move. The other was also that kind of black fog. It was too terrifying. When fighting with Lu Ming, Yiling Tianshou's fist was covered with supreme heavenly power. Even if Lu Ming wanted to use any powerful poison, it would be blocked or even refined by the power of the fist. It could not enter Yiling Tianshou's body at all. However, that kind of black fog could directly ignore Yiling Tianshou's power and seep into his body. Therefore, Yiling Tianshou was defeated. Lu Ming won somewhat by luck, but in the end, he still won, didn't he? Lu Ming flew over and saw the storage ring left behind by Yiling Tianshou. He grabbed the storage ring in his hand. That kind of black fog seemed to only corrode flesh and did not have any corrosive effect on storage rings. It's a pity that the black fog dissipated too. Lu Ming sighed. This kind of black fog was very powerful. If he could keep it, it would be of great use at a critical moment. For example, when dealing with Yiling Tianshou, if he did not have this black fog, Lu Ming would definitely not be able to do anything to him. This black fog was not only effective against Yiling Tianshou, it was also effective against people with stronger cultivations. However, as Yiling Tianshou was annihilated, the black mist also dissipated. However, Lu Ming's mood became better very quickly. His gaze landed on the storage ring left behind by Yiling Tianshou, his two eyes shining. This was Yiling Tianshou's storage ring. How many treasures would there be inside? Most importantly, how much ice fire star silver was inside? Lu Ming could not wait any longer. Lu Ming activated the taboo energy to erase the taboo energy that Yiling Tianshou had left on the storage ring. Then, he began to examine it. After a while, the smile on Lu Ming's face was uncontrollably revealed. I'm rich. I'm really rich. Lu Ming found a large amount of icy fire star silver in his storage ring. The total amount was more than 1,500 kilograms. 1,500 kilograms, that was enough to refine 1,500 source-grade divine weapons. As long as he had this ice fire star silver, he would not have to worry about it in the future. Because the Heaven Destroyer had not found so many materials for refining source-level divine weapons for so many years. 1,500 kilograms of ice fire star silver. If the upper echelons of the Heavenly Palace knew about it, they would probably go crazy. Now, it had all fallen into Lu Ming's hands. This amount was a little more than Lu Ming had expected. Although the heavenly human race had occupied this continent for tens of thousands of years, it was obvious that they did not start mining the ice fire star silver from the beginning. The years of mining the ice fire star silver were not very long. Otherwise, the 36 mines, after tens of thousands of years, the amount would definitely be more than 1,500 kilograms. In fact, the total content of the ice fire star silver from the 36 mines was only about 2,000 kilograms, which was already an astronomical figure. Lu Ming had learned that the 36 mines were not mined at the same time. At the beginning, one was found, and then the second, the third. By now, the 36 ice fire star silver mines were about to be finished. In the storage ring, the ice fire star silver mine was the most valuable. Although there were some other treasures, Lu Ming did not care about them. Lu Ming would only be interested in chaos crystals, source-level divine weapons, or broken source-level divine weapons. However, there were no source-level divine weapons or broken source-level divine weapons in the storage ring. Not even a piece of chaos crystal. Obviously, Yiling Tianshou must have refined the chaos crystal immediately after getting it. What a waste, Lu Ming muttered. Then his figure flashed, and he put away the storage rings of the other heavenly human race. Then, Lu Ming re-entered the Mountain of Ancestors. Lu Ming stood at the foot of the second mountain range. The second lifeline of the Mountain of Ancestors had also been cut off by Yiling Tianshou and the others, and a cave was dug in the mountain. As soon as it was opened, Lu Ming arrived. The people of the heavenly human race did not have time to go in. Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped into the second mountain range. The second mountain range and the third mountain range also formed a canyon. Lu Ming glanced around, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Because, like the first mountain range, the walls of the second mountain range were also inlaid with chaos crystals. At a glance, there were no less than 1,000 chaos crystals, more than the first mountain range. Chiu, let's go. Lu Ming shouted, took out his weapon, rushed up, and began to dig for the chaos crystals. Now that the heavenly human race was gone, Lu Ming was not in such a hurry. He dug with Chiu unhurriedly. Soon, all the chaos crystals on the second mountain range were dug out by Lu Ming. Not a single piece was left. Lu Ming counted. There were a total of 1998 pieces, close to 2,000 pieces. It was a lot more than the primordial crystals in the first mountain range. Indeed, for this continent to be able to flourish like this, it must contain a lot of desolate crystals. I reckon that every lifeline contains a sizable amount of desolate crystals. I have only dug out the first two mountain ranges. It should not affect the growth of the Stellar Sky continent. Lu Ming thought. The Stellar Sky continent needed energy to reproduce, and the chaos crystals would constantly emit energy to affect the continent. If all the chaos crystals were dug out, it would definitely affect the development of the continent, and it might even become a dead continent. However, Lu Ming only dug out the chaos crystals on 2 lifelines, so it would not affect the development of the continent. After all, there were still 7 lifelines. Furthermore, From the looks of it, the lifelines contained more and more desolate crystals than the previous one. Moreover, there must be some chaos crystals under the continent, but they were very scattered and difficult to find. Unfortunately, even with these chaos crystals, it is not enough for me to break through. I need more chaos crystals, Lu Ming sighed. Chapter 4597. There were nearly 2,000 chaos crystals, and he had refined 600 of them. If it were anyone else, they could easily break through to the third level of the Divine Master Realm. However, Lu Ming couldn't. He needed more energy. It's a pity that I can't go deeper into the Ancestral Mountain. Otherwise, it would be great if I could get some more chaos crystals. Lu Ming looked at the third lifeline and muttered. However, he couldn't do what the heavenly human tribe did, borrowing the power of faith from the Yin tribe, or even using the flesh of the Yin tribe to sever the lifeline. That went against his principles. He would rather give up the opportunity than do that. Right, let Hai Zong come out and take a look. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He thought of the Sea sect. Hai Zong had fused with the redstone. Perhaps he could find something. He waved his hand and brought Hai Zong out. After Hai Zong came out, he looked at Lu Ming with more admiration and respect than when he looked at a god. Lu Ming actually carried a world with him. Moreover, this world was vast and boundless. Hai Zong kept flying but couldn't see the end. Moreover, the cultivation environment of this world was much better than the Stellar Sky continent. Carrying such a world with him, Lu Ming's image in Hai Zong's heart was infinitely higher. Brother Lu Ming, is this the Ancestral Mountain? Hai Zong came out and adjusted himself. He looked around, and his muscles couldn't help but tense up. He was obviously very nervous. That was because the Ancestral Mountain was occupied by the Heavenly Human Tribe. Don't worry, I've eliminated the Heavenly Human Tribe, Lu Ming said. He's been eliminated? Hai Zong was a little confused and then shocked. The Heavenly Human Tribe was eliminated by Lu Ming? Lu Ming's image in his heart continued to rise. Seeing Hai Zong's admiring gaze, Lu Ming couldn't help but touch his nose speechlessly. You're a man. Why are you looking at me like that? Awkward. Lu Ming wouldn't mind if it were a beauty. By the way, Hai Zong, what did you find after entering the Ancestral Mountain? Lu Ming changed the topic. Sure enough, when the Ancestral Mountain was mentioned, Sea Sect immediately became spirited and continued to look around. At the same time, Hai Zong's body became somewhat fiery red. His blood flowed faster, and wisps of blood qi permeated the air. Finally, a figure wearing a royal robe and a crown condensed above his head. It held a royal sword in its hand, and it looked extremely majestic. Is this the lifeline? Hai Zong looked at the third lifeline and walked over. When he was in front of it, he stretched out his hand and placed it on top of it. A miraculous scene appeared. The third lifeline began to ripple like water. Then, the Sea Patriarch's hand sank in. It was as if the third lifeline was empty and had really turned into water. Even Lu Ming was taken aback. The lifeline of the Ancestral Mountain was fused with the other mountain ranges, but now, the rocks of the third mountain range seemed to have turned into water. Hai Zong took another step forward, and his entire arm seemed to sink in. Hai Zong's eyes darted around a few times, then he took a few steps back and pulled his arm out of the lifeline. What's going on, Hai Zong? Lu Ming quickly asked. Brother Lu Ming, I have a feeling that we can pass through the lifeline and enter the depths of the Ancestral Mountain without destroying it. Hai Zong said, It's possible. Lu Ming was shocked at first, but then he was overjoyed. If they could enter the depths of the Ancestral Mountain without destroying the lifeline, wouldn't they be able to obtain the opportunities in the Ancestral Mountain? Unfortunately, he couldn't go in. Brother Lu Ming, I can take you with me. Maybe we can go in together. Hai Zong said again. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Can you take me with you? I can try, but I think it's possible. Hai Zong nodded, and the blood qi on his body became denser. It slowly extended and shrouded Lu Ming. Brother Lu Ming, follow me. We'll move together, Hai Zong said. Lu Ming nodded and walked with Hai Zong toward the third lifeline. When Hai Zong's body came into contact with the third lifeline rippled like water. Hai Zong's body also sank into it, as if he had entered water. After a few steps, Haizong's body had completely submerged into the third lifeline. Then, Lu Ming followed and came into contact with the third lifeline. Just like Haizong, when Lu Ming came into contact with the third lifeline, his body also sank into the third lifeline, as if he had entered water. It really works. Lu Ming was delighted. Soon, Lu Ming's body completely disappeared into the third lifeline. They walked through the third mountain peak as if they were walking in water. The hard rocks seemed to have turned into water. Lu Ming knew that this must have something to do with Haizong's bloodline and the Crimson Stone. Soon, the two of them passed through the third lifeline and arrived at the valley formed by the third and fourth lifelines. There really are desolation crystals. Lu Ming looked at the third lifeline and saw a large number of desolation crystals embedded in it. At a glance, there were no less than a few thousand of them. They were as dazzling as stars. As expected, there are more desolation crystals in each lifeline. There should be 4,000 here. There must be more inside. It should be fine if I take some. Lu Ming thought, then took out his weapon and began to dig. However, when Lu Ming's weapon hit the wall glowed. With a clang, Lu Ming was pushed back by a force and almost vomited blood. No, with the power of the lifeline protecting it, I can't dig it out. Lu Ming shook his head. Brother Lu Ming, do you need these crystals? Haizong asked. Yes, these crystals are very important to me. Lu Ming nodded. Then I can take some for you. Haizong said. He stretched out his hand and gently grabbed at the crystals. It was like grabbing a piece of wood floating in water. The desolation crystals were taken out by Haizong. Lu Ming was envious. This was too easy. Haizong, you don't have to take all of these crystals. Just half is enough, Lu Ming said. He was thinking for the Heavenly Star Continent. If he took all of them, it would affect the population of the Heavenly Star Continent. Haizong nodded and quickly took out the crystals. Soon, around 2,000 desolation crystals were taken out and given to Lu Ming. There are around 4,000 crystals. It should be enough for me to reach third-level Divine Lord. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. The two of them continued to look around. When they didn't find anything else, they continued on to the fourth lifeline. Just like before, they passed through the fourth lifeline like a ripple and arrived at the valley formed by the fourth and fifth lifeline. As expected, the fourth lifeline was also embedded with a large number of desolation crystals. It was twice as many as the third lifeline. Chapter 4598. Lu Ming was tempted and planned to take more. It would be a waste if he didn't take some of the desolate crystals. Lu Ming asked Haizong to help and took half of the crystals. Half of them, a total of 4,000 primordial crystals, landed in Lu Ming's hands. In that case, Lu Ming had a total of 8,000 primeval crystals. I'm rich. If there are twice as many desolate crystals as there are outside, even if I only take half of them, it's still a lot. Lu Ming pondered. Soon, they continued to move towards the fifth lifeline. They passed through without any obstruction. True enough, during the internal testing of the fifth lifeline, there were more primordial crystals. There were 16,000 pieces. Lu Ming got Haizong to take 8,000 pieces before he continued his journey. Lu Ming asked Haizong to take 16,000 desolate crystals in the sixth lifeline. The seventh lifeline was tested internally, and 32,000 pieces were taken out. For the internal test of the eighth lifeline, he obtained 64,000 great desolate crystals. In this way, Lu Ming had a shocking 128,000 pieces of primordial crystals. This number was absolutely shocking. Even Lu Ming would be able to clear a few rounds consecutively. A great opportunity. It's really a great opportunity. I must find a chance to go into seclusion. My cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming thought. Unfortunately, there were no desolate crystals in the ninth lifeline. Not a single one. However, they found a pool under the ninth lifeline's wall. There was a bright red liquid in the pool. That aura, Lu Ming and Haizong were shocked, because they found that the liquid in the pool was very similar to the aura of the red stone. It was almost the same. Could it be that the red stone came from this pool? The pool emitted a hazy light. Looking at the pool, Haizong seemed to be half-possessed and couldn't help but step forward. Haizong, be careful. Lu Ming reminded Haizong to calm down. Big brother Lu Ming, I have a feeling that this pool will be of great help to the other party. I instinctively desire to enter this pool to cultivate. His eyes were fixed on the cistern, and a look of deep longing could be seen in his eyes. Lu Ming frowned. Perhaps this was a great lucky chance for the Sea faction, but he couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any danger. As Haizong finished speaking, he continued walking forwards. Lu Ming could only follow beside Haizong. If there was anything wrong, he could help at any time. However, when he got close, a powerful force blocked Lu Ming's path. This power was indestructible. It was not something that Lu Ming could break through. As for Haizong, he was completely unaffected. Haizong continued onward until he stepped into the blood pool. As soon as he entered the blood pool, the blood-colored liquid drilled into Haizong's body. Haizong closed his eyes, apparently absorbing and refining it. Boom! In the next moment, Haizong's aura skyrocketed. He broke through from the empty God realm to the true God realm. It is indeed a lucky chance. There is no danger. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He was happy for Haizong. After a while, Haizong's aura stabilized at the first level of the true God realm. He continued to absorb and refine the blood-colored liquid. Lu Ming could feel that Haizong's bloodline power had become stronger. The suppression on Lu Ming was also slowly increasing. Is there really a hierarchy in the human race's bloodline? Could it be that there were humans in the last era? Lu Ming's mind was filled with thoughts. However, he had too little information. No matter how much he thought, he couldn't think of anything. As time passed, Haizong's aura skyrocketed again. He broke through from the first level of the true God realm to the second level of the true God realm. This speed of improvement was really shocking. At the same time, Haizong's bloodline power seemed to have become stronger. It seems like Haizong won't end his cultivation in a short time. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Since Haizong was fine, Lu Ming looked around. He had already passed through the 9 lifelines and entered the core of the ancestral mountain. Inside, there was only a mountain peak that looked like a sharp sword. This mountain peak was the tallest, piercing through the clouds. It was taller than the other 9 lifelines. However, it occupied a very small area. It really looked like a sharp sword stabbed into the ground. There's a door. Lu Ming's eyes moved. He found that there was a stone door at the bottom of this mountain. However, the stone door was closed. Lu Ming couldn't help but be a little tempted. Inside this mountain peak was the true core of the ancestral mountain. The previous 9 lifelines surrounded this mountain peak. It was more like a kind of protection. What was inside? Was it a mountain of source-level divine weapons? Or a shocking amount of desolation crystals? Let's go in and take a look. Lu Ming decided to go in and take a look. Since he was already here, how could he not go in and take a look? However, Lu Ming would not let his guard down. The surface of his body was filled with taboo power, ready to make a move at any time. At the same time, Xianxia wriggled and turned into an armor, covering Lu Ming's body. From many angles, it proved that the ancestral mountain was likely passed down from the previous era. After countless years, it was still extraordinary. This was definitely not simple. Lu Ming would not be careless. He slowly approached the stone door, but there was no reaction at all. When Lu Ming walked to the stone door, there was still no abnormality. Lu Ming condensed a big hand with taboo power, pressed on the stone door, and pushed hard. With a click, the stone door opened. Lu Ming was a little stunned. All of this was simple beyond his imagination. He originally thought that it would take at least some effort. When a stone door opened, light came from inside. Looking inside, he could vaguely see that the mountain peak was empty, forming a rather large space. Finally, Lu Ming stepped out and walked through the stone door. It was still the same sentence. Since he was already here, he had to check it out. There was no abnormality or danger. Lu Ming walked through the stone door, walked through a short passage, and came to a space inside the mountain. The center of the mountain peak was hollow. The surrounding walls were very smooth, and there were lines carved on them. Not only on the walls, but on the ground as well. Countless lines intertwined, covering the entire space inside the mountain. And in the center, there was a protruding stone pillar, and on the stone pillar was a box. The box was about 1 meter in length, width, and height, and seemed to be made of bronze. It looked very simple and full of the aura of time. There were 8 altars in 8 directions around the stone pillar. There was a flame on each of the 8 altars, like a candle flame. It was not big and slowly burned. Apart from that, there was nothing else in this space inside the mountain. These lines intertwine and seem to form some kind of large array. However, this large array seems to have lost its effect. There is no reaction when I step on it. Lu Ming thought. The place he stepped on was also full of runes, but there was no reaction at all. The large array was not activated. Perhaps too many years had passed, and the large array had lost its effect. In the end, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the bronze box. Chapter 4599. The bronze chest looked simple and unadorned. It was unknown what was inside. However, there was only one chest in this mountain space. Moreover, it was placed so solemnly in the middle. The thing inside must be extraordinary. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and finally decided to open it to take a look. However, Lu Ming did not approach it. Instead, he used his taboo energy to form 2 big hands, grabbing the chest and trying to open it. However, the chest did not budge. Lu Ming tried again, but the chest still did not budge. Right at this time, the bronze chest suddenly emitted a gentle light. Lu Ming was startled and quickly withdrew his taboo energy. He saw a line of words appear on the side of the chest. "Kid, don't waste your energy. You can't open it." There was no sound, only this line of words. It appeared for a few breaths of time and then disappeared. However, Lu Ming saw it clearly. There was no mistake. "Senior, may I ask who you are? Can you come out and meet me?" Lu Ming called out. "I'm right in front of you. Can't you see?" Another line appeared on the chest. Lu Ming was a little confused. He stared at the bronze chest for a while and said, "Senior, are you inside the chest?" "No, I'm this chest." Another line appeared on the chest. "It's this chest?" Lu Ming was even more confused. It turned out that this chest was alive and was actually talking to him. Could it be that this chest was a supreme treasure that had already given birth to intelligence? Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He asked, "So it's Senior chest. Senior, where is this place? Is it left behind from the previous era?" "Don't call me Senior. I'm just a chest." Another line appeared on the chest. "Lu Ming." The first line disappeared and a new line appeared. "I don't know anything else. I only know that this is the place where the human king's remains are sealed." Human king's remains? For some reason, Lu Ming's heart shook when he heard this. He continued to ask, "Senior, what's a human king's remains?" "The remains of the sovereign personage are the remains of the sovereign personage. Sealed in this box is an arm of the sovereign personage." A sentence appeared on the chest. "Human monarch? What does it have to do with the human race?" Lu Ming asked. He had no idea what a human king meant. Some monarchs of mortal kingdoms also called themselves human kings. However, this was clearly not a mortal emperor. The human king is the king of the human race, one of the strongest experts of the human race. He commands the endless human race and oppresses the Eldritch continent. Another sentence appeared on the chest. The Great Desolate Continent is indeed a remnant from the previous epoch. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately thought of another problem. Were there really humans in the primeval continent of the last epoch? Could it be that there are also humans in the Eldritch continent? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. Of course, although the Great Desolate Continent had many races, the human race was the strongest race without a doubt. Experts were as common as clouds. The human king suppressed the entire Great Desolate Continent, an expert who stood at the peak of the Great Desolate Continent. However, the human king was killed later on, his soul scattered, and his corpse disintegrated, sealed in different places. This place is one of them. The words on the chest appeared and disappeared. A few sentences appeared consecutively. Lu Ming was flabbergasted. He could not recover his composure for a long time. These words gave him too much information. There were humans in the great desolate continent of the previous epoch. What shocked Lu Ming was that the human race was actually the strongest race in the great desolate continent, suppressing the other races. As for the human king, he was the king of the human race, a peak expert of the great desolate continent. Lu Ming really did not expect the human race to be so strong in the previous epoch. Could it be that the humans of the great desolate universe were all the bloodlines left behind by the humans of the previous epoch? They were the bloodlines of the experts of the previous epoch, born after the passage of time. For example, the flame race. Could it be that the flame race was born from the human king's arm? Aside from this reason, there was no other explanation. Of course, he still had to ask, Senior, could it be that the flame race of this continent was born from the human king's arm? Lu Ming asked, Are you talking about that brat outside? That's right. He was born from the bloodstains left behind by the human king's arm. Also, don't call me senior. I'm just a chest. A few more sentences appeared on the chest. The last sentence left Lu Ming speechless. So that's how it is. The flame race was born from the bloodstains left behind by the human king's arm. In that case, were the other humans of the great desolate universe also born from the flesh and blood left behind by the experts of the previous epoch? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. Then he thought about how the human race was born. In that case, what about the other races of the universe? Most of the races of the universe evolved from the descendants of the various primordial gods. In that case, what about the primordial gods? Where did they come from? According to the legends of the universe, the primordial gods were born when the universe first opened. In the past, Lu Ming also thought so. But now, Lu Ming had more ideas. Because the current great desolate universe was also a part of the great desolate continent of the previous epoch. In that case, were the primordial gods born naturally when the universe first opened, or were they related to the experts of the previous epoch? He thought of Guillemot again. Guillemot said that he was the first demon bone at the beginning of the universe. This demon bone might have been an expert of the previous epoch in his previous life. In that case, what about the primordial gods? The more Lu Ming thought about it, the more his mind opened up. Could it be that he had discovered the secret of the birth of life in the great desolate universe? However, he also thought that the heavenly human race didn't seem to have evolved from the primordial gods, and they weren't primordial gods themselves. Then, how did the heavenly human race appear? Also, the demons were the same. After a long while, Lu Ming's heart gradually calmed down. Well, may I ask why the great desolate continent was so prosperous in the past? Also, if the human king was so powerful, why was he killed and his body divided and sealed? Lu Ming asked. He was very curious about the great desolate continent of the previous epoch. He wanted to know what happened back then. From all the information he knew, the great desolate continent of the previous epoch was a prosperous time for cultivation. Its strength was many times stronger than the current great desolate continent and the heavenly human race. They were so powerful, so powerful. Why was it that even the great desolate continent was destroyed? Also, the human king was so powerful. Who killed him and divided his body and sealed it? Lu Ming wanted to know all these thoroughly. I don't know. He didn't expect to see such words on the box. You don't know? How can you not know? Aren't you a box left behind by the previous epoch? Lu Ming was a little anxious and asked continuously. Please, I'm just a box. Chapter 4600. Come on, I'm just a box. The box's reply was very simple. Nestle. Lu Ming wanted to curse. What could he say? What else could he say? The other party was really just a box. Could he curse at a box? Then can you teach me some chi cultivation techniques from the last era? Lu Ming asked again. No, I'm just a box. The box replied. Lu Ming was speechless. What useless box? Then why did you let me in? You don't know anything. Lu Ming complained. First, you have to understand that I didn't let you in. You came in by yourself. The box replied. Lu Ming was speechless. In addition, you came in. You can obtain an arm of the human king. That's your supreme opportunity. Why are you complaining? The box replied again. Lu Ming's eyes immediately lit up. You're saying that I can obtain an arm of the human king, but I can't open your box at all. Look at the surroundings. It's full of rune formations. Since this formation can seal an arm of the human king, it's definitely not something I can break open, right? Lu Ming said. The human king, as the peak expert of the last era who suppressed the Eldritch continent, must have unfathomable strength. It was definitely not as simple as the Origin realm. Perhaps it was the legendary realm Transcendence. Transcendence beyond the universe. Transcendence beyond reincarnation. True immortality. Of course, that realm was just a legend. Since the birth of the Eldritch universe, no one had reached it. However, the Eldritch continent of the last era was so prosperous and powerful. It was not strange that someone had reached it. As for the person who set up the array, he was able to kill the king of killers and seal his corpse. How could Lu Ming compare to him? Don't worry, too much time has passed. The sealing power has weakened too much. Moreover, you happen to be a human. You can break this sealing formation. Do you see those 8 altars? As long as you drip your blood on those flames, the flames on the altars will be extinguished. Once the flames are extinguished, the formation will be broken, and you'll be able to open me and obtain the arm of the human king. Words kept appearing on the chest. Why can't you speak? Lu Ming asked. Generally speaking, whether it was a weapon or something else with spiritual intelligence, could at least speak with its spiritual sense. Please, I'm just a box. The box answered. What else could Lu Ming say? Human blood can extinguish the flames on the 8 altars and break the seals? Is it that simple? Lu Ming asked. It's that simple. The box answered. Your original target wasn't me, he said. It must have been that C-sect disciple out there. He's also a human, and his bloodline is even purer than mine. Lu Ming asked again. That's right, but later I realized that you're actually more suitable than him. The box answered. So, everything was arranged by you. C-sect's grandpa's crimson stone was also given out by you. I'm really curious. As the box that sealed the arm of the human king, why did you let it out? Lu Ming asked. Clearly, Lu Ming didn't believe this box because there were too many suspicious points. He finally understood why C-sect's grandpa could obtain the crimson stone. It was most likely this box deliberately let it out. This box was obviously used to seal the arm of the human king. Now, I wanted to let the arm out. Wasn't that suspicious? Kid, are you doubting me? Let me tell you, my spiritual intelligence was born later. When I was born, I was already here. What does sealing the arm of the human king have to do with me? Also, the one who arranged all this was not me, but the arm of the human king. The box said. So that's how it is. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The arm of the human king arranged all this. Could it be that the consciousness of the human king hasn't dissipated and is still alive? Lu Ming asked in shock. The human king is definitely dead. His soul was extinguished long ago. The arm of the human king did this out of instinct. It came from the instinct of the arm of the human king. It instinctively wanted to break free. Therefore, after the seal weakened, a trace of blood seeped out of the arm and gave birth to the Yin clan. When the Yin clan gave birth to a truly powerful genius, the arm could be released. The box said, Then why did you choose me? If C-sect came, he could also release the arm of the human king. Lu Ming asked, It's very simple. Although C-sect inherited a trace of the human king's bloodline and has great potential, he is still inferior to you. Although your human bloodline is not strong, you are strong and have boundless potential. So, you're more suitable. After releasing the arm of the human king, you have an even more difficult task, which is to find the other parts of the human king's corpse and release them so that the body can return to its original position. The box said, Return the body of the human king to its original position? Why do I have to do this? This process is probably very dangerous. Lu Ming said, Although the human king was the ancestor of the human race, and returning his body to its original position was something that should be done, this process was definitely very dangerous. However, this process was definitely very dangerous. It concerned his life. Lu Ming was not so foolish as to agree foolishly. Kid, it looks like you still don't know the importance of the human king's body. The human king was too powerful. Although he is dead and his soul has been extinguished, the body he left behind is indestructible. If you can return his body to its original position and control it, you will be able to dominate the world, becoming invincible throughout history. The box said, dominate the world, becoming invincible throughout history? Can you kill a reciprocity cultivator? Lu Ming asked. A mere reciprocity cultivator can be killed with a flick of my finger. The box replied. This time, Lu Ming was truly tempted. If he could obtain the body of the human king, would he not be invincible? Would he not be able to flatten the heavenly palace? Reshape the structure of the universe? Then, the taboo sword ancestor Tang Feng saw a corner of the future, saying that there would be a bitter war. Could it be resolved? This was completely feasible. Furthermore, after careful analysis, he found that there were no flaws in the box's words. The arm of the human king instinctively wanted to break the seal and fuse with the other parts of the human king's body to form a complete body. That was why the Yin clan was born. The red stone contained a trace of the human king's bloodline. Anyone in the Yin clan who could fuse with it could freely enter the ancestral mountain and release the arm of the human king. Then, they could take the arm of the human king to search for the other parts of the human king's body. All of this was reasonable and logical. Kid, this is a great opportunity. It's up to you whether you choose or not. If you don't choose, there will naturally be others. After all, there are countless people in the Yin clan. There will always be someone who will come here. Another sentence appeared on the box. Then, it became silent and did not say a word. All right, I'll try. Lu Ming pondered for a long time before nodding in the end. He still decided to try. If he could really gather the body of the human king, he could resolve the crisis of the celestial race in one fell swoop. This way, his family and friends could cultivate in peace. Otherwise, once a great war broke out, no one could say for sure what would happen. No one could guarantee that they would survive the bitter war. Chapter 46:01. Lu Ming walked to one of the altars and squeezed out a drop of blood from his finger onto the flame. With a puff, the flame was extinguished. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he walked to the second altar. Using the same trick, he squeezed out a drop of blood and dripped it onto the flame. Then, the flame was extinguished again. It's really strange. This array is clearly sealing the arm of the human king, but it can be broken with the blood of a human. Lu Ming couldn't help but have a new doubt in his heart. He really couldn't figure out the principle behind this. In the end, Lu Ming shook his head. Let's break the seal first. If there's really any danger, I'll just leave immediately. Puff, puff. Soon, the flames on the 8 altars were all extinguished by Lu Ming. However, the surrounding runes didn't react at all. They couldn't see any abnormality in the array being broken. The array is broken just like that? Lu Ming asked the bronze chest. Yes, you can open me now. The bronze chest replied. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he condensed 2 big hands with his taboo energy and grabbed the chest from a distance. Then he opened it. This time it was very easy. The bronze chest was easily opened. As soon as the bronze chest was opened, an aura spread out from it. This aura was majestic, vast, and ancient. In front of this aura, Lu Ming felt very small. It was as if an ant had to kneel down in front of a divine dragon. Lu Ming circulated his taboo energy with all his might to prevent himself from kneeling down. This aura is too similar to the aura of the Ocean Sect bloodline. However, it's much more vast and superior. Is this the bloodline of the human king? Lu Ming felt his breathing become heavy. After the Ocean Sect fused with the red stone, it emitted a powerful pressure and a figure would appear. That figure wore a crown and a royal robe. It held a royal sword in its hand. It was very likely to be the human king. However, it was far inferior to the aura emitted by the chest in front of him. Lu Ming looked carefully and saw that there was really an arm in the bronze chest. It was a right arm. However, It wasn't made of flesh and blood. Instead, it was made of stone. The chest. Why is a stone arm? Lu Ming asked. It's very normal. This is the self-protection of the human king's arm. Petrification can seal essence energy and slow down the loss of essence energy. The box answered. Lu Ming nodded. Now, he basically believed what the box said. This was because what the box had said was true. After a while, the aura of the human king arm disappeared. Extraordinary returned to ordinary, as if it had really become an ordinary arm made of stone, quietly lying in the chest. Lu Ming walked over, cupped his fists, and bowed deeply to the arm. After all, this was the arm of the human king. It could be said that this was the ancestor of the human race. It was worthy of Lu Ming's bow. After bowing, Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the human king's arm. Out of Lu Ming's expectations, it was very light, only 100 jin or so. Lu Ming originally thought that the arm of a human would be very heavy. Must I gather all the bodies of the human king before I can use it? Can I use it now? Lu Ming muttered. With your conditions, you can actually barely use it. A sentence appeared on the chest. I can use it too. Lu Ming was delighted. Yes, you are very strong, and the power you control is no small matter. You can barely borrow a trace of the human king's arm's power. As long as you circulate your power and let the human king's right arm fuse with your arm, you can temporarily unleash a trace of the human king's arm's power. However, from my observation, you can only use it for a breath's time at most before all of your power is drained. The chest answered. A breath's time? Lu Ming muttered. I just don't know how strong I can unleash. If it's very strong, a breath's time can be used as a trump card. Lu Ming planned to find a chance to give it a try after leaving this place. Chest, how many parts of the human king's body are there? Lu Ming asked. A total of 7 parts for limbs, head, torso, and heart. The chest said. So many parts, were they scattered? Do you know? Lu Ming asked. I'm not sure. You have to find it yourself. Don't ask me everything. You have to know that I'm just a chest. The chest said. Lu Ming was speechless. He was really speechless. Where is he going to find it? How big was the chaos universe and the universe ruins? Finding the other 6 parts of the human king's body in the vast chaos universe and the universe ruins was 10,000 times harder than finding a needle in a haystack. In the end, Lu Ming could only put the bronze chest into the chaos ring. Then, he looked around and found nothing else, so he left. Haizong was still in the blood pool. Lu Ming guessed that this blood pool contained a trace of blood from the human king's arm. This was definitely a great opportunity for Haizong. Lu Ming sat there cross-legged, took out the chaos crystal, and began to absorb and refine it. As he refined the chaos crystal, he waited. A day later, the liquid in the blood pool was completely absorbed by Haizong. Haizong's aura was constantly rising. Now, he had reached the heavenly god realm. This speed was too shocking. When Lu Ming first met Haizong's cultivation was only in the heavenly emperor realm. He was not even in the void god realm. But now, he had reached the heavenly god realm. At the same time, above Haizong's head, the figure wearing a crown, wearing a royal robe, and holding a royal sword appeared again, exuding a powerful pressure. Haizong's bloodline power was stronger. His potential and talent had also been greatly improved. Is this the human king's bloodline? I wonder how far Haizong's cultivation will go in the future. Should I take him as my disciple? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. To be honest, Lu Ming was very tempted. Haizong's talent and potential were definitely strong. His future achievements were limitless. If he took him as his disciple, he would be a great help to Lu Ming in the future. However, Lu Ming really did not have the time to teach him. Let's bring him back first. Senior Fei Huang and the others can train him. Lu Ming thought. Big brother Lu Ming. Haizong retracted his aura and came to Lu Ming's side. Congratulations, Haizong. Your cultivation has increased by another level. Now let's go, Lu Ming said. All right. Haizong nodded. Although he was a little puzzled as to why they did not enter the mountain to take a look, he admired Lu Ming very much. Whatever Lu Ming said, he would do. Their exit went smoothly. Haizong led them through the lifeline of the ancestral mountain and arrived outside. Big brother Lu Ming, where are you going next? Haizong asked. I'm going to leave the heavenly star continent to travel and adventure. Lu Ming said. Haizong's face changed and said, Then if the heavenly human tribe comes again, what should we do? Chapter 46:02. Lu Ming also frowned slightly. This was also what he was worried about. Yiling Tianshou's father was a heavenly venerate. That heavenly venerate definitely knew that Yiling Tianshou was in the heavenly star continent. Now that Yiling Tianshou was killed, that heavenly venerate might already know. After all, if a person's soul was tied to an item, the corresponding item would immediately sense it when the person died. This kind of thing already existed in the small world. For example, life tablets. When a person died, the life tablet would shatter. However, such things were relatively rare in the great desolate universe. They were mainly used to create life tablets, which required a trace of soul energy. Although just a trace was enough, it would still affect the soul, causing the soul to be incomplete. This was detrimental to cultivation. Hence, in the great desolate universe, especially some strong, outstanding talents, very rarely did this in pursuit of perfection. However, the other party involved a heavenly venerate. Who knew if there were other ways to sense Yiling Tianshou's safety? If the other party knew, they would quickly rush over. Even if they could not sense it now, they would discover it sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. After the heavenly venerate discovered it, it would be hard to preserve the heavenly star continent under his rage. The Yin race would also find it hard to survive. What should Lu Ming do? This was also what troubled him. Why don't you just use the great desolate ring to move the entire heavenly star continent away? Bone Demon's voice came from Shao Chen's sea of consciousness. How is it possible to put the heavenly star continent into the great desolate ring? How can I have such a cultivation? Lu Ming said. It was not that he had not thought of this method before. The great desolate ring was indeed big enough. The area inside was definitely larger than the heavenly star continent. It was more than enough to store the entire heavenly star continent. If Shao Chun put the heavenly star continent into the great desolate ring, he could make it float above the great desolate ring. This was because the great desolate ring was completely under Lu Ming's control. However, Shao Chun could not do it. If he wanted to put the entire heavenly star continent into the great desolate ring, he would need a lot of strength to control the great desolate ring. With his current cultivation, it was not enough. Even if he broke through to the third layer Divine Master Realm, it was far from enough. Didn't you just obtain the Human King's arm and want to test its strength? Isn't this a good time to try it? Use the Human King's arm strength to control the great desolate ring, and see if you can put the heavenly star continent into it. Guillemot said. Lu Ming pondered. That's right, the arm of a human king. He had almost overlooked it. It might really work. Lu Ming decided to give it a try. However, there was still some preparation work to be done before the experiment. Immediately, Lu Ming and Haizong returned to the deep lake Abyssal Abyss. Lu Ming told Defiant Godheaven his idea. The reason why he told Defiant Godheaven was that he wanted him to help stabilize the hearts of the people. Otherwise, if the heavenly star continent was suddenly sucked into the great desolate ring, the entire Yin race would be in chaos. When Against God's Heaven and the others heard Lu Ming's idea, they were dumbfounded. This idea was simply too crazy. The stellar sky continent was so vast, and its territory was incomparably vast. How could such a huge world be stored in a ring? Was that even possible? Fortunately, it was Lu Ming who said it. If it was someone else, they would probably despise them. Is this really okay? Defiant Godheaven was still skeptical. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Otherwise, when the stronger experts of the heavenly human race arrive, the Yin race will definitely be annihilated. The entire stellar sky continent might not be preserved, Lu Ming said. All right, then let's give it a try. Senior Lu Ming, go ahead and do it. Leave the matter of stabilizing the hearts of the people to us. Defiant Godheaven Dao. Lu Ming did not delay any longer. He soared into the sky and rushed into the sky above the stellar sky continent. Looking down from afar, the stellar sky continent seemed to have become the size of table. Lu Ming took out the Great Desolate Ring and injected forbidden energy. The Great Desolate Ring floated in the air, and a huge vortex appeared above the stellar sky continent. The vortex emitted a strong attractive force, but this attractive force was far from enough to suck the stellar sky continent in. Let's try the Human King's right arm. Lu Ming's mind moved, and the bronze box appeared in his hand. He opened the bronze box and took out the Human King's right arm. Merge! Lu Ming shouted and injected forbidden energy into the Human King's right arm. Buzz! The Human King's right arm vibrated, and a hazy radiance spread from it. Then, it turned into a ray of light and merged with Lu Ming's right arm. One could see that Lu Ming's right arm overlapped with the Human King's right arm. At this moment, Lu Ming felt an incomparably strong energy spreading from his right arm to his entire body. This was especially true for his right arm. The energy was even stronger. Lu Ming had a feeling that he could shatter the stellar sky continent with a single punch. However, his expression changed in the next moment. This was because he felt all the forbidden energy in his body rushing towards his right arm. At this speed, it would take at most one breath for all the energy in his body to be sucked dry. Great Desolate Ring, collect it! Lu Ming roared and controlled the energy in his right arm with all his might, injecting this energy into the Great Desolate Ring. This was also because the Great Desolate Ring was of an extremely high grade. If it were any other weapon, such a strong influx of energy would have directly exploded. When this energy entered the Great Desolate Ring, the Great Desolate Ring vibrated intensely and emitted a dazzling radiance. That whirlpool suddenly became bigger, covering the sky and the sun. It enveloped the entire stellar sky continent. A strong suction force enveloped the stellar sky continent. The stellar sky continent immediately shook and flew towards the Great Desolate Ring. Furthermore, it quickly shrank and flew into the Great Desolate Ring, disappearing. Success! Lu Ming was overjoyed. He immediately kept the Human King's right arm and stored it in the bronze box. Lu Ming panted heavily. In that short moment, 90% of his energy had been sucked out by the Human King's right arm. The bronze box said that with his cultivation, he could control the Human King's right arm for at most one breath's time. It seemed like it was true. Right now, his condition was extremely bad. Any random divine lord could take his life. Of course, he still had Xianxia to protect him. Right now, there was no time to recover his cultivation. Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness condensed in the Great Desolate Ring. The stellar sky continent was suspended high in the sky. It was very far from the original Great Desolate Continent. There wouldn't be too much of an impact between them. From Lu Ming's perspective, it seemed like he was looking at two different skies. Not bad, not bad. It's good that it won't affect the original Great Desolate Continent. If it does, I'll have to find a place to release the stellar sky continent. Lu Ming smiled. At this moment, the stellar sky continent was in chaos. In the eyes of the stellar sky continent's Yin tribe, it felt as if the stars had changed. This naturally caused them to panic. However, God-defying heaven was already prepared. They were sending people to calm the people down. Lu Ming didn't need to care about what happened next. Lu Ming withdrew from the Great Desolate Ring. Then, he took out a piece of Great Desolate crystal and absorbed the energy within. At the same time, his body turned into a beam of light and flew out, leaving this place. Chapter 46:03. He could no longer stay in this region. Lu Ming left and flew into the distance. As he flew, he absorbed desolation crystals to replenish his energy. Along the way, he passed by several barren continents, but Lu Ming did not stop. This place was still too far from the original location of the Heavenly Star Continent. If Yiling Tianshou's father arrived and a heavenly venerate went berserk, the nearby continents would also be affected. Lu Ming planned to fly further away. After flying for a day and a night, Lu Ming finally stopped on a barren continent and found a secluded place. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged, took out desolation crystals, and quickly absorbed them. Before long, Lu Ming's cultivation finally recovered to its peak state. Now, where should I go? A human king's body has no direction. Lu Ming pondered. Returning to the Heaven Destroyer Station was clearly not what Lu Ming wanted. He had not been out for long, and Xianxia and the others were definitely still in seclusion. In the end, Lu Ming decided to continue adventuring in the ruins of the universe. He would cultivate as he traveled. After his trip to the Heavenly Star Continent, Lu Ming was even more certain that only by constantly adventuring could his cultivation continue to rise. If he had not come to the Heavenly Star Continent to travel, how could Lu Ming's cultivation have risen to the second layer of the Divine Master Realm so quickly? Moreover, he had around 120,000 desolation crystals, enough for him to break through several layers. Furthermore, Xianxia had reached the third layer of the Divine Master Realm. This was something that could not be achieved in the peaceful seclusion of the Heaven Destroyer Station. According to the corner of the future that the Forbidden Sword ancestor Tang Feng had seen, there would be a great war in the near future. He did not have much time left, so he had to make the best use of his time and raise his cultivation as quickly as possible. At the very least, he had to be at the Origin Realm before the Great War. Although Divine Masters could be called peak experts of the primitive universe, once a great war erupted that involved the universe, Divine Masters would not be enough. They could fall at any time. Only those at the Origin Realm could barely protect themselves. He had to reach the Origin Realm as soon as possible. The Heavenly Star Continent should be the core of the Heavenly Star Continent. Even if there are opportunities in the other continents, there should not be many. Now that the Heavenly Star Continent has been stored in my Desolation Ring, there is no longer any place for me to stay. I should go to other regions. Where should I go? Lu Ming pondered. In the end, Lu Ming decided to go to the depths of the Heavenly Star Continent. The deeper one went into the ruins of the universe. The more dangerous it would be, but the more opportunities there would be. However, before heading to the depths of the universe ruins, Lu Ming still needed to be in seclusion for a while. Xiaochun had to raise his cultivation first. He could not afford to waste the 120,000 great desolate crystals on hand. Whoosh! Lu Ming cast the transference skill and left this place, flying further away. Heavenly, 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 heavenly heavens, heavens, heavenly heavens. This was someone from the Celestial clan. His hair and beard were all white, but his aura was like a deep sea, incomparably terrifying. Tianshou, God damn it, who killed you? The old man roared furiously as a terrifying presence permeated the surroundings. Cracks appeared in space, extending into the distance. It was an extremely shocking sight. The old man was Yi Ling, Tianshou's father, an extremely powerful heavenly exalt. There used to be a continent here, but it's gone now. Apart from Origin Realm existences, no one has the strength to do so. However, it doesn't matter if you're at Origin Realm or some other cultivation realm. You can't escape after killing my son. You will die. I will definitely find out who killed my son. The old man roared furiously. His voice was filled with cold, killing intent. After that, he sat down cross-legged. His body glowed, as though he had fused with the entire space. His body was like this space. Nothing in this space could escape his senses. He sensed for 7 days. 7 days later, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. They shone brightly, piercing through space like two sharp swords. They pierced 2 holes in an extremely distant, desolate continent. Forbidden power. A forbidden power appeared on the Heavenly Star Continent not long ago. Who is it? Tang Feng or Fei Huang? No, the remnant forbidden power is very weak. It's only at the level of a divine master. It's not the 2 of them. It's Lu Ming. Yes, it must be that little bastard. The old man's voice was extremely cold. It had to be said that this person's methods were truly unfathomable. Even Lu Ming had never thought that this person would still be able to sense the remnant presence in space, even after the Heavenly Star Continent had been taken away. He He had determined that Lu Ming had been here. The old man was very certain that the person who had killed his son was Lu Ming. Although he did not know what method Lu Ming had used to take away the Heavenly Star continent, only Lu Ming fit the criteria based on the strength of the forbidden power. "Little bastard, you dare to kill my son? I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." A terrifying light flickered through the old man's eyes. He then closed his eyes and continued to sense. After a period of time, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the depths of the universe ruins. According to the remnant presence, that kid should have gone to the depths of the universe ruins. The old man whispered and then turned into a rainbow light, heading towards the depths of the universe ruins. This direction was the direction that Lu Ming had gone. Not long after, the old man came to the continent where Lu Ming had stopped to recover. Could he be hiding here? "Little bastard, get out here!" The old man shouted and stood in the sky above the continent. He looked down from above and blasted out a palm. Suddenly, the power of heavenly punishment erupted. Endless lightning fell from the old man's palm and enveloped the entire continent. Boom, boom, boom. Destructive explosions occurred all over the continent. In the end, the continent even exploded, turning into smaller continents. No one. Could it be that he has already left? The old man frowned and continued to sit cross-legged, probing. After a period of time, the old man opened his eyes and said coldly, "Sure enough, he has already left. Kid, no matter where you escape to, I will catch up to you." After saying that, the old man turned into a rainbow light and chased towards the depths of the universe ruins. After a period of time, he left the Heavenly Star region and entered the boundless void. However, after chasing for a while in the void, he suddenly stopped, because Lu Ming's aura had disappeared here. Damn it, what's going on? Why did the aura disappear without a trace after arriving here? What happened? Could it be that the kid encountered a cosmic storm? The old man growled. In fact, his guess was right. Lu Ming had really encountered a cosmic storm. He had left the Heavenly Star region and planned to go to another region before finding a place to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Yiling Tianshou's father was a heavenly venerable. To Lu Ming, a heavenly venerable was unfathomable and unpredictable. For safety reasons, it was best to stay as far away from the Heavenly Star region as possible. Chapter 4604. Not long after Lu Ming left the Heavenly Star region and entered the void, he encountered a cosmic storm. A cosmic storm was a calamity that would only appear in the void of the ruins of the universe. Cosmic storms were extremely terrifying. Once they encountered one, even reciprocity experts would have to avoid it. Even divine lords would have a slim chance of surviving. Lu Ming could only sigh at his bad luck. The region covered by the cosmic storm was just too large. In the end, Lu Ming had no choice but to enter the Chaos Ring. When facing other experts, it was unwise to enter the Chaos Ring to hide. What was the point of leaving the Chaos Ring outside once you entered? Wouldn't you be at the mercy of others? But in the face of such a calamity, the Chaos Ring could be used to hide. The Chaos Ring was one of the 4 supreme treasures of the Heavenly Court. Its grade was even higher than the 18 divine weapons of the Heavenly Court. Its material was indestructible and could block the cosmic storm. However, the Great Desolation Ring was also carried away by the cosmic storm to a very far place. Moreover, the cosmic storm destroyed everything in its path, including Lu Ming's aura. So when Yiling Tianshou's father chased after him, he lost track of Lu Ming's aura. Lu Ming hid in the Chaos Ring for an unknown amount of time before the outside world calmed down. Lu Ming guessed that the cosmic storm had already passed before Lu Ming came out of the Chaos Ring. Where am I? Lu Ming was at a loss. He discovered that he seemed to have entered a new area. However, he had no idea which area it was exactly. Lu Ming took out a map and looked at it for a while. He was at a loss. After all, even if he had a map, he needed to know where he was. If he didn't even know where he was, it was useless even if he had a map. Forget it. No matter where I am, I should be very far away from the Heavenly Star region. I'll find a place to cultivate in peace. Lu Ming pondered. Before long, he found a desolate continent. He entered the continent and began to absorb and refine the chaos crystals. On the other side, Yiling Tianshou's father was extremely unwilling to lose track of Lu Ming. In the end, he continued to fly into the depths of the ruins of the universe. If he did not kill Lu Ming and avenge Yiling Tianshou, he would not be satisfied. However, he had already deviated from Lu Ming's direction. One after another, Lu Ming absorbed and refined the great desolate crystals. In a spurt of energy, Lu Ming refined more than 3,000 desolate crystals. His cultivation finally made another breakthrough, reaching the third level of the Divine Master Realm. I've finally reached the third level of the Divine Master Realm. As expected, I'm much stronger than the second level of the Divine Master Realm. However, the amount of desolation crystals I've consumed is also terrifying. Lu Ming sighed. Lu Ming had used up close to 4,000 primal crystals from the moment he broke through to the third layer of the Divine Master Realm. Luckily, Lu Ming had obtained a huge amount of desolate crystals from the Mountain of Ancestors. Without the fortunate encounter, it would be extremely difficult to gather 4,000 desolate crystals. Reaching the third level of the Divine Master Realm required close to 4,000 desolate crystals. In that case, the amount of desolate crystals required to break through from the third level of the Divine Master Realm to the fourth level of the Divine Master Realm would be even more ridiculous. It might even be above 40,000. According to this pattern, the desolate crystals in Lu Ming's possession would allow Lu Ming to break through to the fourth level of the Divine Master Realm at most. Let's not worry about that for now. I'll think about it after I break through to the fourth level of the Divine Master Realm. Lu Ming decided to raise his cultivation to the point where it could not be raised any further before heading to the depths of the universe ruins. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of cutting wood. Only with a higher cultivation could he obtain more fortuitous encounters. Lu Ming continued to refine the desolate crystals, but this time, Lu Ming stopped after a short while. He sensed something strange about the Human King's arm. With a wave of his hand, the bronze box appeared. He opened the box, and the Human King's arm flew out. It was radiating a dazzling light and constantly trembling. Moreover, the arm pointed in a direction. That is, Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that the other parts of the Human King's body are about to appear? At this moment, a line of words appeared on the box. The other parts of the Human King's body? Lu Ming was shocked. This is just my speculation, but it is very likely so. The Human King's arm has sensed the other parts of the Human King's body. Kid, hurry up and head in that direction. Your fortuitous encounter has arrived, the box said. Your fortuitous encounter. Can I cultivate first before going? Lu Ming muttered. He still wanted to raise his cultivation before leaving. You cannot miss this opportunity. If you are late, it will be hard to say. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Your fortuitous encounter is very good. You discovered the other parts of the Human King's body so quickly. You cannot miss it, the bronze box said. All right then. Lu Ming nodded. He also did not want to miss out on the Human King's body. Once he obtained it, he could roam the world and suppress the heavenly palace. This made him very tempted. Swish! Lu Ming soared into the air and headed in the direction the Human King's arm was pointing. The palm of the Human King's arm was always pointing in one direction. With the guidance of the Human King's arm, Lu Ming would not go wrong. However, that place seemed to be very far away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew continuously for a month, but still did not reach his destination. I am about to enter the 1,000-year battlefield. Lu Ming carefully looked at the map. After a month of flying, and judging from a series of reference points, Lu Ming finally knew where he was. He was getting deeper and deeper into the universe ruins. Moreover, he looked at the map and discovered that he would soon reach an important place in the universe ruins, the 1,000-year battlefield. The 1,000-year battlefield was already in the depths of the universe ruins. Moreover, this was a place that the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace would fight for. Here, both sides had invested a large number of experts to fight for control of this place. This was because this was an important battlefield in the previous era. In the previous era, the primeval continent was destroyed. This was definitely a place of decisive battle. Therefore, it also contained countless fortuitous encounters. Someone had obtained a complete source-grade divine weapon here. They had also obtained top-notch chi refinement techniques and treasures that contained origin marks. They had even obtained treasures that were even more precious than those above. Therefore, the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace had invested a large number of experts to fight for this place. They had been fighting for resources all year round. Both sides have been confronting each other here for more than 10 stellar years. There was no doubt that the 1,000-year battlefield was very dangerous. Previously, Fei Huang had not allowed Lu Ming to come here. Could it be that the other parts of the human king's body are in the swing battlefield? I hope not. Perhaps it's just passing by. Lu Ming muttered, but he was muttering in his heart. If it was really in the 1,000-year battlefield, it would be troublesome. Both sides had invested a large number of experts in the 1,000-year battlefield. There were even many Origin Realm experts. As for Divine Master Realm experts, there were even more. If it was really here, with his cultivation, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain the human king's body. Lu Ming secretly prayed, hoping that it was just passing by. However, when Lu Ming approached the 1,000-year battlefield, the reaction of the human king's arm suddenly disappeared. It returned to calmness and lay quietly in the bronze box. Chapter 4605. What's going on? Why isn't the human king's arm reacting? Lu Ming was a little dumbfounded. He stared at the bronze chest, waiting for an answer. Perhaps the human king's arm is not far ahead on the 1,000 Autumn battlefield you spoke of. Perhaps something happened that caused the human king's arm to temporarily lose its senses. The bronze chest said, "Can't you give me a clear answer?" Lu Ming was a little speechless. "Please, I'm just a chest." The chest replied. Lu Ming was speechless. "It looks like I can only stay in the 1,000 Autumn battlefield for a while. The other parts of the human king's body can't really be in the 1,000 Autumn battlefield, right?" Lu Ming felt a headache coming on. He still hoped that it was in some other place. However, the human king's arm had lost its senses here. He could not be sure, so he could only stay here for now. Putting away the human king's arm, Lu Ming took out a map and began to carefully examine it. According to the information he had obtained, the 1,000 Autumn battlefield was extremely vast. It was countless times larger than the heavenly star continent from before. The core of the 1,000 Autumn battlefield was an extremely large continent. There were a few small fragments of continents scattered around this continent. The Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace each occupied a portion of the continent. They were searching for resources while constantly fighting. What gave Lu Ming a headache was that he did not know which side the Heaven Destroyer occupied. The map only indicated that this was the 1,000 Autumn battlefield. As for the regions occupied by the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace, they were not marked at all. If he rashly advanced and plunged into the region occupied by the Heavenly Palace, he would be finished. Moreover, there were Origin Realm experts present. Even if he used the Great Imitation Art, it would be seen through. Let's slowly approach and observe from afar. Lu Ming withdrew his aura and used the Great Imitation Art to conceal his own aura. He turned it into the aura of another Flame Race clansman before slowly flying forward. Before long, a few scattered continents appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. These continents were very small and barren, without any signs of life. Lu Ming even felt a terrifying killing intent and baleful aura from it. Killing intent and infernal energy mixed together, piercing through the void. Even though they were far apart, Lu Ming felt his scalp tingle and his skin prickle with pain. What terrifying killing intent and baleful aura. Is this the battlefield left behind from the last epic's war? Even after so many years, it's still so terrifying. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The previous era was too far away from the present. No one knew how many years had passed. After so many years, there was still such a terrifying killing intent and baleful aura left behind. It was hard to imagine what kind of experts had participated in the previous era. However, there are no people from the Heaven Destroyer or the Heavenly Palace on these small barren continents. Lu Ming continued forward. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened. There was a continent in front of him, but what shocked Lu Ming was that it wasn't this continent, but a weapon that pierced through this continent. It was a huge spear that pierced through the center of this continent and came out from the other side. He could see that this spear had already decayed. There were many dents and holes on it, and it didn't have any spirituality. There was a figure sitting cross-legged on top of the spear. Not good. It's the angel race. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. The figure sitting on top of the spear was covered in a layer of holy light. This was clearly the angel race. Lu Ming definitely wouldn't be mistaken. At this time, that angel race expert also saw Lu Ming. Human race? He's not from our side. Capture him. The angel race expert coldly shouted, and 12 wings suddenly appeared on his back. With a flap of his wings, he turned into a white light and charged at Lu Ming with astonishing speed. This was a 12-winged angel. In the angel race, this was the highest level of talent. The angel race expert was extremely fast. He instantly approached Lu Ming and slashed his resplendent angel war sword at Lu Ming's forehead. BZZ! Lu Ming retreated rapidly. At the same time, he took out his battle god spear and swept it across the angelic combat sword. Clang! There was a loud roar, and Lu Ming's figure retreated like a meteorite. He spat out a mouthful of blood. 7th level God Lord. Lu Ming's expression was grave. His opponent was a 7th level God Lord, and more importantly, a 12-winged angel. He was extremely powerful. This person was no weaker than Yiling Tianshou. Although Lu Ming had broken through to 3rd level God Lord, he was still no match for this person. A mere 3rd level God Lord was able to block one of my attacks. The expert from the angel race was also astonished. Although he hadn't used his full strength in that attack, it still wasn't something a 3rd level God Lord could block. This man was a monstrous genius. Kill! The angel race expert roared. Sacred light soared into the sky as he erupted with all his strength. 12 angel war swords appeared in the sky, transforming into tens of thousands of sword lights that slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression was grave as he retreated, dodging the attacks of these sword lights. But there were too many sword lights, and it was difficult to dodge them all. Some sword lights could only be blocked head-on, but this opponent was too strong. He wasn't someone Lu Ming could deal with. After blocking a few sword lights, Lu Ming's body was covered in wounds, worsening his injuries. I can't stay here. I have to leave as quickly as possible. Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. This person was no weaker than Yiling Tianshou. Even if he used his origin energy, he wouldn't be a match for him in a head-on clash, unless he used the Mortal King arm. But Lu Ming cut off this thought the moment it appeared. Where's this place? It was clear that this was the region of the Heavenly Palace's fighting forces. If he used the Mortal King arm, Lu Ming was 1000% confident that he could kill this person with a single punch. But if he used the Mortal King arm, his own strength would be drained dry. If another Heavenly Palace expert came, he would be finished. The best thing to do now was to retreat as quickly as possible and throw this person off his tail. But the angel race relied on their angel wings to move very quickly. Lu Ming wanted to throw off his opponent, but he couldn't do it for the time being. If this continued, not only would he not be able to throw off his opponent, the slightest lapse in concentration would result in his death. Lu Ming, let me help. Xianxia called out. Wait a little longer, Lu Ming said. Xianxia's target was rather obvious. Many people knew that Lu Ming had a metallic life form like Xianxia. Once Xianxia took action, his opponent would easily guess his identity. His opponent clearly hadn't guessed his identity. Die! The angel race expert roared. Thousands of sword lights converged into 3 terrifying sword lights, slashing at Lu Ming's 3 vital points. At this moment, 3 lotus flowers suddenly appeared in the void. The 3 white lotuses spun rapidly and blocked the 3 sword lights from the angels. "Who is it?" the angel race expert shouted as he looked in a direction. In that direction, a beautiful woman stepped on the air. Xianxia. Chapter 4606. The newcomer was actually Xianxia. Lu Ming revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Xianxia for many years. Ever since Xianxia and Xianxia had left together, he hadn't seen Xianxia again. Even when he was in Zenith's Supreme Immortal City, Xianxia hadn't appeared. Later on, he had asked Xianxia about Xianxia, and Xianxia had said that Xianxia had been bitterly cultivating in the depths of the universe's ruins. He hadn't expected to meet her here in the 1,000-year battlefield. "It's you? You want to stop me with just you?" "I'm afraid that's not enough," the angel expert said. "How would you know if you don't try?" Xianxia said coldly, her body shrouded in a holy light. It looked a little like the holy light of the angels. However, Xianxia's power wasn't the holy light of the angels. Instead, it was a higher-level power as holy as an immortal's. She stepped on the void, and with every step, a lotus flower condensed. Finally, it turned into thousands of white lotus flowers that flew toward the angel expert. "Break for me!" the angel expert shouted and slashed out with his angelic battle sword. Tens of thousands of sword chi burst forth and collided with the white lotuses. The white lotuses were split into 2 halves. Xianxia isn't her match. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Xianxia's cultivation was very strong. She had reached the 4th level of the Divine Lord Realm. As expected of someone who had been bitterly cultivating in the depths of the universe's ruins. Coupled with the fusion of her memories from 2 lifetimes, her cultivation speed was truly astonishing. Lu Ming had a fortuitous encounter and was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Lord Realm, but Xianxia had already reached the 4th level. However, there was a difference of 3 levels between a 4th level Divine Lord Realm and an angel expert. Although Xianxia was incomparably monstrous, she wasn't her match. The 2 exchanged a few blows, and Xianxia kept retreating. "Take both of you down!" the angel race's powerhouse shouted loudly. His battle sword swept out and slashed towards Xianxia unceasingly. "Flying immortal sword!" Xianxia shouted. Tens of thousands of lotus flowers formed a river of swords. It was like a flying immortal. It came from the void. With a bang, the angel's sword was sent flying. "This is a good chance. Xiao, do it!" Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. He unleashed the heaven-breaking technique. He became one with his spear and transformed into a dazzling spear light that pierced toward the angel expert. Meanwhile, Xiao turned into a mirror and shot out a beam of light that enveloped the angel powerhouse. The angel powerhouse's eyes went blank for a moment. That was enough. Lu Ming was like a bolt of lightning, his spear light piercing through the angel race expert's forehead. Roar! At this critical moment, the angel powerhouse seemed to have sensed danger. He let out a loud roar, and a violent energy surged out like a tidal wave. Buzz! The powerful energy collided with the war god spear, causing it to vibrate continuously. Its forward momentum was forcefully stopped. Origin! With a thought, Lu Ming circulated his origin energy and rushed into the war god spear. It erupted, triggering the power of the war god spear. Instantly, the power of the war god spear increased greatly. It broke through the angel powerhouse's power and continued to pierce forward. "How is this possible?" the angel powerhouse roared. He was incomparably shocked. Although he was affected by the beam of light just now and his mind went blank for a moment, he naturally couldn't unleash his full power in a hasty attack. However, it should be more than enough to block or even send Lu Ming flying. He didn't expect Lu Ming's attack to suddenly increase. At this critical moment, the angel powerhouse could only use his angel wings to block in front of him. Pooh! The war god spear pierced through 2 angel wings in succession. Feathers flew everywhere and blood flowed out. However, the angel powerhouse also used this opportunity to block Lu Ming's attack. However, Lu Ming wasn't the only one present. Xianxia was also present. How could Xianxia miss this opportunity? Flying immortal sword. A delicate shout rang out. A sword light pierced towards the angel powerhouse like a flying immortal. In the next moment, the angel powerhouse was sent flying. One of his wings was forcefully chopped off. Feathers flew everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere. Not only that, but a deep wound had also appeared on that man's chest. It had nearly split his body in half. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, but his eyes were filled with resentment and killing intent. You guys, just you wait. The angel powerhouse roared angrily and quickly fled. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Xianxia and Lu Ming didn't chase after him. Since Xianxia didn't chase after him, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't chase after him. He wasn't familiar with this place and didn't want to chase into the Heavenly Palace's nest. Xianxia, I trust you've been well since we last met. Lu Ming smiled. His appearance and aura began to change, turning into Lu Ming's original appearance and aura. It's really you. Xianxia wasn't surprised to see Lu Ming. With her intelligence, she could guess a thing or two from the previous fight. Remember, my name is Tang Jun, not Xianxia. Xianxia, no. Tang Jun added another sentence. Lu Ming touched his nose speechlessly. Sure enough, Xianxia and Xianxia states were completely different. Although the two of them had merged the memories of 2 lifetimes, the way they did it was completely different. Xianxia's memories of his previous life took the initiative and devoured the memories of his current life. Therefore, Xianxia's essence was that of his previous life. Tang Jun's Xianxia's memories of his current life took the initiative and devoured the memories of his previous life. Therefore, Xianxia was still that of his current life, Xianxia. Lu Ming, why did you come to the 1,000-year battlefield alone? Tang Jun asked. I was adventuring in the ruins of the universe and accidentally came here. Lu Ming said. Tang Jun didn't delve into it. He nodded and said, let's leave this place first. This is the border between our territory and the Heavenly Palace's territory. I'm afraid they'll send experts here. After saying that, Tang Jun turned around and left. Lu Ming followed. Lu Ming, you're lucky. You only came to the border between the two sides. If you plunged into the Heavenly Palace's territory, I can only mourn for you. Tang Jun said, I still have to thank you for your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Lu Ming smiled and flattered him. He had just arrived at the 1,000-year battlefield and still had many things to learn. Naturally, he had to rely on Tang Jun. Soon, the two of them arrived on a continent. On the way, Lu Ming also asked some questions and learned some things. The Heavenly Extermination Army and the Heavenly Palace each occupied a territory, and this area was the border between the two territories. Both sides had sent experts to guard and patrol this area. Lu Ming just happened to walk to the area near the Heavenly Palace and ran into the angel race expert. Fortunately, Tang Jun was also patrolling around. When he heard the commotion, he rushed over and saved Lu Ming. The 1,000-year battlefield is mainly dominated by the main continent. It's vast and boundless. Around the main continent, there are many small continent fragments. Experts are sent to patrol these small continent fragments. The main reason is to prevent the enemy's experts from launching a sneak attack. Once they discover the enemy's experts launching a sneak attack, they can spread the news and let everyone prepare for defense. Tang Jun explained. Chapter 4607. Xia. Tang Jun, can you tell me the exact situation of the swing battlefield? Lu Ming asked. If you want to know the exact situation of the swing battlefield, look at the map first. With that, Tang Jun took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman glowed, and a map appeared in the air. At the center of the map was an extremely huge continent. Lu Ming knew that this should be the main continent of the 1,000 Autumn battlefield. Many smaller fragments of the continent hovered around the continent. Our Heaven Destroyer occupies a small portion of the southern region, while the Heavenly Palace occupies the northern region. Do you see those white and red dots? Tang Jun asked. Lu Ming nodded. Sure enough, there were a few white and red dots scattered across the swing battlefield. The ones in the south were red dots, while the ones in the north were white dots. These red dots were connected by red lines, while the white dots were also connected by white lines. These dots are the strongholds and forts occupied by the two sides. The geography of the main continent of the Thousand Autumn battlefield is extremely complicated. Most of the territories are extremely dangerous. Those pitch-black and blurry territories are the dangerous territories. Tang Jun said. So many dangerous territories. Lu Ming was surprised. This was because he discovered that most of the main continent was pitch-black, separated by red and white lines. That's right. The Thousand Autumn battlefield, as its name implies, is an ancient battlefield. It was a terrifying battlefield from the last epoch. Who knows how many experts have died here, and who knows how powerful they were. In short, even after countless years, this battlefield is still filled with terrifying killing intent and a terrifying baleful aura. That's not all. The Thousand Autumn battlefield has also nurtured many insects. Many of these insects are extremely terrifying. In particular, these insects will become extremely berserk in the baleful aura and killing intent. Their battle prowess will skyrocket as well. Even reciprocity experts will face the danger of dying if they enter these places. As a result, these places are forbidden grounds. Of course, there will be places where the baleful aura and killing intent will be weaker in these dangerous regions. These places are much safer. The white and red lines you see are the places where the baleful aura and killing intent are weaker. Like that, they form a relatively safe passage. The white and red dots are the safest places. They're often sandwiched between several dangerous regions. As a result, these safe regions have become important locations. They're crucial points for the two sides to fight over. Tang Jun explained in detail. I see. Lu Ming nodded. He understood that these important locations were like the fortresses of mortal kingdoms. For example, in mortal kingdoms, there would be a passage in the mountains. A city would be built in the passage, and that city would be a fortress. This was because it was impossible to pass through the mountains. The only way to pass through the fortress was through it. Once the fortress was blocked, even an army of thousands would not be able to pass through. The white and red dots here were equivalent to fortresses. The more fortresses one occupied, the larger the territory one occupied. The white and red lines were the passageways. Lu Ming observed carefully and discovered that the Heavenly Palace occupied slightly more territory than the Heaven Destroyer, because there were more white dots. These dangerous regions may seem dangerous, but they contain endless fortuitous encounters. The main fortuitous encounters of the Thousand Autumn battlefield are in these dangerous regions. Tang Jun said, since these regions are so dangerous, where even reciprocity experts face the danger of dying, how are we supposed to find the fortuitous encounters? Lu Ming asked. That's the crux of the matter. These regions are filled with terrifying killing intent and baleful qi. But these killing intent and baleful qi do not always exist. Every once in a while, the killing intent and baleful qi in a certain region will recede, and after a while, they will reappear. As long as the killing intent and baleful qi recede, the insects will not be as violent and terrifying. At that time, we can enter these regions to explore. Over the years, we have obtained a large amount of cultivation resources and treasures from these regions. However, the time at which the killing intent and baleful qi recede is different in each region. How long it recede is different as well. That will depend on the specifics. Tang Jun explained. Lu Ming finally understood why the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace occupied those fortresses. The more territory they occupied, the more resources they would obtain. As long as they occupied a territory, they could slowly wait for the killing intent and baleful qi to recede. Then, they could send people in to explore and obtain the resources within. For example, desolate crystals were materials for forging source-grade divine weapons. They could even be complete source-grade divine weapons or treasures that contained origin imprints. These resources, no matter to which side, were crucial strategic resources. The more resources they obtained, the more experts they could produce. According to Lu Ming's knowledge, the Thousand Autumn battlefield was definitely an extremely important place in the last epoch. Otherwise, there would not have been such an intense battle. This region was most likely a blessed land in the desolate continent of the last epoch. Many experts had established their cave abodes in this region. As a result, any region of the Thousand Autumn battlefield could contain the cave of an expert from the last epoch. There would be great fortuitous encounters there. Over the years, the treasures that both sides had obtained from the Thousand Autumn battlefield had reached an astonishing level. As a result, both sides had invested more and more experts in this place. Those fortresses are places that both sides must fight for. Occupying one more fortress is equivalent to occupying a wider area of land. Therefore, both sides have deployed many experts to guard these fortresses. Fierce battles break out over these fortresses all year round. Of course, those who can guard these fortresses and participate in these battles are all existences at the Divine Master level or above. Tang Jun explained, "It seems that whether it's the Heaven Destroyer or the Heavenly Palace, the true number of experts is far beyond my imagination." Lu Ming sighed. Back when the Taishang Immortal City appeared, both the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace had mobilized a large number of Divine Masters. Those Divine Masters were most likely only a portion of both sides. This was because both sides had a large number of experts fighting and confronting each other in the ruins of the universe. For example, the experts in the Thousand Autumn battlefield could not leave at all. Once one side withdrew a large number of experts, the other side would take the opportunity to counterattack and occupy a large territory. For existences above the Divine Master Realm, the Thousand Autumn battlefield was more important than the Taishang Immortal City. Losing the Thousand Autumn battlefield was a greater loss. And in the ruins of the universe, there was more than one place like the Thousand Autumn battlefield. Therefore, Lu Ming had no idea how strong the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace were. After all, the Heavenly Palace still had the Dark Universe to guard. Chapter 46:08. And then there are the fragments around the main continent. In order to gain territory, both sides will send people to attack the fragments from time to time. As a result, whether it's the forts or the fragments around the main continent, there are experts guarding them. I watch over this fragment. I take turns, and each person watches over it for 100 years. You come at the right time. In another 3 days, I'll have watched over it for 100 years. At that time, I'll be able to return to the main continent and take you there." Tang Jun said. Lu Ming nodded, but his gaze was fixed on the center of the main continent. There was a region in the center of the main continent. It was pitch black and blurry, and it occupied an extremely large area. It was almost half the size of the main continent. Moreover, there was not a single white or red line in such a large region, nor was there a single white or red dot. Instead, there were a few white or red dots in the surroundings of the region. This region is the core battlefield of the main continent. It's extremely dangerous and terrifying. It's filled with shocking killing intent and baleful aura all year round, and it nurtures many terrifying venomous insects. When the killing intent and baleful aura surges, even reciprocity experts will die if they enter. In the past, a reciprocity expert from the Heavenly Palace was bitten to death by a mosquito in the core battlefield. Tang Jun said. Lu Ming gasped. So the reciprocity expert bitten to death by a mosquito that Fei Huang spoke of happened in the 1,000-year battlefield. Of course, danger comes with opportunity. This core battlefield was the center of the battle of the last epoch, so it contains the most opportunities. There are source-grade weapons, treasures with origin imprints, peak chi cultivation techniques, and even treasures of a higher level than source-grade weapons. Even Origin Realm experts would fight for these treasures with their lives on the line. Every once in a while, the killing intent and baleful aura in the core battlefield will recede. At that time, A large number of experts from the two great organizations will enter to explore. Tang Jun explained. Lu Ming was also interested. If he came across a few fortuitous encounters in a place like this, he would benefit endlessly. It would be normal for his cultivation to skyrocket. Lu Ming settled down there afterwards. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, an old man arrived. This old man had a dense aura. He was a 7th-level divine master. The most peculiar thing was that this old man looked similar to a human, but he had 2 heads. One head had pitch-black skin and pitch-black hair, while the other head had snow-white skin and snow-white hair. What race is this? Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He had never seen or heard of such a race before. Senior Tianyue. Tang Jun cupped his fist to the old man. Don't call me senior. I should be the one calling you senior. The 2 heads of the old man, named Tian, shook repeatedly. He knew that Tang Jun was the daughter of the taboo sword ancestor. In terms of seniority and age, she was higher than him. 100 years have passed. Leave this continent to this old man. Miss Tang Jun can return to the main continent now. Tianyu said. It was obvious that Tianyu was here to take over the shift. Although Tianyue curiously sized up Lu Ming a few times, she did not ask much. Then I'll leave it to you. Tang Jun cupped her fists, and then she left this continent with Lu Ming and flew toward the main continent. Are you very curious as to what race Tianyue is from? Tang Jun suddenly asked on the way. One had to admit that this woman was abnormally intelligent. She could tell what Lu Ming was thinking at a glance. Yes, I'm very curious. I've never heard of such an appearance. Lu Ming said. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. She's from the Heaven and Earth race. In the distant past, the Heaven and Earth race was renowned throughout the primitive universe. They were ranked in the top 10 of the primitive 10,000 races roll. Tang Jun said. The top 10 races. Lu Ming was somewhat shocked. Yes, the top 10 races. At their peak, the Heaven and Earth race was extremely powerful. They were even stronger than the current angels and blood race. However, in the end, the Heavenly Palace suspected that the Heaven and Earth race had colluded with the Life Spirit Heavenly Court at that time. They sent experts to destroy the Heaven and Earth race in one fell swoop. The prosperous Heaven and Earth race was destroyed. Only a few of them survived. They hid in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Tang Jun explained. They were destroyed by the Heavenly Palace again. There was a cold light in Lu Ming's eyes. He thought of the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Heart race. At their peak, they were also one of the top 10 races of that era, but they were also destroyed by the Heavenly Palace. Throughout the long history of the primitive universe, there were many powerful races that were ranked in the top 10, but many of them were destroyed by the Heavenly Palace in the end. Those who were lucky enough to survive hated the Heavenly Palace and wanted to take revenge, so they joined the Heaven Destroyer in the end. Otherwise, how could the Heaven Destroyer really fight against the Heavenly Palace? The birth of the Heaven Destroyer was also caused by the unrighteousness of the Heavenly Palace. Tang Jun said. Lu Ming nodded. He had always suspected that the Heaven Destroyer was created by the forbidden sword ancestor Tang Feng and Fei Huang. It had only been a few dozen stellar years. How could it have the strength to fight against the Heavenly Palace? Now, he finally understood. Over the long years, the Heavenly Palace had made too many enemies for itself. There were many of the top 10 races that had been destroyed in history. These races were very talented, and after many years of dormancy and development, their strength could not be underestimated. These races had all joined the Heaven Exterminating Army. In addition to the primitive Divine Spirit and the descendants of the primitive Divine Spirit, as well as the top elites like Tang Feng and Fei Huang, their strength was already very shocking and terrifying. That was why they could fight against the Heavenly Palace for such a long time. You can also see other top 10 races in the 1,000-year battlefield. Tang Jun smiled. Soon, they arrived at a stronghold on the main continent. On the main continent, flying was not allowed. They had to pass through the strongholds and move along the areas where killing intent and evil spirits were weak. If they accidentally entered those areas that were full of killing intent and evil spirits, it would be very dangerous. From this stronghold, they passed through several other strongholds and finally arrived at Huge City. This huge city was very ancient. It was said to have been left behind from the last epoch. The walls were made of special rocks and were extremely tough. Even Origin Realm experts would need to put in a lot of effort to break through them. This place had become the most important stronghold of the Heaven Destroyer in the thousand-year battlefield. Many experts had gathered here. Once a stronghold was attacked by the Heavenly Palace, this place could immediately send out reinforcements. So many experts. As soon as he arrived at this ancient city, Lu Ming felt a great pressure. This was because he could feel that there were terrifying auras everywhere in this ancient city. These auras came from various experts. Most of them were at the Almighty Realm. Lu Ming sensed carefully. There were hundreds of Almighty Realm auras. Some of these auras were extremely terrifying. They were no weaker than the Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace. However, he did not sense any Origin Realm auras. This was natural. Origin Realm experts had to hide their auras, so Lu Ming could not sense them. Chapter 4609. Lu Ming, come with me. I'll introduce you to someone. Tang Jun led Lu Ming in a certain direction. Lu Ming was a little curious. Who was it that Tang Jun wanted to introduce him to? Soon, they arrived at a courtyard. The courtyard wasn't big. There was a man inside with his back facing them. He was fishing by a small pond. You're here. The man obviously sensed Lu Ming and Tang Jun. He got up and turned around. You're Taboo Sword Ancestor. Lu Ming's pupils shrank when he saw the man. He couldn't help but exclaim. Taboo Sword Ancestor Tang Feng was a legendary figure in Heaven Destroyer. Although most people hadn't seen him in person, they had seen his portrait and statue. Lu Ming had also seen him. This man looked almost exactly like Taboo Sword Ancestor Tang Feng. That was why Lu Ming exclaimed. Could it be that Taboo Sword Ancestor Tang Feng was in this thousand-year battlefield? No, they're different. There are some differences in their facial features. Slowly, Lu Ming calmed down. He found that although the young man in front of him looked very similar to Taboo Sword Ancestor Tang Feng, there were still some subtle differences. If it was an ordinary person, it wouldn't be easy for them to notice. However, for a cultivator like Lu Ming, any subtle differences couldn't escape their eyes. He's not my father. His name is Tang Xiao. He's my brother. Tang Jun transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly realized that this man was the son of Taboo Sword Ancestor. He was also the brother of Tang Jun and Xianxia. You're Lu Ming. Tang Xiao's eyes were like two stars. He stared at Lu Ming as if he wanted to see through Lu Ming. Yes. Lu Ming clasped his hands in greeting. He wanted to say something courteous, but didn't know where to begin. Tang Xiao's face was dark, and he looked like he was in a bad mood. He forced himself to swallow the words he was about to say. Forbidden Body, your talent is not bad. You are worthy of Xiaoqing. It's just that your cultivation is too low. You have to raise your cultivation as soon as possible, Tang Xiao said. When he spoke, his face was still gloomy, and there was no trace of a smile. Yes, Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. After all, this was a senior who had lived for dozens of stellar years and was Xianxing's brother. Even if his attitude was unpleasant, Lu Ming could only pretend that he did not see it. Moreover, Tang Xiao gave Lu Ming an unfathomable feeling. It was as though he was a bottomless pit. Lu Ming knew that Tang Xiao was probably at reciprocity. Lu Ming could not help but prostrate himself in admiration towards the Taboo Sword Ancestor Tang Feng. Needless to say, Tang Feng's own cultivation base naturally didn't need to be said. He didn't even know what step he had reached. And some of his juniors were also excessively strong. Lu Ming now knew that Tang Feng had 3 disciples. The first was Tian Jian, the second was Shun Jian, and the third was Demon Jian. They were all at reciprocity. Now, Tang Feng's son, Tang Xiao, was also at reciprocity. As for Xianxia and Tang Jun's previous lives, They were also at reciprocity. The 6 juniors were all at reciprocity. This level of teaching made Lu Ming blush with shame. Thinking of his disciples, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Second sister, take Lu Ming to familiarize himself with the terrain and find a place for him to stay. I still have things to do. Tang Xiao said to Tang Jun and returned to the pond to fish by himself. Lu Ming, let's go. Tang Jun winked at Lu Ming and the two left. Lu Ming, do you think that Tang Xiao is very difficult to get along with? On the way, Tang Jun suddenly asked. Well, a little. Lu Ming stammered. After all, the other party was Xianxia's brother. It was indeed difficult for him to speak, especially when he spoke ill of him behind his back. Actually, he's cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. He's a very nice person, and he wasn't like this in the past. He used to be just like his name, very fond of smiling. Xiao Qing, third demon Jian, and I love to play with him and go on adventures with him, Tang Jun said, and sighed slightly. Then why now? Lu Ming was puzzled. It's because his mother was killed by the heavenly human race. That's why his temperament changed drastically. From then on, he didn't smile anymore. He only wanted to flatten the heavenly palace and get rid of the heavenly human race. Tang Jun said, Isn't his mother your and Xiao Qing's mother? Lu Ming asked in surprise. No, little Qing and I share the same father and mother. However, Tang Xiao and I share the same father but different mothers. My father had 2 wives in his lifetime, Gu Chunyue and Yi Xian. Tang Xiao's mother is Gu Chunyue, whereas little Qing and I share the same mother, Yi Xian. Back then, my father fought his way out of the small world. Later, my mother and the others also came out of the small world to gain experience. Later, my father embarked on the path to fight against the heavenly palace. However, the process was extremely difficult. During that time, he was besieged by the heavenly palace many times. The price was also heavy. My mother, Tang Xiao's mother, was killed by the heavenly human race. Xiao Qing's and my mother's were also seriously injured. For so many years, my father put us somewhere to recuperate and never came out of seclusion. Tang Jun explained with deep sorrow in his eyes. Lu Ming also found it difficult to calm down. It was hard to imagine what Forbidden Sword ancestor Tang Feng had experienced after coming out of the small world. The process was definitely extremely difficult. At the same time, Lu Ming was glad that his family was fine during his adventure. In fact, Lu Ming was lucky to be born in a good era. At least in this era, Tang Feng, Fei Huang, and the others had become top experts and could protect him. However, in the era when Tang Feng and Fei Huang grew up, there were no top experts to protect them. In that era, the heavenly court had already been destroyed. The archaic divine court had also been destroyed. The primordial divine spirits and other powerful races that fought against the heavenly palace also retreated. The heavenly palace was the only one in the universe. It was too difficult to make it out of that era. Even Forbidden Sword ancestor Tang Feng couldn't protect his wife. One died, and the other was seriously injured. His mother's death was a huge blow to Tang Xiao. Ever since then, he's never smiled again. Father, on the other hand, is determined to break through to the highest level possible and bring his mother back from the river of reincarnation. Tang Jun said, Can a dead person be revived? Lu Ming was bewildered. My father once said that it can be done as long as one's cultivation reaches a very high level. However, it's almost impossible to reach that level. It's too difficult. Tang Jun sighed. Lu Ming also sighed in his heart. Forbidden Sword ancestor Tang Feng was a hero of a generation and a glorious era. However, behind this glory, who knew how many sad past events were buried? Not long after, the two came to another courtyard. I used to live here. You can stay here with me for the time being. Tang Jun said. No problem. Lu Ming nodded. Chapter 46:10. You can stay here for now. If there's a region where the killing intent and fiendish qi dissipates, I'll call you over to try your luck. Tang Jun said. The two exchanged a few more words before returning to their rooms. After returning to his room, Lu Ming found it hard to calm down. Even an outstanding genius like the taboo sword ancestor, Tang Feng, had suffered such an enormous blow in the process of his growth. He was unable to even protect his own wife. As for Xianxia, with his current strength, he was still far from being able to stand alone against the Heavenly Palace. Would he also experience the same thing in the process? No, I won't allow myself to repeat the taboo sword ancestor's mistakes. I must grasp great strength as quickly as possible. Also, the human king body is a shortcut. Once I grasp it, I can flatten the Heavenly Palace and protect my family. I can't miss this opportunity. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. After a while, Lu Ming gradually calmed down. Then, he took out the great desolate crystals and began to refine them. He still had around 117,000 great desolate crystals on him, enough for him to break through to the fourth layer of the Divine Lord Realm. Lu Ming refined one great desolate crystal after another, and Lu Ming's cultivation rapidly rose. The forbidden energy in his body also grew stronger and stronger. It had to be said that condensing the origin seed in advance was a good thing. With a clear direction, he wouldn't get lost. He didn't need to spend time comprehending his realm or searching for a direction. As long as he had energy, his cultivation could continue to rise. In around 10 days, Lu Ming had refined around 50,000 great desolate crystals. His cultivation finally broke through to the fourth layer of the Divine Lord Realm. From the early third layer of the Divine Lord Realm to the early fourth layer of the Divine Lord Realm, he had spent a total of 50,000 great desolate crystals. This number was absolutely astonishing. At the same time, Lu Ming smiled bitterly to himself. Wouldn't breaking through from the fourth layer of the Divine Lord Realm to the fifth layer of the Divine Lord Realm require more than 500,000 great desolate crystals? Lu Ming felt a headache coming on. 500,000 great desolate crystals? Even if he emptied the ancestral mountain of the heavenly star continent, he still wouldn't be able to gather that much. There are still more than 60,000 desolate crystals left. Let's refine them all. At the very least, this should be able to raise my cultivation base and increase my strength. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he took out the desolate crystal and continued to refine it. Several days later, Lu Ming refined another 10,000 or so primal crystals. His cultivation had completely stabilized at the fourth level of the Divine Lord Realm. At this moment, he realized that Tang Jun was looking for him. Lu Ming finished his cultivation and walked out of his room. He saw Tang Jun standing in the courtyard. She was slender and elegant, with peerless beauty. If it weren't for the fact that his temperament was different from Xianxing's and his clothes were completely different, he would have thought that he was Xianxing. The two of them looked exactly the same. If Tang Jun becomes my wife and serves me with Xiaoqing, wouldn't that be a beautiful scene? Bah, Lu Ming, what are you thinking? You're really despicable and shameless. Lu Ming slapped himself in the face, dispelling the thought that flashed through his mind. Why did you slap yourself? Tang Jun looked at Lu Ming as if she was looking at an idiot. No, nothing. I was just killing a mosquito. Bah, damn mosquito. Lu Ming awkwardly found an excuse. Tang Jun looked at Lu Ming strangely. She naturally wouldn't believe such a lousy excuse. At their level, what kind of mosquito could get close to them without being discovered? Your cultivation base has broken through again. Tang Jun looked at Lu Ming as if she was looking at an idiot for a while. Suddenly, her eyes flashed, revealing a shocked expression. Ah, yes. On my way here, I encountered a great opportunity and obtained some desolate crystals. I refined a large amount of desolate crystals to break through. Lu Ming quickly replied and secretly sighed in his heart. If Tang Jun knew what he was thinking, she would probably cut him into pieces. Kid, you're really lucky. However, the more lucky you are, the better. There's an area where the killing intent and evil aura have subsided. I plan to cooperate with you and try my luck. I hope you can bring good luck. Tang Jun said. Okay, that's exactly what I want. Lu Ming said. Since they had come to the Thousand Autumn battlefield, there was no reason for them to stay. If they stayed, how could they improve their cultivation base if they couldn't get any resources? Moreover, The other parts of the human king's body were likely to be on the Thousand Autumn battlefield. Lu Ming naturally wanted to walk around. The area we're going to is called the Forest of Ghosts. Although the evil aura and killing intent have subsided, there are still all kinds of terrifying insects. Therefore, we still need a helper. I'll take you to see someone. He will be very helpful to this trip and is also my partner in exploring the Thousand Autumn battlefield. Tang Jun said. Lu Ming followed Tang Jun and headed north. At the northern gate of the ancient city, they saw an old man. This old man had a very strange appearance. He had the body and appearance of a human, but there were two antennae on his forehead that were very similar to the antennae of an ant. Moreover, there were 6 insect claws on his back. What race is this? Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Another race that he had never seen or heard of. Lu Ming, his name is Lin Yi. He's from the myriad spirit insect race. You may not have heard of the myriad spirit insect race, but a long time ago, their name shook the primitive universe. They were one of the top 10 races of that era. Tang Jun introduced. As expected, it's another one of the top 10 races that disappeared. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Needless to say, the myriad spirit insect race was also destroyed by the Heavenly Palace, and only a few people survived. You're Lu Ming, the Forbidden Body. Haha, I didn't expect that I would be able to cooperate with the Forbidden Body. I hope to make a fortune with your luck, haha. Lin Yi laughed and was very forthright. Senior, you're too polite. Lu Ming is new here, and I still need your guidance. Lu Ming said politely. Lu Ming, you're right about that. Lin Yi is very talented and knows the habits of all kinds of insects like the back of his hand. Moreover, he can sense the insect from far away. It's very helpful in the ghost forest. Tang Jun said. Haha, Miss Tang, don't praise me. If you continue to praise me, I'll become arrogant. Lin Yi laughed. The two sides chatted for a while and became familiar with each other. Then, they headed north. The ghost forest was located in the north. They had to pass through 2 other fortresses and set off on the third one. Soon, they crossed the 2 strongholds and entered the Forest of Ghosts. In the ghost forest, there were dark ancient trees, old vines, and weeds everywhere. It was very dense. In the dense forest, there were all kinds of strange-looking insects everywhere. These insects varied in strength. Some were extremely violent, some were bloodthirsty, and some were highly poisonous. Especially in the midst of killing intent and evil spirit, they would become very terrifying. Even though the killing intent and evil spirit had subsided, Lu Ming and the others did not dare to be careless. The 3 of them restrained their aura and flew at a low altitude in the dense forest. Chapter 46:11. In the 1,000-year battlefield, flying at low altitudes was the safest, while flying at high altitudes was the most dangerous. Flying at high altitudes was akin to being targeted by countless insects and attacked by countless insects. This was a lesson learned through the blood of the ancestors. Unless absolutely necessary, one should never fly at high altitudes. As they flew, Lin Yi's 2 antennae constantly trembled. Lu Ming carefully sensed that invisible ripples were constantly emanating from Lin Yi's antennae. 30,000 miles to the left, there's a swarm of poisonous insects. 60,000 miles ahead, there's a large number of thousand-blade insects. Let's avoid them. Lin Yi spoke from time to time. Then, he led Lu Ming and Tang Jun, sometimes flying to the right and sometimes straight, accurately avoiding those insects each time. This made Lu Ming sigh. Bringing a member of the 10,000 spirit insect race to explore the 1,000-year battlefield was simply too comfortable. They could avoid many dangers. What Lu Ming did not know was that the 10,000 spirit insect race was very rare, and even fewer had reached the Divine Lord realm. It was not easy to find a member of the 10,000 spirit insect race to cooperate with in the 1,000-year battlefield. Every member of the 10,000 spirit insect race was highly sought after. Tang Jun was able to find Lin Yi because she was the daughter of the taboo sword ancestor and was a supreme prodigy with powerful combat strength. In less than a few hours, Lu Ming and the other two had traveled tens of millions of miles. Lu Ming, let's go to cave first. Lin Yi and I explored that cave last time. Unfortunately, we only explored half of it before we ran out of time and hurriedly retreated. This time, let's explore the other half. There's definitely a lot of good stuff in that cave. Tang Jun said. Lu Ming nodded. In a 1,000-year battlefield, there was a rule that had to be obeyed. That was, once the baleful qi and killing intent reappeared, they had to retreat immediately. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. However, the time that the baleful qi and killing intent retreated was not fixed. No one knew how long it would take. Perhaps a day, perhaps a year. It was hard to say. Thus, once the baleful qi and killing intent reappeared, they had to retreat immediately. Even if they encountered a cave left behind by an expert of the last epoch that had not been fully explored, they had to retreat immediately. Tang Jun and Lin Yi had found a cave left behind by an expert of the last epoch. Baleful qi and killing intent reappeared halfway. So, all these years, the two of them had been thinking about it. This time, the first thing they wanted to do was to explore the cave abode. With Lin Yi leading the way, they could avoid those insects. They were very fast. After a few more hours, they were close to the cave residence. We're here. The entrance to the cave is very well hidden. It's in the dense underbrush in front of us. Tang Jun introduced in a low voice. Lu Ming murmured in his heart. What entered his eyes was dense grass and pitch-black old vines. The area in front of him was completely covered. There was no way he could see any entrance. Let's go, Lin Yi said. Lin Yi's body rapidly shrunk. He turned into a puff of smoke and floated toward the bushes. Tang Jun and Lu Ming followed suit. They turned into a puff of smoke and floated forward. At their level, they could transform their bodies freely. It was too easy for them to turn into a puff of smoke. The smoke flew into the bushes. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a tiny gap under the ground. It was difficult to notice it without looking closely. That's the entrance to the cave. Let's go inside, Tang Jun said. The three flew into the gap and went down. They finally arrived at a spacious underground space. The three transformed into their true forms and observed their surroundings. Crap, it's dangerous. Lin Yi suddenly roared. A layer of divine light immediately appeared on the surface of his body and enveloped him. Lu Ming and Tang Jun reacted very quickly. Their spiritual senses were also extremely sharp. Before Lin Yi's voice died away, Lu Ming and Tang Jun had already sensed the danger. They subconsciously set up a layer of defense around their bodies. The next moment, ding, 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 the protective divine light around the three of them began to vibrate violently, emitting the sound of metal clashing against metal. This is an insect. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He found that it was a kind of insect that was attacking them. However, this kind of insect was too small. It was 10,000 times thinner than a strand of hair. Ordinary people couldn't see it at all. Even Lu Ming and the others had to concentrate to see it. This kind of insect was like an extremely small needle. It kept rushing toward them and stabbing at them. There were so many of them that they didn't know how many there were. Lu Ming felt that he was attacked by millions of Lu Ming in an instant. This kind of insect wasn't strong individually, but there were too many of them. Millions of them attacked Lu Ming. Although they didn't pierce through Lu Ming's defense, the huge impact still sent Lu Ming flying and crashing into the wall. Tang Jun and Lin Yi were the same. They were also sent flying and crashing into the wall. Their faces were pale. Oh no, it's the sky feeler insect. The sky feeler insect is too small and silent. I can't even sense it. This kind of insect wasn't here last time. Why are there so many of them this time? Lin Yi exclaimed. At the same time, countless sky feeler insects rushed toward the three of them. No matter what, since we've encountered them, we can only destroy them. Use fire to attack. Sky feeler insects are afraid of fire, Tang Jun said. She was surrounded by layers of energy. At the same time, white lotuses appeared and burned fiercely, turning into flaming lotuses. Bam! 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 The flaming lotuses kept exploding, turning into rolling flames that spread in all directions. As for Lin Yi, he took out a fiery red lamp and blew on it. The flame in the lamp erupted like a volcano, turning into a monstrous flame that rushed forward. Great flame art, great flame explosion art. Lu Ming immediately used dozens of ancient secret arts related to fire. The raging fire engulfed millions of sky feeler insects in an instant. After being engulfed by the fire, the small bodies of the sky feeler insects kept twisting and turning into ashes in the end. A large number of sky feeler insects were burned. A moment later, all the sky feeler insects in the area were burned to ashes. The three of them let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there aren't many sky feeler insects this time. There are only tens of millions. I heard that tens of billions of sky feeler insects attacked together in the past. Even Origin Realm experts would have to run away in the face of that. Lin Yi said with lingering fear. Tens of billions. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. Chapter 46:12. A single heavenly whisker worm might not be a threat, but if tens of billions of them attacked at the same time, the massive force would probably crush Lu Ming into pieces. It seems that the cave abode has been invaded by the worms. We have to be careful from now on. Tang Jun said. Lin Yi and Lu Ming nodded. Lin Yi's two antennae started to tremble and emit invisible waves of energy. Lu Ming looked around. The place they were in was a spacious stone chamber. There were many passages in all directions of the stone chamber. At a glance, there were a total of 4 passages. Last time, we explored the 2 passages on the right. There are still 2 passages on the left that we haven't explored. Let's start from the left passage. Tang Jun said, Be careful. I feel that there are worms behind the passage, but I can't tell what kind of worms they are. Lin Yi said, No matter what, we have to make a trip. Tang Jun said. The 3 of them immediately walked toward one of the passages. The 3 of them moved forward in a triangular formation. If there was a problem, they could join forces. Soon, they reached the end of the passage. At the end of the passage was a huge cave. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As soon as Lu Ming and the other 2 stepped into the cave, a huge worm pounced on Lu Ming and the other 2. A strong wind blew and the smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. A few sharp forces slashed at Lu Ming with shocking power. Lu Ming took out his war god spear and swung it. Clang, clang, clang. A few black saber lights. No, they were not saber lights. They were the sharp claws of the worms. When they hit the war god's spear, the war god's spear vibrated. Lu Ming's arm was slightly numb. Lu Ming had reached the 4th level of the Divine Master Realm. His strength was much stronger than before. With Lu Ming's current strength, he could even fight an expert like Yi Ling Tianshou alone. However, his arm was still numb. Such an attack was shocking. On the other side, Tang Jun and Lin Yi were also attacked. The 2 of them were even more embarrassed. Although they blocked the attack, their bodies were forced back. Tang Jun was also a 4th-layer Divine Master. Tang Jun had the memories of his previous life. Plus, he was a genius. He was even slightly stronger than Xianxia in a battle of the same level. However, compared to Lu Ming, he was still a little lacking. As for Lin Yi, he was at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Master Realm. The 10,000 Spirits insect race had been able to rank among the top 10 races in the distant past. Naturally, they were also very talented. It could be said that the previous top 10 races were more talented than the current top 10 races. This was because the current top 10 races might not even have the qualifications to enter the top 10 in the distant past. Only when the top 10 races of the past were destroyed would the lower-ranked races have the opportunity to enter the top 10. For example, the angels, the blood tribe, the demons, and the Buddhas were all ranked later. In the beginning, these races couldn't even enter the top 10. Since ancient times, only one race had been ranked among the top 10, and that was the Quasi-Saint race. Moreover, they had always been ranked number 1. Therefore, Lin Yi's talent was absolutely unquestionable. He was even stronger than the current top 10 races. Although his cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Divine Master Realm, his combat strength was very strong. He wasn't much weaker than Tang Jun. It should be known that there were only a few people with Tang Jun's talent in the entire universe, including the celestial race. Squeak, 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 a sharp cry rang out again. The sharp sound pierced through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming and the other two. At this time, Lu Ming finally saw what was attacking them. It was a huge insect that looked like a centipede. Its abdomen had dozens of sharp claws. The sharp claws were sharper than the edge of a blade. It wanted to tear apart Lu Ming and the others. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. The battle character art had been activated. "Break for me," Lu Ming shouted. The taboo power continuously poured into the battle god spear. Then, he whipped it out and collided with the insect's sharp claws. Boom! Boom! A few consecutive explosions rang out. Under Lu Ming's all-out attack, the insect's sharp claws finally couldn't withstand it and exploded. The battle god spear didn't stop. The powerful force struck the insect's body, sending it flying and crashing into the wall of the cave. The wall rumbled loudly from the impact. A large hole was blasted open on the insect's body. Green liquid constantly flowed out. What a powerful force. Is this the taboo body? Its combat strength is really amazing. Lin Yi looked at Lu Ming in shock. He was shocked by Lu Ming's strength. He had fought with the insect just now. He was very clear about the insect's strength. It was slightly stronger than him, but it was still crushed by Lu Ming. He thought that Tang Jun was already a rare monster in the universe. He thought that no one in the universe could compare to Tang Jun. He thought that even the taboo body couldn't surpass Tang Jun. But now, he realized that he was wrong. The taboo body was really terrifying. "Let's attack together," Tang Jun shouted softly. He transformed into a sword gleam and, like a flying immortal, pierced toward the wound on the worm caused by Lu Ming. Lin Yi also reacted. His 6 insect-like arms pierced through the void like 6 spears and pierced towards the insect's wound. Their attacks landed on the insect's wound. The terrifying force wreaked havoc in the insect's body, causing it to explode from the inside out. In the end, the insect was killed. In this cave, there was nothing else other than the insect. There are some metal fragments here. They were left behind by the insect. Tang Jun observed on the ground and said. Lu Ming also saw some metal fragments scattered on the ground. Although they were small, they were golden and very fine. Lin Yi picked up some fragments and tasted them in his mouth. This is the fragments left behind by the Saint Gold. It's a pity. There should have been Saint Gold here, but it was eaten by the insect. These are the fragments left behind by it chewing the Saint Gold. Lu Ming and Tang Jun also sighed. It was a pity. Saint Gold was a top metal material and the main material for refining soul-level divine weapons. This kind of divine material was extremely rare and precious. It was really a pity that it was eaten by an insect. Let's go to the other passage, Lin Yi said. Immediately, the 3 of them retreated and headed towards the last unexplored passage. Originally, these passages had rune formations. It wouldn't be that easy to enter, but now they are all gone. Obviously, they were destroyed by the insect. There must be insects in this passage. Tang Jun said. Yes, I also felt it, and its aura is different from the previous one. Be careful. I feel that it's very dangerous. Lin Yi said. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Lu Ming and Tang Jun did not dare to be careless. They circulated their strength to the extreme and were ready to fight at any time. Soon, the 3 of them reached the end of the passage. Kacha kacha. As soon as they arrived, they heard the sound of crunching and saw a huge insect chewing something. Chapter 46:13. This insect looked very strange. It was covered in thick scales and had 8 long claws around its body. It looked like a giant spider. Moreover, it had a big mouth full of sharp teeth. The crunching sound came from its mouth because this insect was gnawing on a divine weapon. It seemed to be a battle sword. A section of the sword tip fell to the ground. Source-level divine weapon. The 3 of them were shocked. The weapon that this insect was gnawing on was definitely a source-level divine weapon. However, they didn't know if it was a broken one or a complete one. It would be a pity if it was a complete one. At this moment, the insect's blood-red eyes looked at Lu Ming and the other two. "Damn it! How dare you snatch my food? I'll kill you!" Xianxia was the one who screamed. He saw a worm eating a source-level divine weapon and could not help but rush out from Lu Ming's wrist. He transformed into a battle halberd and slashed at the worm. Whoosh! One of the insect's sharp claws shot out like a spear, stabbing at Xianxia. With a clang, Xianxia's halberd collided with one of the insect's claws. A loud explosion was heard. Xianxia's body flew back and hit the wall. As for the insect, it didn't move at all. What a strong force! Lu Ming's pupils shrank slightly. The source-level divine weapon that Xianxia had turned into was very powerful. However, the insect seemed to have easily sent Xianxia flying. Then, the spider-like insect screeched and pounced at Xianxia. Its 8 long legs were 100 times sharper than 8 spears. It was going to kill Xianxia in one fell swoop. "Get lost!" Lu Ming bellowed. He took a step forward and dashed out. At the same time, he activated the Battle Word Sutra to increase his combat power by 8 times. The Battle God Spear appeared in his hands. He channeled his strength into the long spear and struck 8 times consecutively. 8 streaks of spear gleams collided with the 8 sharp claws of the spider. The Battle God Spear vibrated continuously. Lu Ming felt a strong force coming at him and couldn't help but retreat. However, in the end, the spider-like bug was stopped. So strong, even stronger than the previous one, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He had only casually encountered a few insects, but they were already so difficult to deal with. One could imagine how powerful these insects would be if they were filled with killing intent and baleful aura. No wonder it was said that when the killing intent and baleful aura filled the air, one couldn't enter. It was truly too dangerous. Hiss! When the spider-like bug saw that its attack was blocked by Lu Ming, it seemed to be enraged. It let out a shriek, and its 8 claws danced wildly as it charged towards Lu Ming. "Be careful, that's a spirit-devouring spider. Its entire body is indestructible, and its 8 legs have astonishing offensive power. You can't fight it head-on." Lin Yi shouted and rushed out with Tang Jun to attack from the side. However, when their attacks landed on the spider's body, they were blocked by its thick scales. Lu Ming and Xianxia dodged to the side in a flash, avoiding the attack from the spirit-devouring spider's 8 legs. The spirit-devouring spider's 8 legs stabbed into the wall, creating 8 holes in it. "Enter the illusion," Xianxia shouted. Its body turned into a mirror, shooting out a beam of light that enveloped the spider. However, the spider didn't seem to be affected. Its huge body bounced and continued to pounce towards Xianxia. Lu Ming's face darkened. The War God Spear flew out of his hand like a bolt of lightning, stabbing towards one of the spider's eyes. However, it was blocked by one of the spider's legs, and the War God Spear was sent flying. "Primeval Desolation," Lu Ming shouted. The Primeval Desolation style was condensed, and a huge continent was formed, pressing down. Boom! The Primeval Desolation continent pressed down on the spirit-devouring spider and smashed it to the ground. However, immediately after, the continent rumbled and cracks appeared on it. The spirit-devouring spider rushed out. However, when the Primeval Desolation continent pressed down, Lu Ming had already rushed out. He grabbed the War God Spear and stabbed at the spider's abdomen. At the same time, Tang Jun and Lin Yi also launched their attacks. Together with Lu Ming's attack, 3 extremely sharp attacks stabbed at 3 different parts of the spider. Clang! 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 It was as if the attacks had stabbed into an indestructible metal. Be it Tang Jun, Lin Yi, or Lu Ming, they were unable to pierce through the spider's attacks. Instead, it caused the spider to glow. Its long legs were like 8 sickles, slashing towards Lu Ming and the other 2. Lu Ming and the other 2 quickly retreated, avoiding the spider's attack. "Its defense is too strong. I can't pierce through it at all," Lu Ming said with a serious expression. Generally, The abdomen of a spider-shaped wild beast was a weak point that could be easily pierced. However, the spirit-devouring spider was different. Its abdomen was no different from other parts of its body. It was also covered in thick scales that could not be pierced. Its defense was amazing. The spirit-devouring spider has only one weak point, and that is its lower jaw. However, it is too difficult to hit its lower jaw. Its 8 long legs are constantly protecting its lower jaw. Once an attack gets close, it will be repelled. It is impossible to hit it. Lin Yi said. Lin Yi, do you have any ideas? You are an expert of the myriad spirits insect race. Don't you know all kinds of insects like the back of your hand? Tang Jun asked. While the few of them were conversing, the spirit-devouring spider quickly charged towards them again. The group worked together to fight this spirit-devouring spider, blocking its attacks. They communicated as they fought the spirit-devouring spider. You have found the right person to work with. You guys hold it back first. I will deal with it. As Lin Yi spoke, he quickly retreated. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and Xianxia attacked with all their might to hold back the spirit-devouring spider. Lu Ming constantly used the primeval desolation style. One continent after another came crashing down, slowing down the spirit-devouring spider. As for Lin Yi, he began to attack. With a wave of his hand, many bottles and jars appeared in the air. He took out many kinds of herbs from these bottles and jars. He opened his mouth and blew. A wisp of flame appeared, enveloping many of the herbs and starting to burn. In the next moment, a strange fragrance appeared and wafted through the entire cave. This strange fragrance is harmless to us, but it is equivalent to poison to the spirit-devouring spider. Its strength will weaken very quickly. When the time comes, we will seize the opportunity to attack its vital points. Lin Yi transmitted his voice to Lu Ming and Tang Jun. Lu Ming and Tang Jun were energized and worked even harder to hold back the spirit-devouring spider. Sure enough, after a while, the spirit-devouring spider's strength became weaker and weaker. Its 8 long legs, which were originally a threat to Lu Ming and the others, slowly became weak and powerless. It was no longer a fatal threat to Lu Ming and the others. However, the effect of the strange fragrance seemed to be limited. When a spirit-devouring spider weakened to a certain extent, it would no longer weaken. However, that was enough. Chapter 46:14. Tang Jun, Lu Ming, and Xianxia launched a fierce attack. All kinds of attacks were constantly directed at the spirit-devouring spider. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw an opportunity. The spirit-devouring spider had revealed its weakness. Heaven Splitter. Without hesitation, Lu Ming performed the Heaven Splitter. He became one with his spear and turned into a dazzling spear light that pierced towards the spirit-devouring spider's jaw. Puff! The War God Spear accurately pierced the spirit-devouring spider's jaw. The War God Spear pierced through the spider's jaw all the way to its head. A violent force exploded in the spirit-devouring spider's head. Creak! At this moment, the spirit-devouring spider went berserk. One of its long legs swept towards Lu Ming. This attack was even more terrifying than the spirit-devouring spider's attack at its peak. Lu Ming did not have time to pull out his War God Spear. He performed the Great Aurora Art and retreated rapidly, avoiding the spirit-devouring spider's desperate attack. After missing its attack, the spirit-devouring spider let out a frantic shriek and continued to charge towards Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and the others. However, halfway through, the spirit-devouring spider fell to the ground with a plop. There was no sign of life. Lu Ming's attack just now had blown the spirit-devouring spider's head into mush. It was obviously not going to survive. It was just a last-ditch attack. Huff! The few of them heaved a sigh of relief. The spirit-devouring spider was finally taken care of. Xianxia immediately rushed over and grabbed the small section of the sword tip on the ground. It stuffed it into its mouth and chewed loudly. Tang Jun and Lin Yi were dumbfounded. The sword tip was left behind by a soul-level divine weapon. Needless to say, it was extremely hard. However, Xianxia could eat it like candy. This is the metal ball we obtained back then. Tang Jun looked at Xianxia curiously. When Lu Ming and the others had just entered the primitive universe, Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and Xianxia had gone on an adventure together and found Xianxia on a metal planet. Previously, Tang Jun had never recognized it, mainly because she had never expected that a metal ball from back then could grow to such a level. Taking a closer look, Xianxia finally recognized it. Yes, you're right. It's the metal ball that we obtained together back then. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, I have to say that your luck is really good to have obtained a metal ball in such a remote place. To think that it would be so abnormal. Tang Jun looked envious. There weren't many people who could make her feel envious. What a pity, what a pity. There should be a few broken origin gray divine weapons here, but they were all eaten by this damned spider, Xianxia cried out. It was extremely displeased and looked like it was in pain. Tang Jun and Lin Yi also heaved a sigh. This time, it was a wasted trip. Those insects had beaten them to it, and they didn't get anything. Let's go and try our luck in other places. Maybe we can find another cave abode of an expert. Lin Yi said, but the strong lack of confidence on his face betrayed him. Although the 1,000-year battlefield was an important place in the last era, and many experts had established cave abodes there, it had been too many years. Most of those cave abodes were buried deep underground after all, so it wasn't easy to find them. Besides, Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace had been mining here for many years, so there were fewer and fewer undiscovered cave abodes. If they wanted to find an undiscovered cave abode, they could only rely on luck. Don't go yet. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly shouted. Xianxia seemed to have found something. It looked at the wall in the depths of the cave and showed a thoughtful look. Tang Jun and Lin Yi also stopped. Lu Ming, what did you find? Tang Jun asked. Xianxia must have found something. Let's wait. Lu Ming said. After a while, Xianxia flew over and said, Lu Ming, I feel that there's something delicious behind this wall. It's very delicious. As it said that, Xianxia opened its big mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs and gnashing them together. Something delicious? Is there a precious metal mine behind this wall? Lu Ming muttered. We'll know when we dig it out. Tang Jun flew forward and slashed at the wall with his sword. The wall here was extremely hard. Tang Jun's long sword only cut off a rock the size of a millstone. Lin Yi also made a move. The 6 insect-like arms on his back were like 6 sabers, constantly slashing out, making clanging sounds. The rock fragments kept flying out faster than Tang Jun. At the same time, Lu Ming and Xianxia also made a move. Lu Ming took out another saber and kept slashing at the wall, while Xianxia turned into a halberd and slashed at the wall. The 4 of them worked together. Although the wall was hard, they soon dug a big hole. However, the wall was obviously very thick. They had dug hundreds of meters deep, but still couldn't dig through. Xianxia, are you sure there's a treasure on the other side? Tang Jun looked at Xianxia suspiciously. I didn't say there's a treasure. I said there's food, delicious food. Xianxia said and dug energetically. Xianxia only likes to eat precious metal materials or high-grade divine weapons. If he says it's delicious, it's probably top-grade metal materials or high-grade divine weapons. There shouldn't be any mistake. Lu Ming said. Everyone continued to dig. In the end, when they dug to a depth of almost 800 meters, they finally dug through. After a few rumbling sounds, the rocks exploded. Then, a heat wave rushed towards them. This heat wave was very shocking. Even if they resisted it with divine power or taboo power, they still felt their bodies burning. This is Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Behind the wall, there was actually another huge cave. However, this cave was fiery red, and there seemed to be a raging fire burning inside. Everyone didn't dare to be careless. They circulated their power and prepared for a big battle. Then, they flew into the cave. At the bottom of the cave, there was actually magma. The crimson magma was boiling, bringing with it a terrifying heat wave. Only a few stone pillars extended out from the magma and could be used as footholds. That's a divine weapon, Lin Yi exclaimed. This was because there were about a dozen light balls floating above the magma. These balls of light were all divine weapons. Food! Yummy food! Xianxia shouted and flew towards one of the light balls. Its body turned into liquid metal. One of its arms reached out and grabbed one of the weapons. It stuffed it into its mouth and chewed. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and Lin Yi also moved. They each flew toward the light ball and grabbed the weapon in the light ball. This is a source-level divine weapon. No, it's not complete. It's a half-finished product. Lu Ming was delighted at first, but then he shook his head and sighed. The aura of this weapon was very shocking. It had the aura of a source-level divine weapon, but it was not refined. It was only a half-finished product. It's a half-finished product. It seems that this is the real cave abode, the place where the cave abodes master refined weapons. Tang Jun and Lin Yi sighed. Chapter 46:15. With the experience and intelligence of Tang Jun and the others, it was not difficult to see that this was a real cave abode where the owner of the cave abode refined weapons. He used the magma below to refine source-level weapons. However, the Tang sect was still very shocked. The owner of this cave abode was not to be underestimated. He could refine more than a dozen source-level weapons at the same time. This kind of method was really incredible. At present, whether it was in the Heaven Destroyer or the Heavenly Palace, the blacksmiths who could refine source-level weapons could only refine one source-level weapon at a time. However, the owner of this cave abode could refine more than a dozen source-level weapons at the same time. This kind of method was far from what the blacksmiths of the primitive universe could compare to. No wonder it was said that the primitive continent of the previous era was a golden age for cultivation. Its prosperity was far greater than the current primitive universe. This was not just a saying, but it could be seen from the blacksmithing method. I'll eat. Xianxia was very excited. It ate a semi-finished source-level weapon in a few bites and rushed to the second one. To Xianxia, a semi-finished source-level weapon was also a peerless delicacy. Although it had not been refined into a complete source-level weapon, the metal material inside was complete. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and Lin Yi also moved. The three of them put away the remaining semi-finished source-level weapons and divided them equally. Each of them had 4 weapons. I want to eat. You guys give me some. After Xianxia finished the second weapon and saw Lu Ming and the others put away the remaining weapons, it immediately shouted in displeasure. Xianxia, you haven't completely refined the remaining weapons in your body. Now that you've eaten 2 semi-finished source-level weapons, it's enough. Finish refining the weapons in your body first. When your cultivation breaks through to the 4th tier of the Divine Master Realm, I'll give you the rest. Lu Ming said. Tang Jun and Lin Yi looked pained. They felt that it was a waste to give the semi-finished source-level weapons to Xianxia. A semi-finished source-level weapon was different from a broken one. The semi-finished source-grade divine weapon was not far from the finished product. The first step was basically complete. As long as he brought it back and handed it over to a blacksmith who could forge source-grade divine weapons, the success rate would be very high. Almost 50% success rate. If each of them had 4 pieces, they would be able to succeed at least 2 pieces. This was extremely precious, and its value was far above that of a broken divine weapon. Roar! Xianxia answered unwillingly. Everyone started looking around again. There's a bag. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a platform in the corner. On the platform, there was a palm-sized bag. That is a storage pouch used by the cultivators of the previous epoch. Like a storage ring, it has a storage space. Tang Jun said, his eyes burning with passion. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. The cultivators of the previous epoch did not use storage rings. Instead, they used storage bags. In fact, they were similar to storage rings. They were used to store things. However, it had been too long since the last era. Ordinary storage pouches could not be preserved for such a long time. They would rot, and so would the treasures inside. However, some storage pouches were made of special materials and could be preserved. In history, many people found storage pouches left behind by the previous epoch in the ruins of the universe. Generally, there would be a large number of treasures in the storage pouch. We're rich. Tang Jun and Lin Ye's eyes lit up. They had been in the ruins of the universe for so long, but they had never found a storage pouch. Everyone hurriedly flew over. There were no runes or formations around the storage pouch. After confirming that it was safe, Tang Jun picked up the storage pouch, opened it, and scanned it with his spiritual sense. In the next moment, Tang Jun's expression changed slightly. His originally expectant expression disappeared. "How is it? There are no treasures inside?" Lin Yi saw Tang Jun's expression and could not help but ask. "Yes, but not as much as we thought. Take it and have a look." Tang Jun handed the storage pouch to Lin Yi. Lin Yi could not wait to look at it. After looking at it, he shook his head slightly and then handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming scanned the contents of the storage pouch with his spiritual sense. Lu Ming was clear about the contents. There were not many types of things in the storage pouch. It could be said that there were only two types of things. One was metal materials. There were a lot of them. The other was primeval crystals. Lu Ming roughly calculated that there were at least hundreds of thousands of primeval crystals. This harvest is not bad. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This harvest was already very good. It was probably because Tang Jun and Lin Yi had high expectations for the storage pouch before, so they were disappointed. The owner of this cave mansion probably took all the important treasures with him. What is left here is only a small part. Tang Jun said, "Yes, it should be so. What a pity." Lin Yi sighed. "It's not bad. Let's split it." Putting aside the metal materials, there are about 500,000 primeval crystals. Each of US can get 160 to 70,000 primeval crystals. Lu Ming said. Then they divided it equally. Each of them got some metal materials and 160 to 70,000 primeval crystals. With these primeval crystals and what I've accumulated before, it's enough for me to break through to the 5th tier of the Divine Lord realm. A smile finally appeared on Tang Juandao's face. Although the harvest was not as great as he had imagined, it was still not bad. Tang Jun had accumulated some primeval crystals before, and with these, he could break through to the 5th tier of the Divine Lord realm. Unfortunately, I'm still a little short. Lin Yi shook his head. Although the number of primeval crystals Lin Yi needed to break through was far less than Lu Ming and Tang Jun's, his cultivation was high. To break through to the 7th tier of the Divine Lord realm, a 6th-tier Divine Lord realm required an astonishing number of primeval crystals. To him, 160 to 70,000 primeval crystals was still not enough. I'm also far from enough. Lu Ming sighed inside. He needed at least 500,000 primeval crystals to break through to the 5th tier of the Divine Lord realm. Even with the 60 to 70,000 primeval crystals from before, it was still far from enough. Afterward, the three of them searched the area once more, but they did not find anything else. However, this trip had not been a waste. They had obtained quite a good harvest, especially the semi-finished source-grade divine weapons. Even if the success rate was only 50%, each of them would obtain 2 source-grade divine weapons. Such a harvest was already very shocking. After all, the number of source-grade divine weapons that could be obtained from the ruins of the universe was not many. Otherwise, there would not have been so many reciprocity experts who did not have any source-grade divine weapons to use. They had obtained so many in one go. Even reciprocity experts would be envious of such a harvest. Thinking up to this point, Tang Jun and Lin Ye's moods improved. They walked out of their disappointment with smiles on their faces. Lu Ming, I have to say that you really are lucky. We'll be able to eat and drink well by following you. Tang Jun looked at Lu Ming and smiled. Chapter 46:16. While talking, they walked outside and soon left the cave abode. What should we do next? Lu Ming asked. We can only search one area at a time and try our luck. Tang Jun said. This efficiency is too slow. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. But there was no other way. This place was full of danger, and there were all kinds of poisonous insects. Moreover, it had been too long since the last era. Some cave abodes were buried underground. Even if there were some treasures, they were still underground. They could only slowly search through them section by section. If they were lucky, they would encounter an opportunity. If they were unlucky, they would only find nothing. Lu Ming, I feel like I'm about to break through. I'll go into seclusion first. At this moment, Xianxia transmitted its voice to Lu Ming, then turned into a bracelet and put it on Lu Ming's hand. You're about to break through? Lu Ming was delighted at first, but then he smiled bitterly in his heart. Originally, he wanted Xianxia to show off its power and help search. Xianxia was extremely sensitive to metal materials and all kinds of divine weapons. With Xianxia's help, they might not be able to find the cave abodes of the powerhouses, but they could still find metal materials and divine weapons. With Xianxia's help, their efficiency would be greatly increased. But Xianxia had to break through at this time, so they had no choice but to rely on themselves. After all, Xianxia's breakthrough was more important. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and Lin Yi flew at a low altitude and extended their spirit senses to search slowly. Unfortunately, their good luck had run out. They didn't find anything for 7 days in a row. During this period, they also met another team, which was naturally from the Heaven Destroyer. This area was occupied by the Heaven Destroyer, so it was naturally impossible to meet the people from the Heavenly Palace. 7 days later, a murderous aura suddenly filled the world, making people feel uneasy. Oh no, it seems that the murderous aura and murderous intent are about to spread. Why is it so short this time? Tang Jun's expression changed. It's too short. It's only been less than 10 days, but we have to leave. Lin Yi said, the time this time was excessively short. In the past, it would take at least a month. This time, it had only been less than 10 days, but the murderous aura and killing intent were about to spread out again. Fortunately, they already had a pretty good harvest. As for the others, they probably didn't get anything. They didn't hesitate any longer and immediately returned. After a period of time, they left the Forest of Ghosts. The baleful aura and killing intent in the Forest of Ghosts were getting thicker and thicker. It wouldn't be long before it became very thick. At that time, those insects would also become very terrifying. Let's go, Tang Jun said. The three of them went back the way they came. However, when they passed by the first stronghold, they discovered that the stronghold was filled with killing intent. The experts in the stronghold were all filled with killing intent. After asking around, he found out that something had happened while Lu Ming and the others were in the Forest of Ghosts. The experts of the Heavenly Palace gathered and divided into several groups to attack the stronghold controlled by the Heaven Destroyer. A great battle broke out between the two sides. In the end, 2 of the Heaven Destroyer's strongholds were taken by the Heavenly Palace. More than 50 Divine Masters died in battle. Divine Masters were the backbone of both the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer. More than 50 Divine Masters had died in an instant. It could be said that the losses were heavy. After hearing this news, Tang Jun and the others were also solemn. They continued to return. After a period of time, they returned to the ancient city. As soon as they returned, they heard that the Origin Realm experts were gathering people. It seemed that they were going to launch a counterattack against the Heavenly Palace. After Lu Ming and the others heard this, they didn't stop. They walked toward a square in the center of the city. When they arrived, they found that many people had already gathered. There were more than 300 of them. All of them were Divine Master Realm existences. At the very front, there were 8 figures. Every one of them had an extremely shocking and unfathomable aura. Tang Xiao was among them. Origin Realm. The 8 figures were all Origin Realm experts. Moreover, these 8 Origin Realm experts were completely different from the Origin Realm experts Lu Ming had seen in the Heaven Destroyer stronghold. Not a single one of them was the same. Lu Ming was secretly surprised. There were actually so many Origin Realm experts in the Heaven Destroyer. Including the ones in the Heaven Destroyer stronghold, there were over a dozen of them. How could there be so many Origin Realm experts? Lu Ming's doubt was also visible on his face. Tang Jun saw it. With her intelligence, how could she not know what Lu Ming was thinking? Lu Ming, are you surprised? How can our Heaven Destroyer have so many Origin Realm experts? Tang Jun's voice rang out in Lu Ming's ears. She used a communication technique. That's right. I am indeed very surprised. It's said that even the top 10 races don't have many origin realm experts after countless years. Lu Ming said, "You said it yourself. It's the accumulation of countless years. Origin realm experts control origin. They live as long as the universe. As long as the universe exists, origin realm experts will not die. At the same time, reciprocity experts possess extremely tenacious vitality. It's very difficult to truly kill them. As a result, the number of reciprocity experts in the universe has exceeded your imagination over the countless years that have passed since the birth of the universe. Some ancient races might have vanished in the annals of history, but there might still be reciprocity experts who have survived." Tang Jun explained. Indeed, Lu Ming nodded secretly. Divine Masters had limited lifespans. They would still die of old age after a long time. However, Origin Realm experts would not die unless the universe was destroyed as well. Although Origin Realm was difficult to form and become an Origin Realm expert, it was just too difficult. Countless prodigies had stopped there. However, no matter how difficult it would take a long time. Just how many years had it been since the universe was born? It was difficult to tell even in terms of stellar years. Was it thousands of stellar years or tens of thousands of stellar years? Over the long years, the number of Origin Realm experts was extremely shocking. Moreover, they were difficult to kill. Their vitality was tenacious. Perhaps there would be an Origin Realm expert living in seclusion on some desolate planet in the universe. Many of the Heaven Destroyer's Origin Realm experts come from the races destroyed by the Heavenly Palace, such as the Heaven Destroyer and the Myriad Spirits insect race. Although they were destroyed, there were still Origin Realm experts who survived and joined the Heaven Destroyer. However, while there are many Heaven Destroyer experts, there are even more Origin Realm experts in the Heavenly Palace. They are definitely far more than our Heaven Destroyer. Tang Jun continued transmitting his voice. Lu Ming nodded and remained silent. What he had come into contact with before was only a corner of the universe. As his cultivation increased, he slowly came into contact with more secrets and deeper powers of the universe. The Heavenly Palace had dominated the primitive universe for so many years. Its strength was definitely astonishing. Moreover, the fifth Heavenly Palace of the Heavenly Palace was extremely mysterious. Who knew what secrets it contained? Everyone, I'm sure you already know. Not long ago, we were attacked by the Heavenly Palace. We lost 2 fortresses and over 50 companions. We must avenge this. We must kill our way back. Tang Xiao took a step forward and spoke coldly. His killing intent surged. Chapter 46:17. Kill. Kill them all. The others roared, their killing intent thick. The Heaven Destroyer's people had great enmity with the Heavenly Palace. Both sides would not rest until one of them was dead. All right, since they're going to fight, let's go all out. I plan to gather our forces and attack one of the Heavenly Palace's fortresses. And this fortress will be Fort Phoenix Forest. Tang Xiao said. Fort Phoenix Forest was one of the 2 fortresses that the Heavenly Palace had seized. Moreover, it was a very important fortress. The Heavenly Palace has just taken over Fort Phoenix Forest. They must have left many experts there. If we suddenly attack, they'll definitely suffer heavy losses. Now, those who have been called, come with us. The rest stay here, Tang Xiao said. Then, he scanned the crowd and began to call out names. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and Lin Yi were on the list. They were going to attack together. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. Lu Ming would not miss the chance to kill the heavenly humans. He had promised Ling Yue that he would flatten the Heavenly Palace. In the end, about 200 of the 300 Divine Masters were called out. The other 80 or so people stayed behind. The 80 or so people who were not called out hung their heads dejectedly as if they had lost their money. Of the 8 Origin Realm experts, 6 of them were going to attack. Tang Xiao was the leader. Let's go. With Tang Xiao's order, the 200 or so experts charged toward Fort Phoenix Forest. In the north of the 1,000-year battlefield, there was an area occupied by the Heavenly Palace. One of the largest fortresses was also an ancient city. This was where the cultivators of the heavenly palace gathered. Not only were the experts of the heavenly humans gathered here, but there were also experts from the angel race, blood race, devil race, battle saint tribe, Buddha race, and other top races. In a large hall, a young man with a gloomy and cold face sat high up. Below him, many experts stood respectfully. Young Palace Master is truly wise. You suddenly launched a surprise attack and took over 2 fortresses of the traitors. You killed 52 of their divine masters. This is a great victory. A celestial race elder flattered. The old man was a reciprocity expert, but he acted very politely before the young man. It was because this young man was the only son of the current crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master, and his name was Xianxia. The higher one's cultivation, the harder it was to have children. The crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master had a son at an old age, and he was his only son. Naturally, he doted on him and piled countless resources on him. Therefore, although Xianxia was not very old, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the Divine Master Realm. Originally, Xianxia wasn't in the Thousand Autumn battlefield. He had been cultivating in the Heavenly Palace. Not long ago, the leader of the Heavenly Palace in the Thousand Autumn battlefield had reached a critical point in his cultivation and needed to return to the Heavenly Palace to cultivate in seclusion. Therefore, the Heavenly Palace sent Xianxia to manage the Thousand Autumn battlefield. Xianxia was used to being arrogant, and this had also nurtured him to be swift and decisive in his actions. He was more extreme and bold, and his style of doing things was completely different from the previous leader of the Thousand Years battlefield. Not long ago, it was Xianxia who had ordered the attack on the Heaven Destroyer strongholds, taking 2 of them in a single stroke. Xianxia remained expressionless when he heard the old man's exaggeration. He had heard this kind of flattery countless times. He tapped his fingers on the table as if he was thinking, "Young Palace Master, what should we do next? I'm afraid that the rebels will counterattack." The Origin Realm old man said, "I know that the rebels will definitely counterattack. This is exactly what I want. I'm just afraid that they won't counterattack. If they do, I'll teach them an unforgettable lesson." Xianxia sneered, his eyes cold. "Young Palace Master, I just don't know which strongholds the rebels will attack when they counterattack." The Origin Realm old man said, "The rebels are made up of many different races. They are not united, so they pay extra attention to unity and companions. Many of their people died in those 2 strongholds, and their corpses are in our hands. Therefore, I'm guessing that if the rebels want to attack, they will attack those 2 strongholds and take back the corpses of their companions. Only like this will the rebels be united. If they don't even care about the corpses of their companions, the rebels will lose their unity as time passes." Xianxia analyzed. He seemed to be very intelligent and had a plan in mind. "Young Palace Master, you really are a genius. This subordinate admires you." The people below began to flatter him once again. "Now, transfer people to Fort Phoenix Forest and set up an ambush. This time, I'll make sure that the rebels never return." Xianxia said, "Fort Phoenix Forest? Young Palace Master, why are we going to Fort Phoenix Forest? Are we not going to care about the other stronghold?" Someone asked. "The rebels have many strongholds guarding them, so they can't transfer too much power to counterattack. Therefore, I'm guessing that they won't attack several strongholds at the same time. Instead, they'll focus their power on one stronghold. The stronghold they'll attack will either be Fort Phoenix Forest or Fort Mothfly. However, if we split up and guard these strongholds at the same time, our power will be scattered. Even if we ambush them, we won't be able to teach them a painful lesson. Therefore, I'm going to take a gamble and concentrate our power on one stronghold. I've chosen Fort Phoenix Forest. If they attack Fort Phoenix Forest, then I've made the right bet." Xianxia explained. After he finished speaking, he licked his lips like a wild beast that wanted to devour its prey. What if the rebels attack other strongholds and there's no one guarding the other strongholds? Wouldn't they be taken away by the rebels? Someone's face changed and said, "If they're taken away, then so be it. It's just a few strongholds. If they're taken away, then we'll take them back. But if I'm right, then it'll be a heavy blow to the rebels. How can a few strongholds be compared to that? Xian sneered. The light in his eyes was even more terrifying. Although some of the Heavenly Palace's experts didn't approve of Xian's plan, they felt it was too risky. However, Xian was the only son of a heavenly lord. His status was extraordinary, so they naturally wouldn't go against him. Offending the son of a heavenly master wouldn't benefit them at all. All right, immediately give the order to gather experts from the other strongholds and follow me to Fort Phoenix Forest. Remember, pick a few more Origin Realm experts. If I'm right this time, I'll take the heads of a few Origin Realm experts from the rebels, Xian said coldly. His eyes burned with passion, as if he could already see a large number of Heaven Destroyer experts falling before him. Very soon, the experts of the Heavenly Palace were all gathered and set off for Fort Phoenix Forest. Before the experts of the Heaven Destroyer arrived, they had already set up an ambush in Fort Phoenix Forest. Lu Ming and the group crossed a few fortresses consecutively and finally approached Fortress Fenglin. For safety's sake, we'll split into two. One will attack from the front, and the other will go around the Phoenix Forest mountain range and attack from the side. We'll catch them off guard. Tang Xiao said. Chapter 46:18. Right now, the Phoenix Forest mountain range is filled with thick killing intent and evil qi. It's very dangerous, so we can't have too many people. Lin Yi and the others will lead the way. Avoid those insects and go around to the side of the Phoenix Forest fort. Lin Yi, can you do it? Tang Xiao said as he looked at Lin Yi and the other experts of the insect race. Don't worry. As long as we don't go too deep into the Phoenix Forest mountain range and there aren't too many people, it won't be a problem to avoid the insects and go around to the side of the Phoenix Forest fort. Lin Yi said confidently, but then his tone changed. As long as we don't go too deep into the Phoenix Forest mountain range and avoid those insects, it won't be a problem. However, the killing intent and evil qi will greatly affect us. It's not something we can handle. The killing intent and evil qi of the 1,000-year battlefield not only made the insects go berserk and increase their strength, but also had a great effect on other living beings. The killing intent could make people go crazy and terrified. It could destroy a living being's heart of cultivation. The evil qi could invade the body and corrode it. It was extremely terrifying. Even Origin Realm existences would be greatly affected. Therefore, when the killing intent and evil qi permeated the area, those areas were forbidden grounds. That was why those forts were so important. Don't worry. We've just refined a batch of calming pills. There are 100 of them. It's enough for you. Tang Xiao said. Calming pills. It's actually calming pills. Haha, there won't be a problem. Lin Ye's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. The others were also overjoyed. The calming pill was a divine pill that could resist the killing intent and evil qi of the 1,000-year battlefield. However, it was extremely difficult to refine. First of all, the materials for the calming pill could only be found in the 1,000-year battlefield. Moreover, they were extremely rare. If one was unlucky, they wouldn't be able to gather the materials even after a few stellar years. Secondly, it was extremely difficult to refine. It was very easy to fail during the refining process. Although someone from the Heaven Exterminating Troop had discovered the method to refine the sedative pill from an ancient book from the last era, the Heaven Exterminating Troop had only managed to refine one batch after so many years. That was many years ago. Who would have thought that they would refine another batch now? It was most suitable for a sneak attack on the Heavenly Palace. All right, then we'll split into two groups. One group will attack the Phoenix Forest stronghold head-on, and the other group will take a detour. The Heavenly Palace will definitely not expect us to take the risk of taking a detour through the Phoenix Forest mountain range. At that time, we can catch them off guard. Tang Xiao said. The people from the Heavenly Palace would never have thought that they could pass through the Phoenix Forest mountain range and launch a sneak attack. Immediately, they split into two groups. Lin Yi and a few other experts from the Myriad Spirits insect clan led 2 Origin Realm experts and 80 godlords. They planned on entering the Phoenix Forest mountain range to launch a sneak attack. Lu Ming and Tang Jun were among the 80 people following Lin Yi. They were all given a tranquility pill. When they consumed the tranquility pill turned into a wave of energy that spread to their limbs and bones, forming a unique energy shield on the surface of their bodies. "Everyone, let's go," Lin Yi said. Several experts from the myriad spirits insect race took the lead and entered the Phoenix Forest mountain range. Lu Ming and the others followed closely behind. No one dared to be careless. They concealed their auras to the limit and followed closely behind Lin Yi and the others. Kill, kill, kill. As soon as they entered the Phoenix Forest mountain range, Lu Ming felt a shocking roar in his mind. A terrifying killing intent swept toward him. Along with the killing intent was a dense, baleful aura. This scene was too terrifying. Lu Ming felt like he was seeing an illusion. It was as if he saw an invincible expert charging at him with an irresistible power. However, when the killing intent and baleful aura came in contact with the energy shield around Lu Ming, it was blocked. It could not invade Lu Ming's body. Huff, huff, huff. Many people secretly let out a sigh of relief. The killing intent and baleful aura were just too terrifying. Even the two Origin Realm experts were shaken. After such a long time, the killing intent and baleful aura are still so terrifying. Just what cultivation level did the people from the primeval continent of the last era have? Lu Ming thought in shock. The more he came in contact with the primeval continent, the more he understood about the last era. The more he found it to be unfathomable and unfathomable. When he first came in contact with the ruins of the universe and heard about the primeval continent of the last era, Lu Ming only thought that the primeval continent was much more prosperous than the current universe and that there were many more experts. However, the peak experts should only be at Origin Realm. However, as he came to understand the primeval continent, Lu Ming knew that he was wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. Some of the things left behind from the last era could kill Origin Realm experts. He could imagine that the primeval continent of the last era definitely had experts that far surpassed Origin Realm experts. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. Everyone, be careful. Try not to make any noise. There's a group of poisonous insects 30,000 kilometers to the right. Let's go around them carefully. At this moment, Lin Ye's warning rang out in everyone's ears secretly. They did not dare to make any noise. Everyone shivered inside. Apart from the baleful aura and killing intent, there were also various insects. They were extremely dangerous. Everyone followed Lin Yi and the others and took a detour. They avoided the poisonous insects and headed towards the Phoenix Forest Mountains. With the calming pill and the 10,000 spirits insect race leading the way, they did not go too deep into the Phoenix Forest Mountains. They were more scared than in danger as they headed towards the Phoenix Forest Fort. Tang Xiao and the others watched Lu Ming and the others disappear into the Phoenix Forest Mountains. However, they did not set off immediately. They knew that it was much slower to travel through the Phoenix Forest Mountains. They had to wait for a while before setting off. Around 2 hours later, "It's about time. Let's go," Tang Xiao ordered and led the experts towards the Phoenix Forest Fort. The Phoenix Forest Fort was located between two dangerous regions. On the right was the Phoenix Forest Mountains, and on the left was the Azure Sea Forest. At the intersection of the two regions, there was a vacuum without any killing intent or baleful aura. It also formed a safe passage. If they wanted to pass through and continue north, they could only pass through the Phoenix Forest Fort. Similarly, if the Heavenly Palace wanted to go south and occupy the other parts of the Heaven Destroyer, they could only pass through the Phoenix Forest Fort. Very soon, a huge wall appeared in front of Tang Xiao and the others. This huge wall was built with a special kind of metal. It was reinforced with various runes and formations. It was extremely hard. The wall was 1,000 meters tall. From afar, they could see that there were experts from the Heavenly Palace guarding the wall. There aren't many people. There are around 60 of them. Let's kill our way through, Tang Xiao ordered. Kill. A few peak almighty experts took the lead and charged towards the huge wall. Tang Xiao and the other origin experts did not attack. They followed closely behind. They had to be wary of the origin experts from the Heavenly Palace. If they attacked, they would immediately attack and stop them. Chapter 46:19. When a heavenly extermination troop launched their attack, the Heavenly Palace immediately discovered it. The traitors are here. Defend. Activate the defensive array. The experts of the Heavenly Palace shouted. Boom! Boom! Above the giant wall, a terrifying aura erupted. Streaks of powerful aura shot up into the sky. At the same time, the talisman matrices on the wall were flowing with dazzling light. One by one, the matrices were activated and turned into various battle swords, divine sabers, halberds, etc., charging towards the Sky Destroyer troop. The attacks from both sides collided with a deafening explosion. The experts from both sides were all in the Almighty Realm. The Heaven Destroyer had about 140 people, while the Heavenly Palace had more than 60. The difference in numbers was too great. Even though the Heavenly Palace had the geographical advantage and controlled the array to resist, they were still no match for the enemy. Kill. Kill all these Heavenly Palace bastards. Especially those bastards from the Heavenly Human Tribe. They shouldn't exist in this world. Kill them all. The experts of the Heaven Destroyer shouted. All kinds of attacks rained down on the experts of the Heavenly Palace, destroying the array attacks. The giant wall exploded. Some parts of it cracked, creating huge craters. Traitors! Traitors! 9 generations of your family shall be exterminated. A Lord of Heaven shouted. Exterminate my ass. What do you think the Heavenly Human Tribe is? Do you really think you're so high and mighty? In my eyes, you're nothing. Someone from the Heaven Destroyer shouted. This was a primordial divine spirit. He was at the peak of the Almighty Realm. He waved a battle axe and kept hacking, breaking through the attacks. He was unstoppable. The battle raged on. Behind the giant wall, there was a palace. Yixian was sitting on the top of the palace. Ha ha ha. Looks like I've made the right bet. The traitors have really come to Fort Phoenix Forest. I can only say that the traitors are unlucky. It's time for me to make a contribution. Hearing the battle cries outside, Yixian laughed ecstatically. Young Palace Lord, you're really a genius. I'm impressed. This subordinate admires you. The heavenly humans exclaimed in admiration. This time, although there was an element of flattery, there was also an element of sincerity. They hadn't expected Yixian to have made the right bet. The traitors had actually come here. They had long since set up an ambush here. With their numbers, perhaps they could wipe out the traitors in one fell swoop. Give the order. Attack and annihilate the invading traitors. Yixian ordered. Yes. Everyone accepted the order loudly. Then, the masters of the Heavenly Palace who were lying in ambush moved out together. On the giant wall, the Heaven Destroyer had gained the upper hand. It wouldn't be long before the Heavenly Human Tribe was defeated. The 60 or so Heavenly Palace elites would also be doomed. It seems like we've been worrying too much. There's no need for us to divide our forces. We can defeat the masters of the Heavenly Palace directly. Sigh, it's a pity that we've wasted more than 80 sedative pills. An old man at Tang Zhao's side. The old man was also a reciprocity expert. He was called the Starfire Origin Exalt. I think it's better to be cautious. Another old woman said. She was also a reciprocity expert. Tang Xiao stood in the air and frowned slightly. He could see that there were also reciprocity experts from the Heavenly Palace on the giant wall. There were only 2 of them. The 2 of them didn't attack. They stood there quietly. Their expressions were very calm. It didn't seem like they were about to lose. Tang Xiao didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A terrifying aura spread out from within the giant wall. Then, a large number of figures appeared on the giant wall. There were more than 200 people. There were about 250 of them. They were all divine masters. Including the 60 people from before, there were more than 310 divine masters from the Heavenly Palace. Kill! The experts of the Heavenly Palace shouted. All kinds of dazzling lights rushed toward the heaven-exterminating troop, instantly turning the tide of the battle. "Oh no! Defend!" Someone from the Heaven Destroyer yelled. He couldn't care less about attacking. He set up layers of defense. However, there were just too many experts on the other side. There were more than 310 Divine Masters, while the Heaven Destroyer only had around 140 people. The difference was just too great. They couldn't stop them at all. The violent powers swept over. The defenses set up by the Heaven Destroyer collapsed layer by layer. The terrifying power was about to hit the heaven-exterminating troop. If they were hit, many people from the Heaven Destroyer would be killed. Clang! At this moment, a shocking sword hum rang out. A beam of sword chi cut through the void. It actually blocked all the attacks from the Heavenly Palace. It was Tang Xiao. He cut through the void and blocked the attacks from the 300 Divine Masters from the Heavenly Palace. This kind of strength was earth-shattering. Although the gap between the Divine Masters and the Origin Realm was huge, 300 Divine Masters attacked together. There was no lack of existences on the level of the Lord of Heaven. Their power was just as shocking. Ordinary Origin Realm experts would definitely retreat and not dare to face them head-on. Is he Tang Xiao, the son of the taboo sword ancestor? Yi Xian looked at Tang Xiao from the wall and asked the people beside him. That's right. He is Tang Xiao. Someone answered. Good, very good. Today, we will kill Tang Xiao. I believe it will be a huge blow to the traitors. Yi Xian sneered. His eyes flashed with shocking, killing intent. His voice spread far and wide. Tang Xiao, I heard that your mother died at the hands of the Heavenly Palace. Since you have come to die today, I will send you down to accompany your mother. Tang Xiao's mother was Tang Xiao's reverse scale. Now that she was mentioned, Tang Xiao's killing intent reached its peak. Kill! Tang Xiao roared. The sword in his hand slashed down at Yi Xian. Sword Qi shot into the sky. The terrifying sword, Qi, seemed to want to split the world in half. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. Tang Xiao's attack had frightened him. Tang Xiao, your opponent is me. A celestial race man beside Yi Xian roared. He wielded a golden halberd and swung it horizontally. It collided with Tang Xiao's sword Qi. Boom! Like the sound of the universe being born, the entire continent shook. Dazzling light illuminated the Millennium battlefield. Tang Xiao's body swayed, and he staggered back 3 steps. However, the celestial race man took a dozen steps back before he could steady himself. Clearly, Tang Xiao had gained the upper hand. Attack! Attack together! Kill them all! Yi Xian roared madly. He had been frightened by Tang Xiao just now. Tang Xiao's sword was just too terrifying. It was as vast as the might of the heavens. In that moment, he felt like he was going to die under the sword. This feeling drove him crazy and made him hysterical. He had never felt something like this before. He wanted Tang Xiao to die a horrible death. Attack! Your life is mine, Tang Xiao. Immediately, another powerful reciprocity expert charged towards Tang Xiao with a middle-aged man from before. Chapter 46:20. The 2 terrifying reciprocity experts charged toward Tang Xiao, engaging him in a great battle. Their cultivation levels were no lower than Tang Xiao's. No matter how strong Tang Xiao was, he could only barely hold on. At the same time, the other reciprocity experts of the Heavenly Palace erupted with shocking presences as well. A tremendous pressure permeated the air, causing the entire region to tremble from the pressure. 8. A total of 8 Origin Realm auras. Other than the 2 fighting Tang Xiao, there are 8 more Origin Realm experts from the Heavenly Palace. The 3 remaining Origin Realm experts from the Heaven Destroyer were extremely stern. Everyone, let's work together to defend. The Stellar Fire Origin Exalt said. His body rapidly expanded, turning into a flame giant. At the same time, 5 other flame giants appeared around him. They were summoned by him. At the same time, the other 2 Origin Realm experts also set up heavy defenses. As soon as they set up their defenses, the Origin Realm experts from the Heavenly Palace arrived. 6. Only 6 Origin Realm experts had taken action. The other 2 did not take action because they wanted to stay by Yi Xian's side to protect him. Yi Xian's identity was no small matter. He was the only son of the master of the Heavenly Palace. If something really happened to him, even Origin Realm experts would not be able to bear the consequences. Even though there were only 6 Origin Realm experts, it was still no small matter. The 3 Origin Realm experts from the Heaven Destroyer formed a formation and defended with all their might. They did not hope to win, but they did not make any mistakes. Even so, they were still at a complete disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Kill them all. Now that there are no Origin Realm experts interfering, let's see who will save them. Kill these divine masters. Yi Xian roared. His face was twisted in anger. Suddenly, right behind them, a series of terrifying attacks suddenly erupted, killing the experts of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was completely unprepared for the attacks from behind. This was because behind them was the territory of the Heavenly Palace. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly attack them from behind? Oh no, there's a sneak attack from behind. There's a sneak attack from behind. Block them. Block them. The experts from the Heavenly Palace reacted and roared, but it was already too late. Spurt. Puff. All blood splattered in all directions as miserable cries filled the air. At least 30 divine masters from the Heavenly Palace were killed in an instant. In addition, more than 50 Heavenly Palace divine masters were injured. At the same time, 2 of the attacks were the most terrifying and moved the most. They directly targeted the vital points of the 2 reciprocity experts beside Yi Xian. The ones who suddenly attacked from behind were naturally Lu Ming and the others who had circled around the Phoenix Forest mountain range. The people who attacked the 2 reciprocity experts beside Yi Xian were obviously the 2 reciprocity experts who had moved with Lu Ming. The reciprocity experts of the Heavenly Palace reacted extremely quickly. As soon as they sensed the attack, they reacted and began to defend themselves. However, what was attacking them was also a source energy. No matter how fast they reacted, they were still a step too slow. Boom! Boom! With 2 violent booms, the 2 reciprocity experts beside Yi Xian were blown away. They coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. One of them was fine, but the other had a large hole in his chest. He was heavily injured. Not good. Quick, save young Master Yi Xian. The expressions of the other reciprocity experts of the Heavenly Palace changed drastically. A few of them erupted with their maximum speed and charged toward Yi Xian. Kill that young man. His identity is extraordinary, Tang Xiao yelled. Actually, the 2 reciprocity experts of the Heaven Destroyer knew that Tang Xiao's identity was extraordinary even without Tang Xiao's words. The 2 reciprocity experts of the Heavenly Palace had stood on either side of Yi Xian to protect him. How could his identity be ordinary if he could receive the protection of 2 reciprocity experts? Kill. One of the reciprocity experts of the Heaven Destroyer struck out. He wielded a blade and swung it toward Yi Xian. The other reciprocity expert wielded a sharp sword. He shot out several streaks of light toward the incoming Heavenly Palace Origin experts. The attacks of reciprocity experts were extremely fast. Even if Yi Xian reacted in time, he would not be able to escape. The blade instantly approached Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian's eyes rapidly narrowed. His eyes were filled with deep fear. At this moment, Yi Xian's forehead lit up and a purple seal shot out. The purple seal was not tangible. It was only an imprint. As soon as it shot out, it turned into a streak of purple light and enveloped Yi Xian. Clang! The blade struck the purple light and erupted with a shocking boom. Yi Xian's body was blown away like a cannonball, smashing several divine lords to death. However, Yi Xian was fine. He was completely fine. It's the purple gold heavenly seal of the Heavenly Master. The reciprocity experts of the Heavenly Palace were overjoyed. The purple gold heavenly seal was a technique that the master of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace had grasped. Clearly, the master of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace had planted a purple gold heavenly seal on Yi Xian. It could save his life at a crucial moment and block terrifying attacks for him. On the other side, another reciprocity expert from the heaven-destroying army clashed with two experts from the Heaven Palace with Sword Chi, clashing with them twice. However, he was alone after all. It was difficult for him to stop the two of them. The two of them struck out continuously and dispersed the Sword Chi. "Stay here," the sword-wielding reciprocity expert from the heaven-destroying army roared out. His body rapidly grew, turning into a huge giant. A sword appeared on each of his shoulders. The swords had actually grown out of his body. A primitive divine spirit. In the crowd, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was clearly a powerful primitive divine spirit. Among the primitive divine spirits, he was known as an overgod. He roared. The swords in his hands disappeared. They were replaced by the swords on his shoulders. He slashed out with both hands, turning them into two huge swords. He actually managed to forcefully intercept the two origins from the heavenly palace. Kill him for me, kill him for me." At this moment, Yi Xian finally reacted. He screamed hysterically. His face was twisted from fear. He had almost died earlier. If it were not for the purple-gold heavenly seal that the master of the heavenly palace had planted on him, he would have been killed already. He had never experienced something like this. These ants actually dared to kill him. It was unforgivable. Kill! With a roar, a burly figure charged at the origin of the heavenly extermination troop with a shocking demonic aura. The origin from the heavenly palace was a demon expert. He had been ambushed earlier, so he had suffered some light injuries. It did not affect his battle prowess. As soon as he attacked, he used a demonic blade to slash at the origin of the Heaven Destroyer. "Come!" The origin of the Heaven Destroyer roared. He swung his blade and attacked. The two blades were extremely fast. They collided several hundred times in the air in an instant. The two sides temporarily engaged in a fierce battle. However, on the other side of the heavenly palace, a major change occurred. Originally, there were 6 origin experts from the heavenly palace. They had surrounded the stellar fire Origin Exalt and the other 2. The 3 of them were completely passive. They could only defend with all their strength. However, there were only 4 origins left in the heavenly palace now. Chapter 46:21. There were originally 6 origins of the heavenly palace besieging stellar fire Origin Supremacy and the other 2. Because 2 of them were fighting the primordial divine spirit with 2 swords, there were only 4 left besieging them. 3 against 4, they were no longer in such a passive position. Boundless heaven and earth, boundless yin and yang. In the Heaven Destroyer, there was a 2-headed man who was extremely powerful. One of his heads was white and the other was black. Even one side of his body was white and the other side was black. He used 2 completely different powers, one light and one darkness. He fought the 2 origins of the heavenly palace by himself. This person was a top expert of the Heaven and Earth clan, one of the top 10 ancient races. The power he controlled was extremely special. One moment, it would turn into light and darkness. The next moment, it would turn into yin and yang. Then it would turn cold and hot. As long as it was an opposing power, it could be used. For a moment, he was actually locked in battle with the 2 origins of the heavenly palace. Although he was slightly at a disadvantage, he still managed to hold on. Stellar Fire Origin Supremacy and the Old Woman were fighting one-on-one with the origins of the heavenly palace. In this way, the other 9 origins of the heavenly palace were entangled, except for one who was heavily injured from the sneak attack at the beginning and was currently recovering. Tang Xiao was fighting 2 origins by himself. He displayed unparalleled power and was actually not at a disadvantage at all. The expert of the Heaven and Earth clan and the expert of the Primordial Divine Spirit were also fighting 2 origins by themselves. They were not as relaxed as Tang Xiao and were clearly at a disadvantage. In this way, 6 origins of the heavenly palace were eliminated. The remaining 3 were fighting the blade-wielding Origin Supremacy, Stellar Fire Origin Supremacy, and the Old Woman. So powerful. The Primordial Divine Spirit is really powerful. Also, the Heaven and Earth clan is worthy of being one of the top 10 ancient races. Their battle prowess is really shocking. They are really stronger than the angels and demons. In the crowd, Lu Ming was shocked by the scene. It was rare to see such a battle between origins. Moreover, he discovered that the origins of the Heaven Destroyer were no weaker than the Celestial clan. Some of them were even stronger than the Celestial clan. Lu Ming was secretly amazed by this. The Celestial race was known as the #1 race in the universe. They were the strongest and most talented. Whether it was in the Divine Master Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Divine Master Realm, or so on, the Heavenly Human Tribe had the absolute advantage. In a battle of the same level, there was almost no race that could match the Heavenly Human Tribe. Of course, this was referring to the average capabilities of the cultivators. Some of them were not included. However, something seemed to have changed at Reciprocity. Lu Ming had seen the origins of the Celestial race fight with the origins of other races more than once. For example, when they came out of the Grand Supreme Immortal City, they were attacked by the origin of the Heavenly Palace. At that time, an earth-shattering battle of origins had also erupted. At that time, Lu Ming discovered that the essential power of the Heaven Destroyer was not inferior to that of the Heavenly Human Tribe in the slightest. Some of the more talented ones were even able to gain the upper hand. This time was the same. In a one-on-one battle with the other experts, he was not at a disadvantage at all. However, the expert of the Heaven and Earth Tribe, a primordial divine spirit, could still fight against two opponents at the same time. Although he was at a disadvantage, he could definitely hold on for a while. Lu Ming even discovered that the origin realm experts of the angel race and the demon race were not weaker than the origin realm experts of the Heavenly Human Tribe. This made Lu Ming very curious. Would the battle prowess of other races skyrocket when they reach the origin realm? Or would the battle prowess of the Heavenly Human Tribe decline when they reached the origin realm? Lu Ming could not figure it out. He needed to ask the others later. Kill them all. Everyone attack. At this moment, Yi Xian continued to roar. Kill! Battle cries shook the sky. The Divine Masters were also fighting fiercely. However, Lu Ming and the others had just launched a sneak attack and killed more than 30 Divine Masters of the Heavenly Palace. More than 50 were injured. Their battle prowess had been greatly affected. At this moment, the difference in battle prowess between the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace was not that great. Die, brat! A burly Heavenly Human Tribe man wielded a golden battle axe and hacked at Lu Ming. This Heavenly Human Tribe man was a 5th-layer Divine Master. Seeing that Lu Ming was only a 4th-layer Divine Master, he thought that he could defeat Lu Ming. You're the one who's going to die, Lu Ming shouted coldly. His figure flashed and dodged the man's attack. Then he stabbed out with his spear. With a poof, the war god's spear pierced through the man's forehead. The man's head exploded and his soul was annihilated. He died on the spot. 2 now, Lu Ming muttered. In the sneak attack just now, Lu Ming had killed a Heavenly Palace Divine Master. Now he was the second. However, Lu Ming's performance had attracted the attention of the Heavenly Palace experts. This brat is a monster of the traitors. I'll kill him. I'll do it. 2 Heavenly Palace experts charged at Lu Ming. Both of them were 7th-layer Divine Masters. Although Lu Ming's group had launched a sneak attack and killed many Heavenly Palace Divine Masters, the Heavenly Palace still had the advantage in numbers. The Heaven Destroyer had mobilized a total of 220 people. Of course, the Origin Realm experts were excluded. On the other hand, the Heavenly Palace originally had around 310 Divine Masters. Around 30 had been killed in the sneak attack, so there were still 280 left. In terms of numbers, there were still 60 more. If it weren't for the fact that some of them were heavily injured and their battle prowess was greatly reduced, the Heaven Destroyer would have already been defeated. Unlike the Origin Realm, the Heavenly Human Tribe still had the absolute advantage in a battle of the same level. On the Heaven Destroyer side, unless they were prodigies, it would be very difficult for them to contend with the Heavenly Human Tribe at the same level. Therefore, there was no doubt that the Heaven Destroyer was at a disadvantage in a battle of the Heavenly Lord realm. People were constantly dying in battle. This was because they had the advantage in numbers. Some could even fight two against one. Two seventh-layer divine masters from the heavenly human tribe charged at Lu Ming from two different directions. One of them had the power of heavenly annihilation, while the other had the power of heavenly punishment. The two terrifying powers of heavenly annihilation and heavenly punishment pressed down on Lu Ming from two sides. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Lu Ming's expression was solemn. He had already activated the battle character art to increase his battle prowess by 8 times. He circulated his power to the limit. The war god spear trembled and instantly stabbed out in 2 different directions. The 2 spear lights shot out and collided with the power of heavenly punishment and heavenly annihilation. A terrifying explosion erupted and energy spread out. I blocked it. These 2 are only SOSO. I can kill them. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. As soon as they clashed, Lu Ming had a rough idea of the battle prowess of the 2 heavenly human tribe experts. Like Yiling Tianshou, they were also 7th-layer divine masters. However, the battle prowess of these 2 heavenly human tribe experts was much weaker than Yiling Tianshou. Yiling Tianshou was the son of a heavenly venerate and a monstrous genius. Naturally, he wasn't someone that ordinary heavenly human tribe experts could compare to. Lu Ming's current battle prowess wasn't any weaker than Yiling Tianshou's. He had no problem fighting these 2 heavenly human tribe experts. Moreover, Lu Ming had Xianxia's assistance. Chapter 46-22. At this moment, the 2 celestial race, 7th-tier god, Lord experts were also extremely shocked. How can this kid be so strong? How is this possible? The 2 celestial race, 7th-tier god, Lord experts roared in disbelief. A 4th-tier god lord was actually able to block the combined attack of 2 7th-tier god lords. This gap in power was simply too exaggerated. They did not recognize Lu Ming. This was because Lu Ming had already used the Great Imitation Art to change his appearance and aura before coming here. The Heaven Destroyer members were not too surprised to see Lu Ming change his appearance and aura. This was because they were aware of Lu Ming's identity. He had a taboo body. If the people from a heavenly palace were to find out about Lu Ming's true identity, they would most likely keep an eye on him and send powerful combat forces to kill him. At the very least, changing his appearance and aura would not draw the attention of the heavenly palace. Little ball. Lu Ming messaged with spiritual sense transmission. I've been waiting for your call. I'm here. Little ball replied. It charged out of Lu Ming's wrist and turned into a mirror, shooting out a beam of light that enveloped a 7th-tier god, Lord Celestial. This Celestial's eyes immediately went slack. Heaven Splitter. This was not the first time that Lu Ming and Little Ball had worked together. They had long since reached a tacit understanding, and their timing was perfect. Lu Ming used the Heaven Splitter style, turning into a dazzling spear light that shot toward this 7th-tier god, Lord Celestial. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The other 7th-tier god, Lord roared. He wanted to warn Little Ball, but it was useless. At the same time, he wanted to help, but it was too late. They were not in the same direction. Plop! The 7th-tier divine master, heavenly human, struggled frantically. Just as he was about to break free from Xianxia's illusion, Lu Ming had already arrived. The battle god spear pierced through his glabella, killing him with one strike. Damn it! This brat is a monster. Men, come and kill him together. The remaining 7th-tier god, Lord Celestial, roared. He called for other experts to come and kill Lu Ming. Actually, there was no need for him to call out. There were already experts who had their eyes on Lu Ming. Kill! With a loud shout, a terrifying celestial race expert rushed towards Lu Ming. A long spear condensed from the power of heavenly extermination pierced towards the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. He wanted to learn from Lu Ming and pierce through the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows, killing him with a single spear. This is a ninth-level Divine Master. Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly as he felt a fatal threat. A ninth-level Divine Master was much stronger than a seventh-level Divine Master. It was definitely not something he could handle. A single move could kill him instantly. Even if he used everything he had, it wouldn't work. The difference was too great. Unless he used the arm of the human king. But in such a battlefield, using the arm of a human monarch was tantamount to courting death. Retreat. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he retreated frantically. However, the other party didn't give up. Brat, you won't be able to escape. Die. The other party coldly shouted, erupting with the power of a ninth-level Divine Master. His speed suddenly increased, and the spear condensed from the power of heavenly extermination rapidly approached Lu Ming's forehead. He couldn't escape. The difference was too great. There was simply no way to escape. Even if Lu Ming used the extreme light art, he still wouldn't be able to escape. Should I use the arm of the human king? Lu Ming's mind spun, a look of struggle flashing through his eyes. At this moment, a shield descended from the sky and landed in front of Lu Ming. It stabbed into the ground like a mountain and exploded with a fierce boom. With a clang, the terrifying spear light stabbed into the shield and was blocked by the shield. A ninth-level Divine Master actually dares to attack a fourth-level Divine Master? How shameless! I'll be your opponent. An old man landed on the shield. He was an expert from the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming let out a long breath. Fortunately, he had reinforcements. With his strength, it was still extremely dangerous for him to participate in a battle like this. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Lu Ming looked around and discovered that Tang Jun had also been targeted. However, she was Tang Feng's daughter, so she obviously had more experts from the Heaven Destroyer protecting her, so there was no need for her to worry. However, at this moment, a new change occurred on the battlefield of reciprocity experts. On the side of the Heavenly Palace, an reciprocity expert had been ambushed earlier and was heavily injured. Now, he forcefully suppressed his injuries and joined the battle, attacking the primordial god together. The primordial god had already been battling two experts of the same level from the Heavenly Palace. As time went on, he began to lose the upper hand. Now that a third origin expert had joined in, he was even less of an opponent. Although the third origin expert was heavily injured, he was still a reciprocity expert after all. His attacks were still extremely shocking. Once he struck, he posed a fatal threat to the primordial god. Fighting 1 against 3, the primordial god was even less of an opponent. He was completely at a disadvantage. Even defending himself was very difficult, let alone counterattacking. Bang! Finally, the primordial god was struck in a moment of carelessness. A large hole appeared in his abdomen, and his body fell to the ground. His colossal body was like a mountain, and the power he carried was extremely shocking. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The divine lords below roared in shock and frantically fled in all directions. However, there were still some people who were a step too slow. Boom! The primordial god's colossal body slammed heavily into the ground, causing the ground to rumble violently. A few divine lords who were a step too slow were directly smashed to death, some from the Heavenly Palace, and some from the Heaven Destroyer. Die! The 3 reciprocity experts from the Heavenly Palace all had cold, killing intent in their eyes. They charged toward the primordial god, wanting to kill him in a single stroke. Killing a single reciprocity expert was even more meritorious than killing 100 divine lords. Senior, this weapon is for you. At this moment, Lu Ming appeared near the primordial god. With a wave of his hand, the violet gold battle axe flew toward the primordial god. The primordial god seemed to sense something. He reached out and caught the violet gold battle axe in his hand. This is an source-level weapon, and it's very special. The primordial god's eyes lit up and shone with a resplendent light. That's right. This violet gold battle axe was one of the 18 guardian divine weapons of the Heavenly Court. Lu Ming discovered that the primordial god did not control an source-level weapon. Therefore, he did not hesitate to seize the opportunity and give the violet gold battle axe to the primordial god. Ha, good. Trash from the heavenly palace. Kill. With the source-level weapon in hand, the primordial god was filled with pride. He poured his origin energy into the violet gold battle axe. Buzz. Only reciprocity experts could unleash the full power of a source-level weapon. It was not just for show. With the influx of origin energy, the violet gold battle axe awoke and gave off a terrifying aura. The primordial god held the violet gold battle axe with both hands and swung it. It was as if the world was about to be split open. The battle axe was very similar to an axe, but the blade was wider than an axe. It was extremely powerful. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 consecutive explosions, the attacks of the 3 reciprocity expert from the heavenly palace were all blocked by the primordial god. It's a source-level weapon. Damn it, this guy actually controls a source-level weapon. A celestial exalt from the heavenly palace roared. So what if it's a source-level weapon? Kill him all the same. Kill. The 3 origins from the heavenly palace attacked the primordial god again, but this time, the primordial god forcefully blocked them. Chapter 46-23. With the purple gold battle axe, the primordial divine spirit was much stronger than before. Previously, he could not fight 1 against 3, but now, he was able to hold his own for a short period of time. As expected, there is a huge difference in strength between Origin Realm experts with and without soul-grade magic weapons. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He had an idea. He found that only half of the Origin Realm experts present had soul-grade magic weapons. Of the 10 Origin Realm experts of the Heavenly Palace, 5 had soul-grade magic weapons. On the other hand, only 3 of the Heaven Destroyer had soul-grade magic weapons. Tang Xiao naturally had soul-grade magic weapons, and the 2 top experts fighting with Tang Xiao also had soul-grade magic weapons. On the other side, the expert of the Heaven and Earth race and the 2 experts fighting with him also had soul-grade magic weapons. In addition, the Origin Realm expert of the Heavenly Palace, who was fighting with the Starfire Origin Realm expert, also had soul-grade magic weapons. The others did not have soul-grade magic weapons. Boom! At this moment, the saber-wielding Origin Realm expert of the Heaven Destroyer and the Demon Race expert exchanged a few hundred blows. Both of them could not help but retreat. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and rushed toward the saber-wielding Origin Realm expert of the Heaven Destroyer, shouting, "Senior Kuwang, take this weapon." With that, he threw the Bingxian rod to the saber-wielding Origin Realm expert of the Heaven Destroyer. This Origin Realm expert had crossed the Phoenix Forest mountain range with Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming naturally knew his name, Kuwang Yuan. Kuwang Yuan saw Lu Ming give the primordial divine spirit a soul-grade magic weapon with his own eyes. At this moment, he was overjoyed and caught the Bingxian rod in his hand. It really is a soul-grade magic weapon. Kuwang was overjoyed. He put away his saber and poured his Origin Realm energy into the Bingxian rod. The Bingxian rod rapidly grew, like a pillar supporting the sky, emitting a terrible cold chi. "Go to hell, dog of the celestial race!" Kuwang Yuan roared and waved the Bingxian rod with both hands, attacking the Origin Realm expert of the demon race. Clang! The demon race's demon saber swung to block the attack, causing a heaven-shaking explosion. Then, the demon race's 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 demon race. With a soul-grade divine weapon, the gap between the two of them, who were originally about the same level of strength, immediately widened. This was also because Kuwang Yuan had used the piercing blade and was not used to using the mysterious ice rod. Otherwise, he would have been completely crushed. The life spirit was the guardian weapon of the heavenly court. It was not a regular source-grade weapon, but a peak source-grade weapon. In the hands of a reciprocity expert, the power it could unleash was even more shocking. This series of unforeseen events shocked everyone present. The difference was that Heaven Destroyer was overjoyed, while the Heavenly Palace was horrified. Damn it, why does that brat have so many source-grade divine weapons? Quick, kill him! Yixian roared. Immediately, several Lord of Heaven-level figures stared at Lu Ming, wanting to kill Lu Ming. However, a terrifying chill spread towards these Lord of Heaven, scaring them into frantically retreating. It was Ku Wang who had made his move. Just a trace of the mysterious ice rod's power was not something the Lord of Heaven could resist. Damn it, Yichu, I'll give you this sword. Yixian roared, and a battle sword flew out from his forehead, flying towards one of the celestial race's origin realm experts. This origin realm expert of the celestial race was one of the three who had besieged the primordial divine spirit. His name was Yi Chuiwei. He waved his hand and caught the battle sword in his hand. Thank you, young palace master. Yi Chuiwei roared, and his power erupted. Sword Chi soared into the sky. With a slash, he immediately blocked the primordial divine spirit's attack. This battle sword was also a source-grade divine weapon, and its level was not low. As the only son of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master, how could Yixian not have a source-grade divine weapon? After Yi Chuiwei obtained the source-grade divine weapon battle sword, his combat strength skyrocketed. He joined forces with the other two Origin Realm experts and forced the primordial divine spirit to retreat. Fortunately, Ku Wang Yuan joined forces with the primordial divine spirit and fought against the four Origin Realm experts of the Heavenly Palace, turning the situation around. And Lu Ming scanned the battlefield and rushed towards the Starfire Origin Realm expert of the Celestial race. Upon seeing Lu Ming charging over, the eyes of Supremacy Starfire and the rest flickered, especially the powerhouse from the Tianyi clan. He suddenly made two moves and retreated toward Lu Ming. Senior here, Lu Ming recognized another divine weapon. This time it was a steel fork. The Origin Realm expert of the Celestial race held it in his hand. This Origin Realm expert of the Celestial race originally had a source-grade divine weapon, but Lu Ming could see that the Celestial race experts were very special. They controlled two completely opposite powers and had thousands of changes. Therefore, two source-grade divine weapons were the most suitable. Only two original divine weapons could unleash the strongest power. The type of weapon might not be suitable, but it was at least much stronger than a main divine weapon. Good, haha. The Origin of the Heaven and Earth clan laughed maniacally after receiving the pitchfork. The two opposing forces were imbued into the two divine weapons, and he unleashed two consecutive attacks against his two opponents. Instantly, he evened out his disadvantage. Originally, the Origin Realm expert of the Celestial race was at a disadvantage against two Origin Realm experts. Now that he had a source-grade divine weapon, he finally evened out the situation. Damn it! Damn it! Seeing this, Yixian roared furiously and constantly sent people to kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was now an important target of protection. Those Origin Realm experts would spare some time to protect Lu Ming. The others could not approach Lu Ming at all. Senior, give this weapon to Senior Lu. Lu Ming took out another divine weapon and handed it to the Celestial race expert so that the Origin Realm expert could pass it to the old woman. The battle was just too intense now. Moreover, the people of the Heavenly Palace were all staring at Lu Ming. It would be very difficult for Lu Ming to approach the old woman and pass the weapon to her. However, with an Origin Realm expert, it would not be difficult. As expected, the Celestial race expert took the divine weapon given by Lu Ming and flew toward the old woman. With a few flashes, he approached the old woman. Oh no! The old woman's opponent wanted to rush over and snatch the source-grade divine weapon first. However, how could the Celestial race expert allow that? He controlled the divine weapon to avoid his opponent and approach the old woman, where she caught it. This old woman was called Lu Min, and she was known as Lu Min Yuan. After grabbing the divine weapon, Lu Min channeled her origin energy into it. The divine weapon awakened and erupted with great power. With a single strike, her opponent spat out large mouthfuls of blood and constantly retreated. It's done. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The battle of Origin Realm experts had finally undergone an earth-shattering change after he had given away 4 divine weapons. Originally, the Origin Realm experts on the Heaven Destroyer's side were completely at a disadvantage. As time went on, defeat was certain. But now, the Heaven Destroyer's Origin Realm experts had gained the upper hand. The other Origin Realm experts could resist their opponents, but Lu Min's Origin Realm experts had begun to completely suppress their opponents. Chapter 46-24. Kill. Lu Min had gained the upper hand in one move and seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. She launched a few killer moves at the opponent. Even though the other party was fighting with all his might, he did not possess a soul-tier divine artifact and was only using a primary divine artifact. As such, it was difficult for him to bring out his full strength. As such, he was no match for Celestial Lu Min at all. After blocking a few blows, with a resounding boom, his primary divine artifact exploded. Puff! The origin source from the Heavenly Palace spat out a mouthful of blood. He was hit and his body exploded. He was heavily injured. Save me. The origin source from the Heavenly Palace was horrified and rushed to the other side of the battlefield. He rushed to the battlefield of the Origin God and Kuwang. There were 4 origin source from the Heavenly Palace. He wanted to ask for help. Kill. Celestial Venerable Lu Min bellowed and chased after Lu Ming. In the process of chasing after Lu Ming, she made a move toward Lu Ming. The existence of the Origin Realm was extremely powerful. Instantly, more than 10 almighty masters who wanted to kill Lu Ming were killed. Damn it! Damn it! Yi Xian roared, but his eyes were filled with fear. He retreated and distanced himself from the battlefield. Celestial Venerate Lu Min continued to attack. While the opponent was fleeing, she managed to land another blow on him, causing his injuries to worsen. However, the origin source from the Heavenly Palace was also close to the battlefield of Kuwang and the Origin God. Save me, Yi Chuiwe, save me. The origin source from the Heavenly Palace roared. Yi Chuiwe, your opponent is me. The Origin God waved his purple gold battle axe and attacked wildly without caring about his defense. For a moment, not only did he force Yi Chuiwe to retreat, but he also repelled the other 2 origin source. This made Kuwang see an opportunity. Ha ha ha, kill! Kuwang shouted and left the battlefield. He attacked the origin source who had been severely injured by Lu Min with his obsidian staff. Boom! The origin source was hit by the obsidian staff. His body exploded into pieces and was frozen by the terrifying coldness of the obsidian staff. However, there was a piece of flesh that wasn't frozen. It flickered and flew away like a bolt of lightning. He's not dead, even after all that. When Lu Ming saw this scene, he was quite shocked. Ku Wangyuan controlled the mysterious ice staff and smashed it into pieces. The destructive power should have destroyed the other party's soul, but the other party didn't die. Only a piece of flesh wasn't frozen, and it still wanted to escape. The vitality of reciprocity experts was extremely tenacious. This was not just a saying. Kill. However, Celestial Lord Lu Min had caught up. She controlled the divine weapon and blasted out a move. The destructive energy completely drowned the flesh and blood of the origin of the Heavenly Palace. Ah! An extremely unwilling and miserable cry spread through the entire area. At this moment, the universe's starry skies began to tremble. Groups of stars swayed, producing strange phenomena. The source of the Celestial Palace had been killed and had completely fallen. An Empyrean is dead, someone from the Heavenly Palace shouted. His voice was filled with fear. The Sky's Sovereign has died in battle. Retreat, retreat quickly. Retreat first. Many of the celestial race roared. They had lost their fighting spirit and retreated frantically towards the north. Previously, Yi Xian, the main general, had retreated before joining the battle. Now that another Empyrean had been killed, the celestial race's mental defenses had collapsed. How could they still have the fighting spirit? Originally, the Heavenly Palace had the advantage in the battlefield of the Divine Masters. Now that the morale of the army had collapsed and they were retreating in a sorry state, they immediately fell into a disadvantage. How could the Heaven Destroyer miss such a good opportunity? They took the opportunity to pursue and kill. Their morale was high. Kill! Celestial Lord Lu Min roared. She controlled the divine weapon and charged into the battlefield of the primordial divine spirit and Ku Wan Yuan. She blasted out an ultimate move. This move was aimed at the source of the Heavenly Palace, who had been seriously injured by the sneak attack. The source of the Heavenly Palace was shocked because at this moment, no one was helping him. His other three companions were entangled by Ku Wan Yuan and the primordial divine spirit, especially the one targeted by Ku Wan Yuan. He couldn't even protect himself, so how could he save him? He roared and retreated quickly. However, he had been seriously injured by the sneak attack and had not recovered at all. Previously, he had participated in the battle, so his injuries were worsening. How could his current speed compare to Celestial Lord Lu Min? Bang! He was hit by Celestial Lord Lu Min, and it was hit by the divine weapon. Half of his body exploded, and his injuries worsened. Let's go! Let's go! The source of the Heavenly Palace roared in horror. He controlled the remaining half of his body and flew towards the north. Go! Retreat! The other origin realm existences of the Heavenly Palace also roared and rushed towards the north. In a head-on battle, although the source of the Heavenly Palace was at a disadvantage, if he wanted to escape, the origin realm experts of the Heaven Destroyer could not stop him. Unless the difference in battle strength was too great, it would not be easy to stop an origin realm expert if he wanted to escape. Fighting against Xianxia, fighting against the experts of the Heaven and Earth clan, fighting against the primordial divine spirit. These sources of the Heavenly Palace gathered together and flew towards the north. Don't let them go. Kill the heavily injured one. The primordial divine spirit roared and stepped into the void. His huge body chased after the people of the Heavenly Palace at an astonishing speed. Tang Xiao, Lu Min, Starfire Origin, and the others also chased towards the north. Their goal was the heavily injured source of the Heavenly Palace. Activating the divine weapon, a series of terrifying attacks blasted towards the origin. The other sources of the Heavenly Palace wanted to help, but they were not strong enough, so it was difficult for them to succeed. Even they themselves were frightened because the strength of the Heaven Exterminating Troop was already above theirs. The divine weapon of the Heaven Exterminating Troop was too powerful. If they were careless and were stopped by the divine weapon, they would be in danger. Therefore, they did not care about the others and fled madly. In the end, the heavily injured source of the Heavenly Palace was stopped by Tang Xiao with a sword. Behind him, the attacks of Starfire Origin, Lu Min, and the others drowned this person. The Celestial Palace's origin only let out an unwilling scream before it no longer had any aura. No matter how strong the life force of an origin realm expert was, under the siege of so many experts and the attacks of the source divine weapon, he could not survive. He was completely obliterated. The source dissipated and returned to the universe. After killing this origin realm expert, Tang Xiao and the others continued to pursue. Below, the Divine Masters were also pursuing. In the process of Lu Ming's pursuit, he killed another 2 Heavenly Palace's Divine Masters. The army was defeated like a landslide. The people of the Heavenly Palace had no intention of resisting at all. They just wanted to run for their lives. The Heaven Destroyer chased them madly until they broke through 2 of the Heavenly Palace's fortresses. If they continued to chase, they would be deep into the Heavenly Palace's territory. If the Heavenly Palace's reinforcements arrived, they would be in danger. Under the lead of the Origin Realm expert, the people of the Heaven Destroyer retreated to Fort Phoenix Forest. This battle was a complete victory. Chapter 46-25 In this battle, the Heaven Destroyer had obtained a complete victory. Not only had they taken back Fort Phoenix Forest and seized a large amount of resources, they had also killed a large number of Heavenly Palace experts. Some people estimated that at least 150 Divine Masters had been killed in the Heavenly Palace. Among them, there were quite a few who were at the level of the Lord of Heaven. This was a huge loss. Of course, the biggest loss was the 2 Origin experts. This time, the Heavenly Palace had lost 2 Origin experts. This loss would definitely make the Heavenly Palace feel pain for a long time. The Origin realm was the true peak of battle strength. The death of 1 was an incomparably huge loss, not to mention the death of 2 at the same time. Losing 1 Origin expert was more serious than losing 100 Divine Masters. The people of the Heavenly Palace were probably about to vomit blood. Of course, the Heaven Destroyer had also suffered losses. About 30 Divine Masters had died in battle. But compared to the losses of the Heavenly Palace, these losses were completely worth it. In Fort Phoenix Forest, Xianxia, the Starfire Origin Exalt, and the others landed in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming had already removed the Great Imitation Technique and returned to his original appearance. Lu Ming, this time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tang Xiao was the first to speak. This time, it was really very dangerous. They had never thought that the Heavenly Palace would actually set up such a large army to ambush them. They had originally thought that by splitting up, attacking Fort Phoenix Forest would be a sure thing. They would definitely be able to catch the Heavenly Palace off guard. They had never thought that they would be surrounded by the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace's strength here was definitely above theirs. If there were no accidents, they would have suffered a huge loss. There might even be Origin experts who would be left here forever. Not to mention the glorious battle results they had now. All of this had changed because of Lu Ming. At the crucial moment, Lu Ming had thrown out 4 powerful source-level magic weapons and changed the situation of the battle. Lu Ming, I'll return this source-grade weapon to you. The primitive god spirit handed the purple gold battle axe to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and put it away. He was only lending it to the other party, not giving it away for free. Naturally, he had to take it back. Primitive, godly spirit looked reluctant. He really liked the purple gold battle axe. He knew that the purple gold battle axe was better than ordinary Origin level weapons. If he used it, his battle prowess would increase by a lot. However, this was not his divine weapon, but rather Lu Ming's. He could not be so shameless as to snatch the treasure of a junior, right? Relatively speaking, the Heaven Destroyer was still very united. Basically, the strong would not rob the weak of their treasures. Heaven Destroyer was weaker than the Heavenly Palace to begin with. If they were not united, they would have been destroyed by the Heavenly Palace long ago. Lu Ming, I'll return mine to you too. Here, Astral Fire Origin Exalt, Lu Min Origin Exalt, and the others all returned their divine weapons to Lu Ming. Although they were reluctant to part with them, they still looked reluctant. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to have so many top Origin level magic weapons. You're really lucky. Exalt Lu Min's side. They were Origin level experts, but they did not have a single source level magic weapon. However, Lu Ming had so many. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. It was obvious that these old seniors were envious of him. Lu Ming, are you selling your source-level magic weapons? I can buy them. Primitive, godly spirit said, feeling a little embarrassed. The eyes of the other Origin-level experts also lit up. If Lu Ming was willing to sell them, they would also want to buy them. Sell them? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. If he sold them, it was not impossible. After all, his cultivation was still weak. He only needed one of these top Origin-level magic weapons. He did not need any more. Originally, he wanted to keep them for his family and friends. However, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Bubbles, and the others all had their own source-level magic weapons. They did not need his. As for the others, such as his disciples, sons, and granddaughters, their cultivation was too far away from being able to use source-level magic weapons. Who knew how long it would take? Therefore, if he could sell a few source-level magic weapons and exchange them for resources that were useful to him, it would be fine. For example, desolate crystals. If he could sell a large number of desolate crystals, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. As long as his cultivation was high enough, he would not have to worry about not being able to obtain a source-level magic weapon. Senior, it's not impossible to sell them, but this junior only wants desolate crystals. Lu Ming said, Desolate crystals. The primordial god and the other origin realm experts frowned slightly. The source-level magic weapon in Lu Ming's hand was not an ordinary source-level magic weapon. It was a top source-level magic weapon. It was extremely expensive. If it was exchanged for desolate crystals, how many desolate crystals would it be worth? A single source-level magic weapon would be worth at least 100 million desolate crystals. They did not have that many desolate crystals on them. In reality, they did not even have a few 100,000 desolate crystals on them. Naturally, they had obtained prehistoric gems during their usual adventures and explorations. Moreover, they had obtained quite a number of them. However, they had no use for prehistoric gems at all. As long as they obtained prehistoric gems, they would usually give them to important juniors or exchange them with divine Master Realm existences for items that they could use. Therefore, Origin Realm experts usually carried very few desolate crystals on them. Lu Ming, I don't have many desolate crystals on me. Do you think I can use other treasures to buy them? The primordial god asked. You don't have any desolate crystals? That damaged source-level magic weapon is fine too. Apart from those two, this junior does not need anything else. Lu Ming said. The primordial god, Lu Min, venerated Yuan, and the others fell silent. They also had damaged source-level magic weapons, but they did not have that many. Damaged source-level magic weapons were precious, but they were far inferior to complete source-level magic weapons, let alone top source-level magic weapons. A top source-level magic weapon would require at least a few dozen damaged source-level magic weapons. They did not have that many either. How about this? Once I obtain desolate crystals or damaged source-level magic weapons in the future, I will store them. When I have enough desolate crystals, I will buy them from you. You have to keep them for me. The primordial god said. Yes, I will think of a way to collect more desolate crystals. Lu Ming, you have to keep them for me too. Don't sell them to others. Me too, Lu Min, venerated Yuan, and the others said one after another. They cannot afford it now, but they could reserve it first. With their strength, it was still possible for them to gather a few 100 million desolate crystals with some time and effort. Seniors, please don't worry. This junior will definitely keep them for you. Lu Ming said. He could not wait for these people to gather enough desolate crystals. However, Lu Ming, it's all thanks to your divine weapon that we were able to turn the tables and even achieve a complete victory. I'll repay kindness with kindness. I can't let go of this favor. Here, this broken divine weapon. I'll give it to you. The primordial god said again. He then took out a damaged magic weapon and handed it to Lu Ming. Chapter 46:26. The primordial god was very forthright. He directly took out a damaged divine weapon and gave it to Lu Ming to thank him. Lu Ming, take it. You deserve it. Tang Xiao said with a sullen face. Thank you very much, senior. Lu Ming nodded and reached out to take the broken divine weapon. The other Origin Realm experts, such as Venerable Lu Min's source, Venerable Ku Wang's source, and the Origin of the Heaven and Earth clan, had all received Lu Ming's source-level divine weapons. At this moment, they glanced at the primordial god's spirit unhappily. They did not want to give it to him. However, the primordial god had already given it to him. If they did not give it to him, would they not be stingy in front of everyone? They were reciprocity experts, seniors. How could they be associated with stinginess? Therefore, they secretly gritted their teeth and took out a damaged divine weapon and gave it to Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming received 4 damaged divine weapons. He could not help but be overjoyed. Now, Qiuqiu did not have to worry about food anymore. Lu Ming, you deserve it. You have done a great service this time. The Heaven Destroyer will also reward you. How about this? When we return, I will gather 1,000,000 desolation crystals and give it to you. Tang Xiao said. Thank you, Tang. Big brother Tang. Lu Ming clasped his fist and thanked him. He was Xianxia's husband. It was not too much to call Tang Xiao big brother. The Heavenly Palace suffered such a great loss this time. I wonder if they will take revenge? Starfire Origin Supremacy's tone changed, and he returned to the main topic. The Heavenly Palace suffered a great loss this time. 2 Origin Realm experts died in battle, and more than 150 Divine Lords died in battle. In this area of the 1,000-year battlefield, their vitality has been damaged. I predict that they will not attack again for a while. Tang Xiao said, I'm just afraid that they will gather experts from other places. Lu Minyuan said, it's not that easy to mobilize experts from other places unless they give up the benefits of other places. I don't think Heaven Palace is that stupid. Moreover, the demons have been restless recently, so they can't afford to send so many people. However, we can't let our guard down either. Leave some people here guard. If Heaven Palace really launches a large-scale attack, then give up on this fortress and retreat. We can take back the fortress if we lose it, but we must protect the people. Tang Xiao said. The others nodded and began to make arrangements. Not long after, a portion of them stayed behind to guard the place while the rest retreated. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, Lin Yi, and the others also returned to the ancient city. After returning to the ancient city, Tang Jun went into seclusion to cultivate. She now had enough desolate crystals to break through, so she naturally wanted to break through in one go. North of the 1,000 Autumn battlefield, in a large hall. Damn it! Damn it! All of you deserve to die. Yi Xian let out a furious roar. His face was distorted beyond recognition, making him look sinister and terrifying. The experts of the Heavenly Palace below said nothing. Men, send a message back. I want to gather an army. I want to gather experts to annihilate those traitors, Yi Xian roared. Young Palace Master, you can't. Every region needs a large number of people, especially the demons of the Dark Universe. If you rashly gather experts from other regions, it'll be detrimental to the long-term plans of the Heavenly Palace. An old man at Reciprocity advised. Only Origin Realm experts dared to speak before the furious Yi Xian. That's right, young Palace Master. If you send a message to the Heavenly Master now, he may not agree to gather experts. The other Reciprocity expert also advised. Hoo. Yi Xian breathed heavily and slowly calmed down. However, the killing intent in his eyes became denser and denser. It's all that brat's fault. It's all that brat's fault, Yi Xian growled. Lu Ming's image appeared in his mind. Of course, it was Lu Ming who had used the great imitation technique. That brat must die. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with vicious killing intent. His original plan had worked perfectly this time. He had made the right bet. Even if the Heaven Destroyer had launched a sneak attack, it would not have changed the outcome of the battle. They should have been the ones to emerge victorious this time, while the Heaven Destroyer would have suffered heavy losses. It was all because of Lu Ming's 4 source-grade weapons that they had managed to turn the situation around. As a result, he transferred all his hatred to Lu Ming. Pass down my orders. If you encounter that brat in the 1,000 Autumn battlefield, kill him on the spot. Kill him with all your strength. Bring his corpse to me, Yi Xian ordered coldly. Not only was there killing intent in his eyes, but there was also greed. Lu Ming actually had so many top-tier source-grade weapons on him. Even he, the son of the Heavenly Master, did not have so many. How could a mere ant possess so many top-tier source-grade weapons? These top-tier source-grade divine weapons should belong to him. As long as he killed Lu Ming, those top-notch source-level divine weapons would be his. Yes, the experts of the Heavenly Palace acknowledged the order in unison. A few days after returning to the ancient city, Tang Xiao had indeed gathered 1,000,000 chaos crystals and sent them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With 1,000,000 chaos crystals, he would be able to break through to the 5th tier of the Divine Master Realm. Xianxia, continue to break through. After you break through, these broken weapons and 5 kilograms of Ice Fire Star Silver will all be yours. Lu Ming took out a few broken weapons and waved them in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes lit up. All right, I will break through as soon as possible. If you hadn't interrupted me last time, I would have succeeded. Xianxia curled his lips. Lu Ming smiled embarrassedly. Xianxia was in the midst of breaking through, but after the battle with the Heavenly Palace a few days ago, Lu Ming really needed Xianxia's help. He had no choice but to interrupt Xianxia's breakthrough and awaken Xianxia to join the battle. Don't worry, I will make it up to you. In the future, you can have as many broken weapons as you want. Lu Ming said. Only then did Xianxia break through with satisfaction. Lu Ming also sat down cross-legged and began to refine the chaos crystals. One after another, the chaos crystals were refined and turned into forbidden energy. Over 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a powerful ripple suddenly appeared nearby. This is... Tang Jun has broken through. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not need to look to know that Tang Jun had broken through to the 5th tier of the Divine Master Realm. Lu Ming was not surprised. Tang Jun was in existence at the Origin Realm in her past life. She had all her cultivation experience, so she did not need to comprehend it. As long as she had enough resources, she could constantly break through in her cultivation. She could even break through faster than Lu Ming. This was also the reason why Tang Jun's cultivation could rise so quickly. After sensing for a while, Lu Ming ignored her and continued to refine the chaos crystals. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Lu Ming had refined 600,000 chaos crystals. His cultivation had reached the limit of the peak 4th tier of the Divine Master Realm. He had accumulated enough. Begin the breakthrough. Boom! Before long, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. His cultivation broke through to a whole new level. He had reached the 5th tier of the Divine Master Realm. Another day passed. Lu Ming's aura stabilized, and his cultivation stabilized at the 5th tier of the Divine Master Realm. Chapter 46-27. After reaching 5th level Divine Master Realm, Lu Ming's strength had reached another level, and his combat power had soared. Now, Lu Ming was fully confident that if he encountered an expert like Yi Ling Tianshou again, he could easily suppress and kill him. As expected, wealth came from danger. This was especially true for someone like Lu Ming, who had a taboo body. If he stayed in seclusion somewhere, his improvement would be very slow. He needed to take risks, travel, and fight. Only then could he constantly obtain opportunities and improve his cultivation very quickly. Door open, Lu Ming shouted. Tens of thousands of cells in his body flickered and connected together to form a door. Inside the door was a yellow dirt road that led to the dark unknown. It was worth mentioning that the yellow dirt road was much longer than when it had first formed, extending toward the darkness in the middle of the door. This yellow dirt road was equivalent to other people's universe bridge. It extended all the way to the cosmic sea. On the yellow dirt road, the pool of blood was still there, as if it had just been left there, scarlet and eye-catching. 5th level Divine Master Realm. At 9th level Divine Master Realm, the yellow dirt road should be able to reach the cosmic sea and start comprehending the origin. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Unknowingly, his cultivation was getting closer to the peak of the universe. With a thought, the yellow dirt road and the door disappeared together. Hey, Xianxia is also breaking through. At this time, Lu Ming's eyes lit up again. He discovered that Xianxia's aura had also reached a peak, crossing into a new level. Several days later, Xianxia's aura stabilized, completely stabilizing at 4th level Divine Master Realm. Congratulations, Xianxia. Lu Ming smiled. You're still faster. Your cultivation has surpassed mine again. Quick, Lu Ming, give me something to eat. I want to surpass you. Xianxia called out. Its round body rolled back and forth as if it was in a very bad mood. Lu Ming smiled. With a wave of his hand, 3 damaged divine weapons appeared. Lu Ming had a total of 5 damaged divine weapons, including the source-grade divine weapon armor he had obtained from Yichu Qianji. Lu Ming did not intend to give them all to Xianxia. One should not bite off more than one could chew. 3 damaged source-grade divine weapons were enough for Xianxia to digest for quite some time. Out of the 3 damaged source-level divine weapons, one of them was the battle armor he had obtained from Yichu Qianji. Defensive source-grade divine armaments were extremely rare. If Xianxia were to gain the ability to use battle armor after eating it, Lu Ming would have gained a living source-grade divine armor. I'll eat. Xianxia was overjoyed when he saw the broken source-level divine weapon. He snatched it over and stuffed it into his mouth, munching on it. The incomparably hard, damaged source-grade divine weapon was actually bitten off piece by Xianxia. Not long after, the 3 damaged source-grade weapons were all in Xianxia's stomach. Xianxia, let's eat these 10 gene of Ice Fire Star Silver together. Lu Ming took out another 5 kilograms of Ice Fire Star Silver for Xianxia to prevent impurities from forming in Xianxia's body again like last time, causing it to encounter a bottleneck. After Xianxia ate all of it, he turned it into a bracelet and put it on Lu Ming's wrist to digest. I still have about 600,000 desolate crystals, but it's far from enough to break through to the 6th tier of the Divine Master Realm. I'll keep these desolate crystals for now and stop absorbing them. I'll focus on comprehending secret techniques first. Lu Ming pondered. Although he had condensed an origin source seed and had a clear direction, he could continue to improve as long as he had enough resources and energy. However, there was a limit to this. His improvement was simply too fast, exceeding his imagination. He had not been in the universe ruins for long, but his cultivation had soared from the 1st tier of the Divine Master Realm to the 5th tier of the Divine Master Realm. If he improved too quickly, it would inevitably cause his foundation to be unstable. He would need some time to consolidate and familiarize himself with the sudden increase in strength. Right now, I have 3 main directions of comprehension. 1 is the battle character art, the 2nd is the desolate form, and the 3rd is to comprehend a new secret technique that belongs to me. However, a new secret technique that belongs to me is too difficult. I don't have any clues, so I can put it aside for now and comprehend the battle character art and the desolate form first. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming had not cultivated the battle character art to greater mastery. Lu Ming estimated that if he cultivated the battle character art to greater mastery, he would be able to unleash 10 times his combat strength. As for the desolate form, it was not perfected yet. If it was perfected, its power would be able to reach another level. Lu Ming took turns to comprehend the battle character art and the desolate form. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Dong, dong, dong. On this day, the sound of war drums was suddenly heard. The war drums are sounding. Is there a great battle? Is the heavenly palace attacking? Lu Ming was shocked. He ended his cultivation and left the room in a flash. After leaving the room, he saw Tang Jun also leaving the room and landing in the courtyard. What's going on? Is the heavenly palace attacking? Lu Ming asked. No, there's a great battle. The war drums are continuous and urgent. Now it's only 3 urgent and 3 slow. It's not a great battle, but a gathering of people to announce something. Tang Jun said. So that's how it is. Lu Ming nodded. The war drums were indeed 3 urgent and 3 slow, not continuous. The 2 of them headed for the center of the ancient city. They saw figures flashing from all directions, gathering at the center of the ancient city. By the time Lu Ming and Tang Jun arrived, several hundred God Lord experts had already gathered at the center of the ancient city. Tang Xiao, the Starfire Origin Sovereign, and the others were standing at the front. After waiting for everyone to arrive, Tang Xiao said, Everyone, according to our observations, the killing intent and fiendish qi of the core battlefield will subside in 3 days. some of you should prepare yourselves. The killing intent and fiendish chi of the core battlefield are about to subside. Wonderful. I can finally enter the core battlefield again. This time, I must get a source-grade divine weapon. How can a source-grade divine weapon be so easy to get? I'll be satisfied as long as I can get enough desolate crystals. Don't be careless. The core battlefield is fraught with danger. With Tang Zhao's words, everyone immediately began to discuss spiritedly. The core battlefield? The central region? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the map of the Thousand Autumn battlefield. The map of the Swing battlefield showed that the central region occupied half of the continent. In this region, neither the Heavenly Palace nor the Heaven Destroyer occupied any strongholds. This was because this region had no weak points. It was filled with dense killing intent and fiendish chi, as well as terrifying insects. It was extremely dangerous. There had even been a reciprocity expert who had been bitten to death by a mosquito. Was the killing intent and fiendish chi of the core about to subside? Lu Ming, you can't miss this opportunity. This region was the core battlefield of the last epoch. Although it's dangerous, it also contains the most treasures. Some of the complete source-grade divine weapons unearthed in the Thousand Autumn battlefield all came from this region. Most of the treasures with origin imprints that reciprocity experts need also come from this region. Tang Jun transmitted to Lu Ming. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.